Good morning, everyone. Afternoon, technically.
Yeah, it's afternoon here.
Well, I mean, it's
It
12.
depends on where you live.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
technically for me, it's also afternoon, but I'm pretending it's morning.
Yeah.
Okay? Okay. Um, please excuse my appearance, but people have been banging outside my window for 50 years. So, here we are. Yeah. Okay. So, what am I trying to say? Who knows? Good morning, Taylor. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, I'm not gonna make Brittany introduce herself because everyone should know her. Okay. As people come in, I do have a few people that are like new.
Newer to the channel. Yeah.
So I may have them like introduce themselves at some point, but I'm not gonna make Brittany do that.
Bless you.
But here's what we're not going to do in 2023. I will never use the Kroger app to order groceries ever again because I use the Kroger app instead of Instacart
Right.
the other day to order groceries, yesterday to order groceries. And I was like, I'll just do it through the Kroger app. It'll be fine, blah, blah, blah.
Mhm.
If they're out of stock of something, it takes them 3 days to refund you your money.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
No. So with Instacart, if you order something and then they don't have it, they instantly refund you your money.
Yeah.
Now, Instacart also puts like a larger hold on your bank account. So like
Right.
I always need like 10 extra dollars in my bank account in order to order groceries. But if I order something and they're like, "Sorry, we're out of stock," they just give me my money back. Like
Right.
you know what I'm saying? Because they delivered my groceries and I had like half the stuff that wasn't there. So I was like, okay. So I like messaged the Kroger app and I was like, hey, I had these items that were not in my thing. And she was
Mhm.
like, yeah, it takes 3 to 5 business days for us to refund you your money
No.
because there's a hold on your account. And I was like, why? I asked her, I was like, why does it take so long to refund me my money?
Because you're going to have to go buy those things like
Because now,
immediately when I
right,
need them.
now I
Yeah.
have to go to the store because one of the items was pizza, which is one of the few things that Ariana will eat.
Right.
So I was like, so now I have to figure out how I'm going to get to the store to buy said thing. And she was like, well, we put a temporary hold. And I was like, I understand you put a temporary hold,
But
but
like, why
why?
is it taking so long?
Right, but why would the temporary hold take 3 to 5 days to lift? That is dumb. Like, because again, if I use a delivery service to deliver my groceries, which Kroger, by the way, does not use like their own drivers. It's not like Walmart, where like Walmart uses their own drivers. I don't know if people know that, but like Walmart has like their own people through Walmart that deliver the groceries if you do it through Walmart. So it's not like they are using outsourced people at Kroger anyway
Yeah.
to deliver the groceries. So why does it take so long to give me a refund?
I don't know. That doesn't make any sense.
That's so dumb. So I was like, never again. Good morning, Tina. Good morning. Hello, Jessica. Tina is still doing schoolwork today. She did, some last night,
I
but
was
now
gonna say, last time I saw you, Tina, you were also doing schoolwork.
yeah. I think we had this problem last night on Brooklyn's Friends too, but you know what? That's okay because I'm gonna be here for
I like honestly can't be productive unless there are sprints though. Like if it's just free time,
that's what
like I lose hours that way. Like I'm like, what all morning, honestly, although I've been fiddling with iMovie for hours. Irritated, to be truthfully honest. But that's a whole other story that we
this
just won't go down that path.
this is also me because
But
like they was like, I don't understand why you don't why you just sit around? I'm like, nobody has sprints, so
I feel like there
what am I
used to be
supposed
more daytime sprints. Like now there's like never any daytime sprints or it's hit or miss. Like I'd say 50% of the time there's daytime sprints.
And honestly, I chalk this.
Maybe I just don't follow people who are doing daytime sprints. So if you
It's
know
that I
more,
think,
let me
but I also kind of chalk it up to like the time of the year. Like all the kids are at school, and on the weekends, like especially if you have little kids, they don't have any kind of like activities.
yeah.
So like people that were doing daytime sprints, like Rye during the summer, like she's a teacher, so she can't do daytime sprints during the school
Well,
year.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
You know, and then like people like Michelle who used to sprint all the time, she doesn't because she has
Everyone needs a break. Yeah.
children. So like, yeah, but I get what you're saying though. Like I
I
understand.
want more daytime sprints, but I can't personally do them. Needs
Right. And like
help with them.
I used to do daytime sprints, but now I sleep during the day. So like and I
Yeah,
can't do them because I sleep. So like I get what you're saying though. Because there definitely used to be way more daytime
there
sprints
definitely used to be. It's okay that there isn't. I would be more productive if there were.
if there were. Right.
I
Same.
would do better.
Oh no, I'm not paying $17.95 for that. That can get it. Those can just come at 4 o'clock. Maybe. Okay. Um, where am I looking? I have no idea. Okay, yes, same problem last night. Finished yesterday's homework before we went to sleep. Here for the long haul, planning to finish Jade City and Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo.
Nice.
Both wonderful books. I mean, I've only read 95 pages of Jade City.
Yeah, I haven't read Jade City, but I want to really badly. But I
Well,
love
and really the only reason I only read that many pages was because why was it that I did that? Oh, it's because I didn't want to like I wasn't like in the headspace for it when it was given to me because it was gifted to me like in the summertime. And I was like, I'm going to read this chunky fantasy in the summer. Absolutely not. No. Fantasy summertime is not time for fantasy.
fair.
I'm going to finish snacking on some pizza rolls and pick up Kingdom of the Wicked.
Nice.
Wonderful. It's only 12 p.m. Hopefully, I'll finish it before 11 like I did yesterday. Yeah. And I mean, I'm here for 24 hours, so you have time. You know what I'm
We've
saying?
got lots of sprints happening. At least
Okay.
I'll be productive for the next 24 hours.
Right. Yes. So, okay. So, I don't really know how this is going to go. I mean, we're going to read, but I don't. Do we ever know how 24-hour sprints go? Not really. Reading a bunch of things. We're going to be focusing on Grilled for Murder by Maddie Day. Wonderful.
Nice.
City Slow. Yeah, I did read up until this, and like the only thing I'm gonna say about Jade City with sex scenes, don't expect the sex scenes to be good because they're not. Like you need to just take the sex scenes as they are. Because when I tell you the first sex scene, they're literally they're doing it and literally having an entire conversation. Like having a conversation like you and I are having a conversation right now.
I've heard this about Jade City, but every time
But
I find it odd.
actually, but like we're supposed to believe that they're like in the throes of passion. And like when I read it, I went back and reread it because I was
Yeah,
like, I had to have read this incorrectly. Like
right.
something like there's no way that I read this
And
correctly.
that's what's happening.
And
Yeah.
I went back and I reread it and I was like, no, I read it correctly. Um wow. Wow. Okay. And I was just like, okay, that's fine. Like we're just gonna keep going.
Yeah.
And that's fine. Good morning, Chrissy. Good morning, Leandra. Working. Maybe they will. I have 3 books on the docket. Only one of them is down here because I had to come downstairs to make coffee, and which I still haven't done. But I mean, it's gonna happen in a minute. Book scavenger hunt and the live shows happening tomorrow.
Nice. Tina always has the best cozy
Yes.
titles. Always.
Best.
Always.
Found it good, but way too fast out of the blue. Yeah, I just found it awkward because, like, you're not going to be I mean, you can talk during sex. Like, I'm not saying you can't, but you're not going to be talking about war strategy during sex. You know, at least not without like some panting or something. I just felt like the conversation was much too casual for what we were
Yeah,
supposed to believe they were doing.
that
But
makes sense.
that's fine. Like it's fine. Um Lunch break, wonderful, amazing title, amazing book series, cozy mystery set in an Indiana. Wait, set in Indiana in a country store diner. Oh, I might have to read this because I live in Indiana. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but that sounds wonderful, truly. Okay, so I'm gonna be starting in the weeds. Are you also starting this?
Yeah, I haven't started yet.
Okay.
Like I said, I was dealing with the iMovie saga of the morning of trying to get my video not to look absolutely awful.
Well,
It's not great still. I don't know why it filmed so weird, but it's as good as it's gonna get at this point. So we're just gonna overlook
it is what it is, you know?
I fiddled with it for like 4 hours. So
It is what it
it
is.
is what it is at this point.
So I finished Secretly Yours. I gave it 4 last night.
Yay. Okay. So I know we had already discussed the kitchen, but the garden was a whole other
Listen
level.
to me. Listen to me. Listen to me.
Not the vineyard, the garden.
If Tessa Bailey can do a thing, she can write smutty scenes. Like, I'm just saying. I mean, now, like, I kind of want to go back and reread, like, and actually read My Killer Vacation, just not with the audio, like, just physically with my eyeballs. Because I know there's, like, a church scene or something in that one. Like,
Yeah.
now I just want to read it purely for the smut. I don't even care about the plot at this point. Because if Tessa Bailey can do a thing,
I mean,
it is right smut. Because I was like, the garden thing was starting to happen, and I was like, "Are we doing this?
Mhm.
Like, are we? Oh, okay." But also, like, I was on sprints while listening.
Well, I should go back and look at that.
So I'm sure that I was making faces because I can't. If it's like, because Tessa Bailey writes smut, so like if I'm listening to that, like, there's no way for me to not laugh, make a face, something. Like, you're gonna know. And Sam walked in the middle of the garden scene, like, came home from wherever he was at. Oh, he was getting his hair done. Came home from getting his hair done and just walked in my room and scared me because I didn't see, like, who it was. I was looking down.
Yeah.
I thought that it was Austin. So I ripped the headphones out. Like, I literally was, like, listening, and then I saw, like, someone walk in, and I was like, and he was like, "What's wrong?" And I was like, "I'm sorry." I was like, "You just walked in at, like, the hottest part of this book. How can I help you? What can I
do for you?"
What can I do for you? But no, I'm giving it 4.5 stars. I have a reason why I'm giving it.
I didn't give it 5 either.
5 stars.
I only gave it 4 because I don't do half stars. If I did half stars, it probably would have been a 4.5 as well.
The biggest reason I'm giving this 4.5 stars is because yo girl, I cannot get behind the reason for the third act breakup. I just feel like it was a big thing of miscommunication that no one dealt with it.
Yeah.
And, like, instead of dealing with it, we just disappear for 2 weeks. And I just cannot.
Yes,
that ruins literally nothing. Like, that literally ruins nothing. It's the only way I can put it without ruining things. But, like, no.
I agree. We're
supposed to be like.
But I kind of felt like that with It Happened One Summer, because It Happened One Summer was as I was going to give it 5 stars until that third act breakup, and I was like, seriously?
And my thing is this, I understand that in contemporary romance we're gonna get third act breakups. I get that part.
Yeah, but
But
they have to make sense.
but I need the third act breakup, and I'm still not gonna like the third act breakup because I don't like that trope.
No, but if it makes sense, I'm okay to overlook it. But if it
Right.
absolutely makes no sense, I cannot overlook
I
it.
feel like a lot of
I
times
will never like it. I don't think
feel
it's necessary
now in
in
dark
every
romance
romance book.
or in what would be considered like dark or smutty romance, right? We tend to still get third act breakups, and sometimes they are because of miscommunication, but at least we get like the real life scenario of like, you've
Yeah.
hurt me, I don't want to talk about this right now,
Mhm.
which isn't an explanation, but at least it's something like.
Right.
And I feel like in contemporary romance, when we get a third act breakup, we get a third act breakup because of miscommunication that could have been discussed, but y'all just didn't
There's
discuss it. It's
there's
weird.
some that I if I give a contemporary romance 5 stars, it's because I believed the third. Like I'm like, okay,
Third
that
act
makes sense.
Right.
Or it doesn't have one, which is every once in a while.
Right, which
Um,
every once in a while you'll get it where it doesn't have one at all,
every once
which
in a while.
hallelujah to those holy grails.
Right. But like as long as I can be like, okay, that makes sense. But if I go no adult humans ever
Right.
would ever communicate this poorly. I just cannot. I have to deduct just a little. I have to deduct.
And that was my biggest thing was I was like, I understood. No, I didn't. I did not understand. Because at first I was like, okay, maybe I can understand like where these two characters are coming from.
No.
But then I was like, but one character didn't even get to explain themselves before the other character was just like, peace out. And then when that character realized that they had disappeared for 2 weeks, they were like, not again. And I was like, no. And then it just like wrapped up with like
Yeah,
a pretty little bow. And I was
I
like,
agree. I agree.
y'all didn't do no therapy, y'all didn't do nothing.
Right. I totally agree. Also, are you not excited that the second book follows Natalie?
Yes, I am.
Because frankly, I'm thrilled about this.
Because I mean, I really did like Hallie as a character. Like
Me too. I liked all the characters, but I really liked Natalie.
Yeah, Hallie was such like a fun character, but I definitely was like, I need more Natalie in my life just because
Yeah.
she's such like a hot mess. Like, I don't know why I love hot mess characters, but I just
Yeah,
do.
I agree.
Because Natalie gives me that same like different way, but like that same feeling that like Finley Donovan gives me.
Yeah, I could see that.
Because they're just both such like hot mess relatable characters,
Mhm.
you know?
Yeah, I'm
Mm,
very excited about that in June, guts to say.
I'm so ready. I need to read more Tessa Bailey books. Yeah, I personally like the Tessa Bailey books that I have read. I've read, well, this will be my third one because I read this one and then I read It Happened Last Summer and Hook, Line, and Sinker. Now, I did read those two out of order by accident because I didn't know Hook, Line, and Sinker was part of a series or duology. Um, and I requested it off NetGalley, just trying to like enhance my romance. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? That rhymed. I did not mean to do that. Um, and then I read them out of order, but like I still enjoyed them. I'm pretty sure I gave both of them 4 stars or 4.5 stars. I don't remember, but I gave them pretty like high ratings because like they were good. But also, I know some people like you seem to like one book better than the other. I kind of liked both the same,
I
but I
Hook, Line,
also
and Sinker is my least favorite Tessa Bailey book.
yeah, but I also like love
And
Schitt's
that
Creek.
includes My Killer Vacation in that, and
Like
it's my least favorite.
I think I also really like Schitt's Creek, and I could see all the parallels with Schitt's Creek. So those books could just do no wrong for me. You know what I'm saying? Only read it half one summer and loved it. I mean, this is basically. I'm not very like. I'm not very like couth when I'm like, what do you want, dude? Like,
Honestly, though, if you've read that scene, I'd be like, no one can speak to me right now. Like, I need to digest what I'm reading.
because he was like, "Are you good?" And I was like,
No. No, I'm not.
"Why are you here?" Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but like, also get out. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
I
saying?
need to finish what I'm reading.
Yeah, I here's and the thing is, like, it's not even. It wasn't even really the disappearing thing. It was just the no communication thing for me. Like, that
Yeah.
was my thing. Was like, if you need to take time, that's fine. Like, that's a human reaction. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But don't take time by not communicating. That's
totally
not.
agree.
No, that's not the thing. That's not the move.
I think honestly, if the ending would not have been that way, it would have been a 5-star for me.
Yeah, I agree with this because I was juggling between 4.5 and 4.75, but I give 0.25 stars.
Yeah.
So, um, yeah, because like even my book journal has 0.25 stars in it. I mean, not
Mhm.
after a 1 star because I'm not going to give a book
1.25 stars.
0.25 or 0.75. Like, if it's that bad, I probably DNF'd it. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
true.
Um, but this also wasn't like my highest rated Tessa Bailey out of the 3 that I've read. I liked the duology better, if I'm gonna be honest.
I think I liked not Hook, like, nope, It Happened One Summer better.
Yeah,
This is probably my second favorite Tessa Bailey book.
but like it was
I
good.
haven't read the Love Her or Lose Her series, which is Kelsey's favorite,
I have not read this
and I
series
haven't read that yet.
either. So,
So maybe I'm missing out.
office closed early due to a snowstorm. I'm excited to be here so early. Oh, welcome. So excited to have you. I mean, snow sucks, but like glad to have you.
I know we're supposed to get an ice storm tonight, and I'm not happy about it. I'm like, please don't let me lose power, but we're getting 3 hours of ice, so we probably will.
Yeah. So I watched
Mhm.
Schitt's Creek back in 2021, back
Mhm.
before. So I dated someone before Mr. Reading Maniva. Blasphemy, I know. But I dated someone before him for like 6 months I mean, this person and I are still friends. So like if they watch this, hello, you know who you are. But like we were long distance, so our thing was like watching shows, together apart. Anyway, so we watched Schitt's Creek and like I love that show, but I didn't know that there were books because, like, back then, like, I wasn't reading romance.
Right.
I was reading like dystopian and fantasy, and that's like it. Oh, and thrillers, and that's like it. Um, but when I found out that it was like a Schitt's Creek retelling, if you will, I was like, sign me up. My favorite is Love Her or Lose Her, and It Happened One Summer. Okay, I've not read Love Her or Lose Her.
No, I haven't read it's a series. It's like 3 books. I
Well,
know.
maybe in the summertime. I can't commit to that right
Maybe
now.
we'll read it together.
Yeah, we could do that. Um, yeah. So yeah, I didn't know. I just wanted to watch Schitt's Creek because I have problems with watching shows that aren't completed.
Yeah, fair.
The only exception to this is Grey's Anatomy, which I'm slowly catching up on, even though it's still technically going.
Mhm.
Um, but everyone else had watched Schitt's Creek already. Like everyone had talked about it, spoiled it. Like not that I remember any spoilers because do I remember anything? No. But everyone had already watched it by the time that I watched it. And so like I literally watched 2021 and I think it stopped in like 2020 or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
I don't mind watching shows that aren't completed, but I will not watch a first season because and that
yeah,
be the only thing out because I have been burned too many times liking a show that does not get picked up
and
after the first season, and I will not do it any longer.
that's the problem that I have with Netflix shows. Cause there was it was like teenage vampire hunter show. I can't remember what it was called. First Bite.
Yeah, that's off the
And
Victoria Schwab short story.
and I watched that and then they didn't pick it up for another season. And I was like, y'all are a bunch of hoes. Like honestly, like I'm mad. And then they also did that to me with Santa Clarita Diet. They gave us, I think, like 3 seasons.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's 3 or 4 seasons.
And then stopped the show. But like y'all didn't give me a conclusion.
Yeah.
I hate everything. It's fine. My favorite genre to read. You want my opinion, or you want Mr. Reading with Neva? Because according to Mr. Reading with Neva, my favorite genre is smut. Okay. Which like I don't disagree.
I would say that he's slightly correct because I would have said dark romance. So
Yeah,
we're gonna start off what Mr.
For
Reading with
me,
Neva is putting out there.
so for me, it depends on the time of year. I'm just gonna be really honest.
That's true. I'm the
Um,
same way.
Now, this last winter, I did not read a ton of fantasy because I was in a slump. And fantasy and slumps, that does not work out. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But I tend, like this time of year, I tend to read kind of just like a mixture of whatever I pick up. I've read more according to Storygraph, I've read more romance than anything, but I did binge a 3-book dark romance series, so that's probably why. But I mean, I guess I would agree with Brittany, probably dark romance, because if I'm really like not feeling anything, that's like my go-to genre.
Yeah.
But then I think fantasy and thrillers follow pretty close behind.
Yeah.
So yeah. It's just that Mr. Reading with Neva, which is the boyfriend for anyone who doesn't know, he just hears about the smut books. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's why, because I go to him and I'm like, oh my god, you'll never believe what I read. You know what I mean? But like he's been hearing more about the fantasy books because now he wants to read them. So
Right.
reading Legendborn. We will read the series, Kelsey. We'll figure this out. We'll buddy read it, and I'll actually be good at buddy reading. Unlike this time,
Well, wait till you're out of your slump to do it.
Yeah, and I feel like after finishing that other book, I feel much less slumpy now.
I told you that might get you out of your slump because it's like a fast paced. It's happy. It's fluffy. It's smutty. It's all the things that can knock someone out of a slump.
Yeah. So I definitely like, because I finished it and I was like, you know what? Now I feel like I have like my endorphins. You know.
I'm also very excited to continue the Love Light Farm series.
Yeah, me too. So yeah, I do. It's saying at 2 times speed is going to take 5 hours, so I'll probably be able to.
Yeah, I'm not doing it on Scribd, so it doesn't adjust my darn speed.
What are you doing it on, Libby?
Libby.
Oh yeah, I'm doing it on Scribd.
If I don't have to use Scribd, I don't, obviously, because.
Well, I had to. So
I'm at the point now where Scribd is yanking books away from me at a rapid rate because I haven't re-upped yet.
In the Weeds was already downloaded, so I think that's why it's letting me do it, because I had to screw with it yesterday to get it to let me read Secretly or so. But yeah, I am going to start In the Weeds, and then Brittany and I are buddy reading that for Rom-Comathon, and I think I might actually finish it, so that'll be 2 books for Rom-Comathon. I mean, it's been going on all week.
Question for everyone, because we have basically the same subscribers. So this is a good question since we're talking about this, and I've already talked to Kelsey and everyone in the Besties chat. I am doing 7 and 7 for Rom-Comathon, and my vlog is already got almost 50 hours of footage, and I still have not 50 hours, 50 minutes of footage, and I have 3 more books to read. So would everyone want a very long Rom-Comathon vlog, or would you prefer a part 1, part 2 situation?
I mean, for me personally, this is just me. I'm
leaning towards just making it long, but
I prefer that if it's going to be long, just make it long.
Yeah, that's what I'm leaning towards. But
like Gavin's, the ones that he does where he reads like whole series in one vlog.
Yeah,
I just will chunk it up. So like I will just watch we'll say like 30 minutes. Like let's say it's a 2-hour video. I'll watch like 30 minutes, and then when I get bored of watching it, I just switch to something else and then come back and watch more later. But if it's like a part 1, part 2, like I'm not always inclined to go to part 2.
Yeah, I don't know how much. It's 50 minutes of raw footage, so obviously it's not 50 minutes of footage because there's editing. I'm saying it's probably at 35 right now, so let's say it doubles. It's going to be close to an hour.
I mean, I would watch it.
Which is definitely by far the longest video I've ever put out by a hot by a hot minute.
Bridge into Tina's neighborhood is flooded, apparently.
That's not good.
Ooh. Yeah, she means in or out. Neighborhood, we call it a hollow, pronounced hollow, which is a winding road. Interesting.
I love Scribd.
I mean, I really like Scribd because basically how I find books.
There's no way I could get the audio.
The order in which I try to find audiobooks, I go to Scribd first. Then I go to Hoopla if I can't find it on Scribd. And I only go to Scribd first because I'm like literally paying for it. So because I'm paying for Scribd, I always check Scribd first. Then I go to which Mr. Reni also uses Scribd because he can read graphic novels and comics on there. And then I go from Scribd to Libby. Well, no, I go from Scribd to Hoopla to Libby, and then if I can't find it in any of those places, I go buy.
Yeah, I always do Libby first, just because Scribd starts. I always use more audiobooks from Scribd per month than they like allow me. Well, so if I can get them from Libby, I will, just so that I can guaranteedly get the ones that I absolutely need from Scribd. Scribd.
Libby, the only thing with Libby is like all the time the books that I'm looking for have holds.
Yeah.
Why I check Hoopla first, because sometimes Hoopla won't have holds, or if they have holds, it's only like 2 people. Now, Hoopla does give you books for 21 days, so you can be waiting up to that like 42 day mark. But I would rather wait the 42 days and only be like the second person in line than wait like 6 months and be person 500.
Yeah.
Long for them.
Yeah, I definitely meant 50 minutes.
Yeah, 50 minutes. Yeah.
I've vlogged my whole week, just start to finish, no breaks, just the whole thing. Okay, I'll just leave it long then.
Tina apparently is using the wrong account. That's okay.
That's fair.
Mostly use Scribd. Yeah, I like Scribd. It's just that Scribd starts to minimize how many books you can have. Like it'll start doing the available on blah blah blah, and I'm like, no, I'm gonna need that right now. Thanks so much. Read like 15 books a month on Scribd.
Yeah, me too. It's just I need specific books sometimes for like videos, and those are always the ones that they snatch from my clutches when I get low.
And here's the thing, is that the books that I save, I am going to read. It's just about when. You know? That's my problem, personally. Is that every book that I save, like, because I have a bunch of books that are saved, and then I just delete the ones, like, after I'm done with them, or I've decided I'm not going to read them. Like, I unsave them, you know? But every book that I save, I plan to read, if that makes sense. But I was able to find like a bunch of like Colleen Hoover books on Scribd.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but I could find enough of them, which I am going to do a Colleen Hoover vlog, but I'm going to do it differently because when I deleted everything out, like I did lose the footage for that, but like I was so overwhelmed by like how many videos I had just like staring at me that were like half done or half edited or whatever. I think what I'm going to do, because I haven't, most Colleen Hoover books, I have not listened to them like as audio. So I think what I'll do is I will pick ones, even if they're ones that I've technically already read. I'll just pick ones that I want to listen to and then do it that way and then react to them that way, because I think I can get more read. Because my original goal was to read her entire backlist by the time I was 31. That did not happen. I read, I think, like half of her backlist. So, yeah. So what I do, I save I save them just because otherwise I'm not going to remember if Scribd had them or not.
I don't think they care how many you save.
But it doesn't really matter how many you
It's
save.
just how many you read. So after you read 5, you'll start to see like higher, more popular books kind of start to not be available until your pay date. Like it'll say available again on whatever your pay date is.
Yeah. Yeah. So like mine will say like available March 3rd because March 3rd is the day that I pay for
See,
Scribd.
mine's February 18th. So I like re-up tomorrow. So all of them will come back to me tomorrow. But as of right now.
But that doesn't help you today. You know what I'm
No.
saying?
No, it does not.
Snowing. I cannot with snow. It's just been like raining here and it's disgusting. If I'm gonna be honest with you. It's really just about like they start to get finicky about it after you read like 5 books. And then I'm like, okay, but I listen to more than 5 books in a month. So
It is unlimited. It's just not always unlimited in the titles you want
to be unlimited. Yeah.
to be
I
unlimited.
do find that like if they're older books or if
There's
they're
always something that you can read,
yeah,
which
or if
is
there are books that I've had sitting in my save for a while that they will let me read those. Like if they're
Mhm.
already saved and or downloaded, they'll let me read those. Um But that doesn't mean that I wanna read those right then, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Hello.
Okay.
So a bit poorly and tired of just sitting in bed staring at the walls. I mean, you don't have to be part of the readathon to participate in sprints. Okay, you can still be here. It's fine. This just happens to be my weekend for Battle of the Boy Bands. So that's why these are Battle of the Boy Bands sprints. You know what I mean? Hello, Tia. Okay, do we want to do a sprint?
Yes, I want to read. I have to read this whole book today.
Yeah, I have to read this whole book today too.
Yeah, but I'm not going to be up for 24 hours.
That's true. Well, I have 2 other books. I don't know if I'm going to read Dear Justice or not. I started it last night and
Too heavy?
it's not even that it's too heavy because Dear Martin was pretty heavy. I just don't know if I necessarily care about this character.
Right.
Because and it's not and I know what she was trying to do with it. She was trying to balance out the series. So like Dear Martin, we follow Justice,
Mhm.
who is a black kid who was raised like in poverty, whatever, but he's very smart. So
Mhm.
he's able to like get scholarship and go to this more like prestigious high school. And then he like gets into Yale and all this stuff, right? Which I understand is like not like the typical story in Black America.
Mhm.
So what she did was she wrote Dear Justice, which follows one of the characters um from Dear Martin, he's in jail for, I believe, killing a cop, I think is what it is. But we're following him, and he writes letters to Justice from prison. But I didn't have, and the point was is that she had black children that had read her book that came to black teenagers that came to her and were like, "This isn't our story. Like you're our like, can you be our voice and write our story?" Which like I understand but I didn't have really a connection with the character that we're following in this second book. So I don't know that I care enough to read about this character because he wasn't like a prominent character. You hear about him and you know that he's in prison because Justice goes and visits him in jail at some point in the book, which I can't tell you why he goes because that would ruin the whole book, but he goes and visits him in jail at one point. So like you meet this character, I just don't know if I care about this character.
Right on.
How I just feel like I could read another book that paints the same picture and care
Mhm.
about the character. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Ontario long weekend, finishing up some work stuff. We also have a long weekend.
Me too.
President's Day.
We have Family Day, which is the same as Ontario.
The children do not have school Monday or Tuesday. So pray for me. If I have to work from tomorrow to Tuesday. So Ari's gonna be taking naps because I don't know what else to do. Reading a nonfiction called A Year to Change Your Mind, ideas from the therapy room to help you live better, and also a middle grade called The Icy Pirates.
Nice.
Wonderful. Hello, E. Harris. 40% through the fourth Mindfuck series. I will be reading that after 2 or 3 p.m. Wonderful. I need to like continue this series.
Yeah, Nova Scotia has Family Day too. I know we were Cal and I were talking about this because Cal's in Ontario and is a booktuber and was like, I have Monday off. And I was like, me too. But I don't think it's every province. I know it's not Quebec. I don't know what provinces it is, but Ontario and Nova Scotia for sure.
This does tend to happen. I also do this sometimes. All right, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to do a 45-minute sprint. At some point, the sprints may get longer just because, you know, I'm going to be here for 24 hours. So at some point, they usually get longer. When that is, who knows? But we'll go ahead. We'll start a 24-hour sprint. No, a 45-minute sprint.
No, ma'am.
Just one long sprint the whole time. 45-minute sprint. So we will see everyone in 45 minutes.
Neva, you have to start the timer.
Hello.
Hey,
How do we do?
I got to 13%.
I got to 14%, so we're at the same.
Basically, the same. I feel like the amount of Backstreet Boys references makes this need to be a Backstreet Boys steal prompt. Like,
It
somehow.
really does. I was like, dang,
I was
okay.
like, okay, then. Clearly not Team in Sync, but I'll use it to steal maybe a Backstreet Boys prompt because
Right. But I
clearly the
also
book wants to be a Backstreet Boys prompt.
love like when books are written for older millennials.
Right?
Like
I'm
just
like,
because
oh,
I feel like
thankfully.
I feel like older millennials get lost. Like,
Yes.
because everybody thinks of
Because there is a big difference between older millennials and like your typical
and
millennial.
millennials, right? And millennials and Gen Z tend to get like lumped together.
Hmm.
And then like the older millennials and Gen X get lost.
Yeah.
Because everybody talks about like boomers, and then everybody talks because like Sam will make comments about because he's Gen X, right?
Hmm.
And he'll make comments about millennials, and I'll be like, I don't know who you're talking about, but I'm an older millennial, and so you're not talking about me with these references that you're using, sir.
Yeah.
Oh no. What are you
And I
thinking?
feel like millennials have no idea about some things that like we know about because we were
They
alive
don't.
for it. Right?
Right.
It's somewhat like, how we were talking the other night with Kelsey and
With
those
Kelsey, yeah.
years with like MySpace and things like, yeah, we're only 3 or 4 years apart, but like those were really big 3 or 4 years in the like
And,
evolution of technology and pop culture. And there's a lot
and
that happened.
technically, we're all millennials.
Yep.
But Kelsey is a younger millennial, so she doesn't
Correct.
remember things.
Yep.
Yeah. What are you thinking so far? Are
I'm
we
liking it so far. I do wish I have a suspicion. This is just from memory. I haven't looked it up, but I think it's the same narrators as Love Light Farms.
I think it is. It
And I kind
sounds
of wish it wasn't, just because I think of I don't mind it for the male voice, but for the female voice, it sounds too much like Stella to me that I'm having a hard time thinking of it as Evelyn.
so I think here's what I've kind of
But
like
I'm sure give me another hour and I will have adjusted to this being
no.
Evelyn.
Here's what I think I've done, and this is because I listen. Okay, so it's like with Ice Planet Barbarians.
Mm-hmm.
So I've listened to the first 1.5 books because I
Yeah.
started book 2 last year, and then it went back to the library, and I never checked it back out because I was like, I know myself, and if I read these, I'm just gonna binge them
Yeah.
because I have access to every book through my library through audio, and that series, if you listen through audio, it's always the same 2 people.
Yeah.
So I think in my head I can separate it because
Yeah.
I was able to separate it for Ice
Well,
Planet.
I'm okay doing that when it's like the same narrator in a different series. But for some reason, because it's the same series,
Yeah, but Ice Planet Barbarians,
it's the same series.
the same
Yeah.
2 narrators and different, but they are different people in each book.
People. Yeah. So I'm just having I'm not having it with the male narrator, which I'm assuming was the same one for Luca, but I just obviously don't
Remember it?
remember as well as I remember Stella's voice.
I guess I could look. Hold on.
I'm pretty sure it's the same. I didn't look, but I'm pretty sure.
Pippa Jane and Dane Anderson.
Is that who did Love Light Farms or who did this one?
That's who did this one. Please hold. Okay, so in Love Light Farms, we only get the one perspective, but it is Pippa Jane.
That's why I'm not doing it with the male perspective. That's why. Because I'm like, I'm
Because
not noticing it with the man.
we only follow
That's why.
Ella in the first one.
That's why.
In first person. But Pippa Jane, it appears, is the narrator for all 3. Yeah.
Okay.
Now it does look like they changed the male narrator in Mixed Signals
Oh, okay.
to Julio Maxwell. And in The Weeds, it's Dane Anderson. So here's the thing. I don't mind that it's the same female voice. And here's why I'm saying this. Because I would rather it be the same female voice for the entire series than to have that like 1 or 2 books where I fucking hate the female voice.
That's true.
Like,
That's true.
and I think that's another reason that I'm like, it's okay. I can separate it because at least I know that it's going to be consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've definitely listened to series of books where we follow different characters, so we get different narrators, and it's like this second or third book that I want to rip my ears off from
I
listening to
agree.
her voice.
I agree with that.
So, yeah. No, thank you. I'm gonna break for lunch and do laundry. Okay, we will see you when you come back. Hello, Kiana. But I am enjoying this. I really like all the characters that we meet in
Me
the
too.
first book, so I'm like not mad about who we follow in these. I do need to buy these physically though because I have the first one.
Same.
And I could hate this one and I would still buy the book just
The
because
covers are excellent. I don't expect to hate this. Like I expect to really like this. Like it would have to
yeah, me too.
it would have to go like awry.
Real left. Once I
It would
get my
really
shelves the way I want, I plan on like displaying different books like per the season, and like this set of books will be books like the Love Light Farms one definitely at Christmas time. In the Weeds, like with the way the cover is more like spring summery to me, but
well, yeah, I think the only one that is, and I would not say Love Light
it's
Farms
not
is
even
really that fall.
Christmas.
It's not really Christmassy.
Christmassy.
It does take place around Thanksgiving, and yes, it is at a Christmas tree farm, but is it Christmassy? No.
But the cover is Christmassy.
The cover is Christmassy, yeah.
So you can get a I mean, it's definitely I wouldn't like tell people like read this at Christmas, but like the cover is definitely Christmas.
But I kind of feel like everybody was.
But I think that's because sorry. I think that's because the cover is Christmassy.
Mm-hmm.
The cover is a bit misleading, but it's pretty, so I don't care.
Agreed.
Got something to eat, reorganize my room, slam my ankle into a metal basket. No. All while rewatching You. Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to be careful. Thank you so much. Good Lord. Took a sick day. I hope you feel better.
Better, Kiana.
Did a bit of journaling and filmed a few things for various videos. Oh, that reminds me. I need to update my vlog.
Are you vlogging the 24 hours or are you just vlogging rom-comathon?
No, so I'm not vlogging rom-comathon at all.
Okay. So you're vlogging the 24 hours.
I started the vlog for 24 hours last night after I got off of, or this morning, however you want to look at it, after I got off of Brooklyn Sprints so that I would have an opening clip. I was going to vlog rom-comathon, but I have failed so badly that there's just no point.
Fair.
At this point, I do, at some point today, need to sit down and film January's, like, well, really the first, like, 14 books that I read this year. I need to film that segment for the wrap-up, and then the rest of the wrap-up is vlogged.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, like, I got behind. Like, I finished so many books at work and then didn't update the vlog because I can't film at work.
Yeah.
So, I'm not even really supposed to take pictures at work. But as long as there's nothing, like, in the photo that would give it away that I'm at work, there's
Yeah,
not
that makes sense.
told you. But we definitely are not supposed to film at work. And there's no way for me to film at work and, like, update a vlog without you knowing that I'm at work.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, for sure.
I hate when people are like, millennials and other realities of the world. I'm like, excuse me, most of us are 30, 40. Yeah. And that's the thing is that Gen X and older millennials, we get lost. It's like they forget that there's like a whole portion of generation. It's very strange.
Well, I think it is really because that generation, they're like in 20 years, there isn't usually that much change in like how the world works. But in that particular 20 years, There was a lot.
And we also had parents that were different.
Absolutely.
Like, oh, I also have to read at least like 3 chapters of this today because this is for my other book club, the one that's behind a paywall. But anyway, this is the book that they picked. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not very excited for this book. It's my fault because I'm the one that gives the choices and then everyone votes.
Then why did you pick it?
Because it's on my shelf and it's one of my 23 in 2023.
Oh, fair.
If I do not read it, it has to be on hold. And I would rather read it before I would rather read the books that are on that list before unhauling. Like I
need to get a move on my self-destruct books.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing
thing.
This is one of the ones that's self-destruct because this was part of my very first Walmart haul that I did like on sprints where I was like, you guys want to see my books? Look it up. Like, yeah, that's what this is from. And I still haven't picked it up. I picked this up blindly because I had already picked up Evelyn Hugo, like the physical copy of it. I'd already listened to the audio, but I wanted the physical copy because I do want to annotate that at some point. And I feel like there's a cheating trope in this because I don't know. I know that technically they like take a break for a year if they're married.
Yeah.
But she embarks on Lauren embarks on a journey of self-discovery. And it says on here that she like meets someone else. Which I get it. Like y'all are on a break. But it's still like a fine line for me.
Yeah. No.
I actually put this one and Red, White, and Royal Blue, but that community, in case anyone from that community is watching, this is no slam like against that community because I love the hustling community. I don't know why I thought anyone would pick Red, White, and Royal Blue because it's gay, and a big portion of that community are Christians.
Right.
I mean, I am too, but like, also we love gay things, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do need to read some of this. I don't know how long. I was gonna read I might read all of part 1 today. Because it's only 72 pages. It's only this much.
Oh yeah, you can definitely do that.
And I have the audio on Scribd. So I think I am gonna try to read some of that. I am gonna return Dear Justice. I just don't care. Which I feel a little bit bad about, but I just don't feel like I feel like she did this book because people asked for it, which is fine. And I'm sure that I know that there are people that will relate. Ronaldo, so nice to see you.
Oh. Ronaldo.
Oh, here's a funny. So I had changed the name, right? So I went on Brooklyn Sprints last night as Fancy Nancy because I forgot that I had changed it. So I get on there and Brooklyn is like looking at the thing like she didn't say anything. And then I looked at my name and I was like, "Oh well, that's embarrassing." And she's like, "I was wondering who Fancy Nancy was," and I was like, "Yeah, it's a Bessie's book club thing." Embarrassing. Anyway, hello, Ronaldo. How you doing?
I'm only gonna be here for a little bit. I'm at school, but I don't have any more classes.
Bro?
This is my closet office.
I was gonna say, are you in a closet?
It's my closet. I don't have an office. It's funny. Like there's 3 garages in my classroom, and each garage, I guess, was an office for like that teacher. Because like there's a band closet, and then my closet, and then the theater closet. So this is my closet office.
Well, it's so good to see you.
I know. I'm so happy to see you. I didn't think I'd see you.
I made my list. I made my list of people to add to the because I'm just gonna do it as like, oh my god, what is happening? doing? I'm sorry. I'm just gonna like add everybody at the end, like how Brittany usually does, where she like adds everybody at the end. Like I'm just gonna do that.
I had everybody at the beginning.
You add, well, okay. Why do we get a notification? Is
It
it
only notifies when you end the stream
that's
for anybody.
That's the dumbest crap I've ever heard in my life. Anyway,
But you're tagged the whole way through. It doesn't matter which way you do it, but you don't get notified until the stream ends.
that's so dumb.
No matter when you're tagged in it.
In my opinion, that's dumb.
Okay, well, wait. What are y'all reading?
Although even that's sketchy because Brooklyn tagged all of us last night, but I didn't get notified until like 11 o'clock this afternoon.
What?
Yeah, so YouTube, when it notifies you, is all over the place.
Okay, YouTube is just stupid. Yeah, so I'm gonna add everybody, but I was gonna add you anyway, just because the besties get added regardless.
There you go. But I see her.
Sorry for anyone that's mad about that. But the besties get added to like my videos if I remember to tag people anyway. I'll at least, because unfortunately, what annoys me is that you can't like tag
StreamYard.
Well, you can't, and you can't tag people like in your, because I have like my default set.
Yeah, you can't tag people in that.
That way you have to put their entire link. I'm not doing that.
Yeah. What I've been doing is, and I most of the time remember now, is when I schedule it in StreamYard, I go right to YouTube and tag everybody then.
Yeah.
So that I don't forget.
I think because we're going to be having a StreamYard meeting again about something very exciting coming soon. I think what I'll do is I will, when we do that, I'm going to try to kind of like streamline my strategy, because I think that's my problem, is like my strategy is all over the place and I never know what the hell I'm doing.
Sure.
But I am going to replace Dear Justice. I return it to the library, but I'm going to replace it with this Heirs of Neverland book 1. It's called Dust, because we know I'm going to go for a Peter Pan retelling, and any Peter Pan retelling has to be better than Darling Girl. So we're going to
Have you read that? There's a YA Peter Pan one I have that I've been wanting to read, and I own it. Oh, what's it called? Hold on. Oh God. I think
I saw this on
Lost in the Neverwoods. Have you heard of that one?
Oh, I have that. It's by the same person who wrote Cemetery Boys.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to read that. I need to read Cemetery Boys this year too. But I pretty sure I saw this on Instagram. Okay. Pretty sure I saw this book on Instagram. The lady, Jennifer Kampf, I think her name is. She writes like a YA book series about that's like a cross between the Chronicles of Narnia and the Nutcracker.
Oh, right on.
Okay.
But it's like Christian based, kind of like it's a Christian retelling basically. But she had this in her like Christian retelling reel, and I was like, I'm cool with a Christian retelling.
Yeah. Wait, what are y'all reading?
We're both reading In the Weeds.
Oh,
Reni, are you ready to start Stolen Air or not?
Can we start it on tomorrow night?
Yes.
Because I'm doing my 24-hour play starting at 7, and I'm not reading for a whole day.
Since someone decided to put a sticker in my Brutal Prince, so annoying. I'm going to have to just grab it off of Kindle Unlimited, and I just don't really feel like it, if I'm going to be real. So I've decided to take Brittany's advice and just distance myself from Brutal Prince right now, because it's so upsetting to me that she put a sticker.
Well, at least you've already read it.
And I've already read it, so I don't need... I was only going to reread it just to be refreshed on the background of characters, but I think I'm good. I think I'll be fine. But I was going to take this to work with me tomorrow, but I didn't want to get too far ahead. So if we're going to start it tomorrow night, then I will take this to work with me tomorrow and start it then. Because the cover is discreet enough that as long as no one is looking over my shoulder, they won't see anybody naked. So that's
Fair.
it.
Oh, well, really quickly, because I also heard the timer, and also what I was going to say. Oh, you're good, Rachel. You're fine. That's my theater teacher friend.
Wow.
I was going to say, I finished this.
Yes,
And
I saw your thing on Instagram.
well, I didn't want to read this week because I know we're all reading romances, and I've failed epically. I have not failed. This has been a very busy week. This was not it, and I'm very
Oh,
sad. No, because
And I'm
it was really, really, really good until like 85% in. Like I really, really liked it, and then the ending was like garbage.
oh no.
I'm so
That's
annoyed by
actually the
this.
worst.
I'm so annoyed by this because I want to do, I don't know if I'll do it as a video or not. I haven't decided, but I want to do an author taste test at least for myself with B.A. Paris because their book sounds so intriguing to me.
Well, Behind Closed Doors is a 5-star, so
The Prisoner was one that sounded so intriguing. I'm gonna
I
try
just
it anyway.
you should. It's short. It's a
Kelsey.
really quick read.
I know Kelsey's in the comments, and I'm like, is that the one we picked for book club? I gotta look now.
Oh God.
I don't know, but I'm loving this.
Yes.
It's so good. You
Is it
should
good?
both read this. It's
I
fantastic.
should grab it. It's on not my 23 for 2023, but it's on like I have a list of books that I'm trying to prioritize purchasing if people don't gift them to me. If that makes sense.
So wink, wink, nod, nod.
And that's one of them. So
Okay.
but I'll definitely need tabs because you've been tabbing like a
I
madman.
have. I've been living my best life. It's What Normal People by Sally Rooney was not to me because I hated that book. So it's a better version of that.
Let me see. Oh, okay. Here's the rest of that first comment when they actually mean Gen Z. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which like Gen Z is out here like doing the thing. Like, don't get me wrong. I just don't like being lumped in with people that are not my people. You know what I mean? I don't like it. I think I'd struggle with it that if it was all in first person, I would probably be okay. Yeah, and now it is in first person because it changes perspective. So we get like a chapter from the girl perspective, chapter from the guy perspective. I think it just doesn't bother me because I would rather they all be okay. So we're talking about
it's not bothering me, but I think it's just I keep slipping into thinking that it's Stella for like a second. But I think it's also because slightly it's written like they have the same personality, which might be also why I'm thinking that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reni will be back. Yeah, but it doesn't really super bother me. I am charging my big headphones because I just prefer to listen to my audio. Like I've been listening to it just out loud, so I had to slow it down a little bit. Well, it's at 2 speed, but I had it at 2.5, but I had to slow it down to 2 times speed. But they read slow enough that I can listen to it out loud. But I've just figured out that I do not love using these earbuds for a long time. Like they're fine. They were like $50 and like they're good quality. I just don't like using them for a long time. So at some point I'm gonna have to replace my AirPods.
Yeah. I need to like during the day, I use my big headphones when I don't have to listen to the ether.
Yeah.
But if I need to hear anything that's going on, I miss because my house is big-ish. So like if he's like away and I've got the big noise canceling headphones on, I can't hear anything.
Yeah, well, and Ari's not home right now. She won't be home for like
if my child was not home and I didn't have to parent, then that's a different case. But when
she also like today will be in her room and knows not to like wander the house. And like we have a camera downstairs. So if I think for some reason that she's down there, I just look at the camera.
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, you use the big headphones at night. I probably will use the earbuds at some point because if I have to talk to anybody, then I need to have the earbuds in because otherwise I'm like standing there with like one headphone behind my ear and that's like not cute at all.
Yeah.
Audiobook Hook, Line, and Sinker because the voice of the second sister sounded similar to the voice of the first, which I also listened to. Got you. Yeah. I don't know. I think for series, I would almost prefer that it all be the same cast of people just so that I don't have to worry about it being not great. You know?
Yeah, that's fair.
Everyone's saying hello, and that whole week Kiana feels better. 12 pages and going out to buy storm chips. Self-destruct currently has 0 read and 1 unhauled without reading. Yeah, I don't. So basically, what I did was I only self-destructed books that were on my 2023 for 2023 because I knew that I could stick to that. I was like, I don't know if I can stick to unhauling books that are not prioritized. Does that make sense? Because I'll find an excuse to not unhaul it if it's not like a prioritized book. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I have 5 that are self-destruct books. Technically, After I Do, I guess, is not on my 23 books in 2023. But I think because Malibu Rising is on there, and that's a self-destruct book, I was like, well, girl, might as well because I bought them at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So I think in my head, I was like, well, if this one's on there, then the other one has to be too.
Yeah.
But Malibu Rising is a self-destruct book for me, which I am reading that this month anyways. But yeah. The only one that I've had less than a year that's on self-destruct is Fairy Tale by Stephen King. And that's because I keep picking it up and then not reading it. And I have no excuse because I have the audio on script.
Mm-hmm.
Saying hi to Reni. She'll be back, maybe. I don't know. Feeling the FOMO as I'm working. Kels, you'll be here soon. Sooner than you know. Aiden Thomas.
That's who wrote the YA Cemetery Boys, and then
Got you.
Yeah.
I meant to read Cemetery Boys last year, but I felt a lot of pressure to read it because I kept getting it from I put it on hold at the library and then they kept giving it to me. But so many people were waiting for it that it spazzed me out. Like I couldn't concentrate on trying to read it because it would say like 12 people waiting. And that I don't know why it freaks me out like on Libby if there's like more than like 2 people waiting for a book. But then I feel like I either have to return the book or I have to finish it quickly, and I'm not one to just like read a book quickly just to do that, you know?
Yeah, I don't care. I'll just let it sit on my shelf until I know I can't renew it. So then I have to go like, okay, I have it for 3 days and I can't renew it. So either I read it now or I release it to the atmosphere. Like that's the choices that now need to be.
Highly recommend the audio too, as Avi Roquez's narration is fantastic and had me feeling every feeling.
Nice.
Got you. Favorite author, I get a little excited whenever someone mentions them. Yeah, I do really want to read Cemetery Boys. My sister read it last year and she said it was really, really good. Which I take reading advice from my 19-year-old sister because usually she'll be like, yeah, this was good, or no, it wasn't. Because like she's the reason I'm reading that I'm going to read Red, White, and Royal Blue at some point, because the only thing that she said that she didn't really like about Red, White, and Royal Blue is that one of the characters is supposed to be not white, but she said that both characters read very white. And she didn't love that, considering that one of the like talking points of it is that one of them is not white. And she's like, so if we're gonna not write, I mean, the book is written by a white woman, but like she was like, if we're going to write like people of color, maybe write them as people of color. You know? But that's actually why I want to read the new Jodi Picoult book, because she worked with a woman. I'm pretty sure the other author on the new one is called like Honey something. I can see the cover in my head.
The Mad Honey?
That one. I think the author that's listed with her is a woman of color. But I want to read it because I really do like Jodi Picoult. Like, she's like a top author for me. Like, and I read her all through like high school. Yeah, like I do. Like, I don't know. I would say she's an auto buy author, but I won't lie to you. Like, I haven't bought a Jodi Picoult book in years, just because
It's an auto add to TBR author.
yeah. She's definitely like an auto add to TBR author, but I will say that I haven't bought any of, like, all of the books that I own by her are on my Kindle. So
Right.
that tells you how long ago I was buying books by her, because I think the last one that I bought is the first book in the duology that she wrote with her daughter. And it's like a fairy tale
You
retelling.
know which one that is, and I cannot for the life of me think of the name of it.
Between the Pages.
Yes, something like
And
that.
it's like a fairy tale-esque book where the main character, she is like a high school girl, which she writes it with her high school daughter. Like, her daughter is in high school at the time that they write it. And she finds this book of fairy tales at her school library. And when she reads it, this oh, that's my alarm, sorry. This story, my 2 o'clock alarm being like, "Hey girl, time to get up." The story comes to life when she reads it, and so it's like a love story between like her and like the main character Oliver in the book. Like, it's cute, but I haven't read the second one because I need to reread the first one because I haven't read the first one.
Because it's been ages.
I mean, I bought it, I think, when it first came out. I think it came out close to 15 years ago.
Oh, so yeah, it's been a while. I would definitely have to reread it then if it was that long.
And I remember reading it and being like, this is such a cute book. But I would like to actually buy Jodi Picoult's backlist and have them on my shelf, because
I feel like that's a lot of books. Like, I feel like that is an author who has a huge backlist.
It is, but like,
Yeah.
there are a few of them that I would like to go back and reread and annotate, just because some of them, they're just so good. You know what I'm saying? Although I did see a mom reading 19 minutes in the pickup line one day, and I made a face, I think, because Sam was like, "Why are you looking at that woman like that?" Because she was like sitting in her car, like with the physical book, like, and I was like, I just don't know if I would be reading that book in the elementary school pickup line. And he was like, "Why?" And I was like, "You don't know what that book is about?" And he was like, "No." And I was like, "It's a book about a school shooting, like similar to Columbine." And he was like, "Oh." I was like, "I would never." Like, I don't know if now, like, as a parent, I don't know if I could reread 19 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, as a parent that has children in school, like, I don't know, because I did read it when it came out, but most of my Jodi Picoult reading was in high school. Like, I went through a huge Jodi Picoult, like, phase, like, not even a phase. Like, she is like a top 5 author for me. So I just read like everything she had. But as a parent now, there's some of them that I'm like, I don't know if I can read these.
Yeah.
I've heard that I think one of the main characters, Red, White, and Royal Blue, is Mexican. It's either that or Pakistani, Spanish. I don't think he's actually Mexican, like from Mexico. Like, I think he's like some kind of Spanish. I don't know, but he's supposed to have brown skin. I know that. And the way that it's written is very much like a white person writing a person of color, which
not great.
Is usually not great.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Unless they work with a person that is also whatever ethnicity they're writing about, it usually does not translate well.
True.
Just saying. Haven't read it, but I've heard that the element wasn't the best. Yeah. I mean, my sister said that if you go in and you read and you just read it, like you kind of just read it as 2 white characters, that it's not bad. You know what I'm saying? Because she was like, I had to just pretend that both characters were white or it annoyed her, is what she said.
Fair.
So
I have not read Red, White, and Royal Blue.
you have not read it?
No.
I have not read it either.
Honestly, though, I've only really gotten into my romance era in the last couple months, so I haven't read most of contemporary romance, to be honest.
I think I bought it to try to fit into a rom-comathon prompt, and then there wasn't really a nice way to fit it into last year's rom-comathon prompt. So it just got shelved, and I just haven't picked it back up. But I am gonna have to find the audio because I have figured out that I'm just not a physical book girly, like unless I have the audio. Like I'm not gonna read a physical book with my eyes unless I have the audio, unless it's like dark romance, and then I will.
Yeah.
Or like fantasies, I will, because it depends on the book, I think. Because like fantasies, I give myself more time to read them. I don't feel like I'm on such like a time constraint. Now I do still track how long it takes me to read them, but I think it depends on if I feel like the book should be like I should be able to read the book faster than I'm reading it. I
Yeah.
start to wig out about it. But that's why like fantasies will take me a long time to read, and it's just because I allow myself to take the time that I need to read them. She definitely is. She definitely is. And quite a few of her books have been made into movies. The one about what was it called? I can't think of which what is called, but it had my god. Olivia Benson from SVU. I can't think of her actual name right now, like the actress's name.
Oh no.
Okay, we're gonna Google because now this is gonna actually bother me that I can't think of her.
Oh, Olivia? No, that's the character's name.
Olivia Benson is her name. Mariska Hargitay.
I was just about to say, I feel like it's Marissa, but I can't be sure.
Mariska Hargitay. She was in the movie that I'm thinking of. I'm trying to see if it will show me like her backlist.
I feel like that would be a long list.
She's actually not been in as many movies as people think. She does a lot of TV though. But she was in a movie that was adapted from a Jodi Picoult book, and it was about an Amish girl who has a baby out of wedlock.
I don't think I know this movie.
So good. I mean, I'm going to tell you to read the book first, because I will say that the book, they did really well with the movie, especially considering that I think it was on like Lifetime or something. Plain Truth is the movie, and it came out in 2004.
Right on.
Plain Truth was one of the first Jodi Picoult books that I read. I read My Sister's Keeper first because everybody was reading that one.
Yeah. I feel like everyone has read that.
And I actually reread My Sister's Keeper in 2021, and I remember giving it 5 stars the first time I read it. And when I reread it on reread, I gave it 4. I think because I'm more mature now, to be honest with you. So there were some like plot holey things that I was like, don't love this, but the rep in it for seizures was so good, like for epilepsy, so good. And then obviously My Sister's Keeper, like the representation of a child basically being used as like a donor child, so good. Like she really be punching you in the face, you know what I'm saying?
I love that movie too. I feel like that movie was good.
The movie was so good. And then Plain Truth, I remember reading that, and like it just was so good, because I just feel like growing up around the Amish, because there are Amish in Iowa, I feel like things like this happen more often than we think, and we don't think about it.
Yeah.
Because to us, like the Amish just seem so like pure, and you know what I'm saying?
I
Like
do.
we don't think about things like murder or pregnancy out of wedlock. Like we don't think about like first world problems in like the Amish community. So good. And then the other one that I can think of, I don't remember what it was called. but it was about a little boy. It was hard hitting. I read it in 3 days. It felt like it took me 2 weeks to read. Like, that's how, like, out of it I was, like, reading this book because it was so because Jodi Picoult just writes
No,
about
they're heavy. She tackles like some big topics.
heavy things, and this one was about a little boy who something happened to him by an important person in his life. I can't tell you who it is because that kind of ruins like the premise of the book.
Mm-hmm.
Sense. But they think because of the way that he refers to this person, they think that it's one person and then realize it's actually someone else.
Right.
And it was so good. And like the justice at the end, chef's kiss. You know what I'm saying? But it was a rough one. It was rough. If you're going to read Jodi Picoult, please read the trigger warnings.
Seriously.
And unlike Colleen Hoover, Jodi Picoult books have the actual things that happen on the synopsis. So even if you don't want to read trigger warnings, at least read the synopsis of the book first because it will tell you what you need to know before you go in. Mexican American. Okay. We're reminded of that fact I never would have known from his mannerisms.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
He's written very Caucasian. You know what I'm saying? I think the audiobook of Red, White, and Royal Blue is on Scribd. It is.
No, down further, it's not.
It's not. It's not on Scribd. Okay. Well, I had it saved. Yeah, I see it now. I had it on. I think I had it saved at one point. If I can't find it on Scribd, that's fine. Like I will. Yes, Mariska, I will find it on.
I'm sure Libby has it.
Libby. Like somewhere has it that's not Audible.
Yeah.
I am reading cozy mystery series set in an Amish town. The main character is an Amish, and it discusses a lot of serious things like that. Yeah, because like the Amish are for real. Like there's a show on ID Discovery, that's all about murders that have happened in the Amish community and the amount of murdering that happens in the Amish community. Like, because like you don't think about it.
No.
I think it's called like Murder in Amish Country or something. I don't know. But like I was like, oh, this seems interesting. And I was like, there's probably only like 4 episodes. It's like 2 or 3 seasons. And there's like 12 episodes per season.
Wow.
And I'm like, I'm sorry. What is happening? But it's because they think that they'll get away with things.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And they tend to not murder in the traditional ways, yes, but not in the ways we think. Not like with guns or like strangulation. They tend to murder with poison.
Oh.
Because it's harder to detect that because they don't do autopsies.
Right.
And like because there was one case that I watched. I'm not going to go into detail because it was pretty gruesome. Like it was poisoning, but like the way he did it, gruesome. Anyway, but they had to exhume the woman's body because he killed his wife, and it's against their religion because they feel like to do that is like to disturb the person's soul.
Right.
Like once they're in the ground, like they're in there.
Mm-hmm.
But they got permission from the bishop to not only exhume her once, but I think twice, because they were like, "We're pretty sure that your dude here murdered his wife. Like, we need to know."
Mm-hmm.
But I think because they govern themselves, they think that they're not going to get found out.
Right.
But when it comes to things like murder, like the English cops are coming in.
Yes.
Like, I'm sorry. It shows the sweet, loving parts of Amish community, but it doesn't shy away from criticizing their judgment and shame. Yeah. Yes, I did
remember this show on TLC back in the day.
Escaping, or I did watch Breaking. I think it was called Breaking Amish. I did watch like that show, and then also like there was like a spinoff, like a second show that was following the same people, but like after they came, like, not came to America because they were already in America, but like after they
That's the Amish
moved
community.
away from the
Yeah.
Amish community and lived in like New York or whatever. And like I really did like that show. I did feel like it kept to their true experience. Like I'm not going to judge someone else's experience, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's just amazing to me the things that the Amish think that they'll get away with because they govern themselves.
Mhm.
Just it's wild to me, truthfully. Just because they do, we don't think about, like, I don't look at Amish people and I'm not like, oh wow, you probably might murder someone. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
other people give me more of like the skeeves of like, ooh, he could be a murderer. But like Amish people are not those people.
No, I can see what you're saying. It just seems like a very peaceful, like old time worldly life.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think of murder as a thing that the Amish partake in, you know? When people are like, what do you think the Amish do in their free time? You know what I mean? Because like,
Murder isn't your first thought.
you might see someone that
I'm sure that's not what all Amish people do in their
I mean,
free
they
time.
don't, but you know how like sometimes you can like walk through a store or like you pass someone on the street and they kind of just give you like the ick where you're
Yeah,
like,
I
ooh,
do.
you
Yeah.
could be a murderer. You know what I mean? Because they say like 1 in 4 people that you meet or whatever is like a murderer. I don't know if that's true, but that's what they claim. But like, you know how you can feel that? Like I pass Amish people and I'm not like, oh, you could be a murderer. Like I don't think of that. Like I just assume that they like sit in their house and like crochet and read the Bible. Just me, but I'm just saying. From everything I've seen the Amish community, yeah. I mean, but I think when I think of brutal, like when it comes to the Amish community, I think of it more in like a religious sense because they're very strict in their things. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly this. But I feel like I associate that more with their faith, not like we're gonna be out here murdering our wife. And like I mean, it doesn't surprise this part doesn't surprise me, but like the amount of murder that happens because men in the Amish community are trying to hide the fact that they're gay. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, honestly. Like the amount of wives they just get because they catch their husbands in homosexual relationships. Unbelievable. Truly.
Really? I feel like this docuseries you watched was very interesting.
I'm still watching it because I can only stomach like so much of it at a time.
Yeah.
Just because the way, I don't know. I think with other true crime shows that take place in like the English community, right? Because we're talking about Amish community, so I guess I'll just like separate it that way. In like regular life, I know that people are using guns, knives, their hands. You know what I'm saying? I'm almost like I think a lot of people are almost like desensitized to that. So like watching that is not like fine, but you know what I mean? Like I can deal with it. But hearing about the way that the Amish people commit murder,
Yeah.
first of all, because I don't think of the Amish as being murderers, but also they use things like poison. I think there were only 2 episodes where they used like a more like traditional way.
Oh, right
You know what I'm
on.
saying? Hi, Rainy. How you
Oh,
doing?
Reni,
Hello.
your closet door's closed now.
Because there are kids on the other side now.
It's like a whole garage. Now I think you're sitting in a whole garage.
Trust me, this is like not anything new.
Reni's like, this is my life. Welcome to it.
Yeah.
You know what? Honestly, I like to see you in your natural habitat. I feel like school is your natural habitat.
It is. It is a place I habitat.
Wait, I would actually say that I feel like circus is Reni's natural habitat.
That's true.
I do agree with that statement.
Like, I feel like that's just more like Reni's personality. you know?
That is true.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is lack of education, I think, just because, again, they govern themselves. And I mean, they do give you, like, what is that called? Romspringer, you know? Where you can, like, go out and experience worldly things. But, like, they expect you to only do that for, like, 2 years and then come back. Romspringer is not like an indefinite thing. Like, it's
Yeah.
basically to be like, look how evil the world is. Don't you want to live in the safety of this? You know what I mean? Okay. Do we want to read some more?
So
Yes.
I was just about to put that in the private chat. So I need to hop off in 40 minutes. So do you want me to hop off now or just mid sprint? Either way is fine.
I mean, either or. Because to be honest with you, I'm probably going to do an hour sprint because I'm gonna have to go get
Oh, then
Ari.
I'll definitely be gone before the sprint's over. So I'll just
Yeah,
hop
I have
off.
to go get
Before you
Ari
go.
at 2:45, and
You
I
have to
need to
go
give
get
myself
Ari.
time. Yeah, I need to give myself enough time to like bring her inside. I am when I go out to get her, I am going to turn on the Ollie banner just because if it goes over and like I don't get back before the break, at least
Mm-hmm.
people will know that that's where I am. So I will
Yeah.
turn on. Oh, not that one. I will turn on. No, not that one. Go away. My God. No. Thank you. I will turn on this one when I go to get Ari.
Gotcha.
Um, just because
Yeah, that way if you're not back before the
if I'm
timer's
not
over.
back in time, at least then people aren't like, "Where is this girl at who's supposed to have 24 hour sprints?" You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can. I mean, if you want to hang out until you have to leave, that's perfectly fine.
No, I'll probably hop out then, but I'll be in the comments all night, so you'll see me.
Okay. Yeah, and we'll have people join at some point throughout. I think Kelsey will be here
I
at
think
some point.
Kels will be on like in an hour ish.
I hope. I hope because I don't know what to do with myself when I have nobody.
I should be on when you finish this sprint because it'll be like right before I have to leave to take Lincoln home. So I can probably just stay on
Okay.
for this sprint.
And then
All right.
Kelsey will be here because I think Kels said 5, didn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So probably by the time this next sprint is over, she'll be on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so let me switch out the thingy here.
Anyway, I'll be in the comments though, so I'll chat with you there.
Okay, thank you for being here.
Bye.
Bye. And then there were 2. Okay, so we're gonna do an hour just because I will have to go get Ari at some point in the next 20 minutes. All right, so we will see everyone in 1 hour. Hello. All right, so I got Ari from the bus, and I made it to something 32%. So I only have a couple hours left of this. Reni left us, but she said she'll try to hop back on later, and Kelsey will be here sometime in the next hour or so. So reading, hello, thank you for being here. Reading Animal Farm and Eating Animals by Jonathan. I've never heard of the Eating Animals book, but love Animal Farm personally. Hello, Elise. So nice to see you. 39% in A Kingdom of Flesh and Fire. Wonderful. Welcome back. 97% done with Pen Pal. Is this the horror one, or is this the smutty one? Tell me which one. Either way, wonderful. Watch more of you and got all the stacks of books off my floor and organized on shelves. Oh, thank you. They're just these like press-ons, and I can't have one on this thumb because I had to clip a hangnail and now it's like sore, so I don't have one on that hand. But yeah, did those last night. Okay, let's see. The smut book. Okay, yeah, because there is like a horror book that's called. I want to read both. Truly, I want to read both. All right, so we are kind of gonna just stick. I don't know like what to talk about when it's just me. I'm glad your girl is not used to doing sprints on her own anymore. So we probably will jump into another sprint. I'll go back. Do we want to? Yeah, I'm gonna go back to 45 minutes, I think. Because Kelsey will be here soonish, and then I have a few other people that are going to be appearing. Everyone should be linked in this video now. I did it during the last sprint, so everyone should be linked in the description if you want to go follow everyone. These are all the people that I know are for sure showing up, or they told me they were showing up. So if they don't show up, they don't show up. That's okay. But go follow my friends down there in the description. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and start another sprint because I'm really, really enjoying this book. Let's see. Can I make this like a post? Okay. Got off early. Wonderful. 45 minutes is good. The next sprint, I'm going to do schoolwork. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to try to stick to 45-minute sprints until it gets like later in the evening. I only did that one for an hour because I had to go get Ari off the bus. Put away some clothes. Wonderful. Yeah, I am going to have to clean at some point, but I am still not fully awake. So I'm going to go ahead and not do that yet. Let me see what I was doing. So I'm going to go ahead and start a new sprint here in just a second. Please hold. All right. So we will go ahead and start another sprint here. Let me clickety click. Here we go. All right. I will see everybody in 45 minutes. Happy reading. Hello. Sorry, could not find my cursor on the screen. All right. Ari is here, but she's taking a nap. Here, asleep. So, how did we do? I am. Okay, Scribd does not want to refresh, so I can't tell you how far I am. Hold on. Let's see. Hello, John. Welcome. Hello, Jigra. I'm so glad that you love these. We do these once a month for those that haven't been here. I'm 45% through, so I will get this done today. I have about 3 hours left, so. Hello, Taylor. Fell asleep during the first sprint, then got up, took a shower, and made dinner early. Wonderful. 41%. Gonna skip the break because I need to keep doing schoolwork. No problem. Mute me if you need to. The breaks, if it's just me, are probably not gonna be super long because I don't have a lot to say, to be honest with you. This is still like the timing, like the time that I would be, waking up and getting around for the day. So unless there's a lot of comments, like in between breaks, if I'm by myself, probably not going to have a ton to say just because I feel weird trying to talk, like force myself to talk. So there's that. $18 pages and film B-roll. Wonderful. 18% into eating animals. Is this a horror? If I'm gonna be honest, I just don't think about it. I'm just gonna be real. Hello, Jean. Welcome back. Finished work. It was the day that we never end. Got 46% of fourth my book. Wonderful. Truly missing Zodiac Academy, so I want to start book for immediately after this. I say read whatever brings you comfort. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm really enjoying this book currently. What am I reading? I am reading In the Weeds. It's this book. It's the second book. I don't know what the actual I don't know what the actual series is called, but it's the second book in the Love Light Farm series. So there's Love Light Farms, In the Weeds, and then Mixed Signals. So I'm reading the second one. Brittany is also reading it. Favorite of all time. My favorite book of all time. My favorite book of all time is a tie between Of Mice and Men, which I have like an actual reason for liking this book, but it's very personal to me, and The Giver. Those are my two all-time favorite books. Cutting Your Hair. Wonderful. Ate lunch and read 14 pages. I'm waiting for this Walmart order because it has our pizza that I'm making for supper, and then a second pizza in case I get hungry later. So, what did you eat for lunch? Nonfiction. Got you. Book 4 of Zodiac Academy. Or are you asking me which of the Zodiac Academies is my favorite? I don't know. If you're asking me that, I've actually only read the first one. I do have the second one that I need to start here pretty soon, but I'm probably not going to start it until March. 28 pages in Batman by Grant Morrison. Wonderful. Okay. I think we're going to jump into a second sprint? Absolutely not. We're on like the fourth sprint. I think we're going to jump into another sprint. That will allow Ari to finish up her nap, and then I can get up and move around for the day. It's very possible that you are going to see me in different spots. Right now I'm sitting on my bed, but at some point I'll make it over to the corner just because it gets me out of sitting here. Also, I'm going to change this background because this is very wintry. Had a burger and onion rings from A&W. Don't know if it's just Canadian, but it's good. It is not just Canadian. We also have A&W here. Absolutely love them. Their cheese curds are to die for. 1/3 of Malibu Rising, but need to walk while listening to it. Got you. I need to start that, but I'm starting it next week after Rom-Comathon. Brittany and I are collabing on a vlog idea. So, also, you get ready. We have an announcement coming soon-ish for something that's happening in April. So, I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I'll tell you that it's going to be so fun. Yes, she's currently taking a nap. As you can see, currently taking a nap. So, she takes a nap after school because she needs one. So, that's what she's doing. All right, so we're gonna jump into another sprint. I should have Kelsey here soon. I'm hoping by the end of the next sprint. She said something about around 4:30 or 5 o'clock, something like that. So then you won't just be staring at me. You know what I mean? All right, so let's go ahead and we will jump into a sprint. Let's see. I'm trying to click. There we go. And I will see everyone in 45 minutes.
Hello.
Hello, how are you? How did you read?
Yeah, I read a little. So I'm reading This Lovely City, which is like the team book.
Yeah.
I'd only read like 10 pages to be honest, because I finished work and then I had dinner, so I didn't read much.
Sorry, we got bots, and apparently I did not notice them.
I just noticed that.
All right. How are you liking it? Are you liking it?
Yeah, I'm liking it. It had mixed reviews, so I'm not sure. Like I'm 1/3 of the way through almost, so it's good.
You'll dose your bears? You'll go take a bath? Well, answer. Oh, okay. I'm listening to you in the weeds.
Oh, yeah.
With Brittany. I mean, it's good. I don't know.
It's not great, or
So I gave Love Light Farms 4 stars.
yeah.
I'm like 57% through, and this one feels like a 4-star too. Like I don't
Okay.
I don't think that it's gonna be like a 5-star series. You know what I mean?
Is this one following? Is it Bennett?
Yeah.
It's following him.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's the
Bennett.
third one following?
Let me look. Or Beckett, not Bennett.
Beckett. Whoops.
Whatever the hell.
I literally am the worst. Like if I haven't read a book in a while, I'm like, I don't even know the main character's name anymore. Although he wasn't like the main character, but
It's all the same, really.
Yeah.
Let me see. Mixed Signals follows.
Maybe the brother.
I don't know. It's not even giving me a damn. Hold on. Okay, that I didn't. No, I don't want a damn. Here we go. Okay, no one asked for this. Be quiet. It follows Layla.
Oh, okay. I forgot about her.
No one is asking for the preview, man. No. Okay, I didn't want to say that. It's fine. Whatever. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm enjoying it because I like all of the characters in this series.
Yeah.
Like, there's not, in my opinion, there's not like a character that I wouldn't want to follow. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's just not like it's just not a 5-star series. I don't know how else to describe it.
I agree.
I did finish whatever that was.
Secretly Yours?
Yeah, I gave that 4.5 stars. Just because I told Brittany this earlier. I have like a very specific reason, and she agreed with me.
Is it the end? Yes, right?
Yeah. The third act breakup for me. No.
It wasn't even really like, it was very like quick and then like, okay, we're done. Bye.
Okay, give me another one.
Like
You can
very
another one. You're what?
It ruined it for sure for me.
What's wrong with you? You gonna go back to sleep? Okay, go back to sleep. That's fine. I'll save this for you. Okay. Good night. Good night. Okay. Good night.
Yeah. So the ending ruined it for me. I think
tonight, that's okay. Okay. So if you need a nap, go ahead.
The ending ruined it. It would have been a 5-star otherwise, I think.
Yeah. Because okay. So here's the thing. I'm not a fan of third act breakups, but I go into. Do you want mommy to move over to the corner?
It's always a thing, though, I find.
Give me 1 second, Kels. Do you want me to move to the corner? Will that make it easier for you to sleep? Yes or no? I can just go sit in my book corner. You want me to go sit in my book corner? Yeah? Okay, go to sleep. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to move because she's like trying to take a nap. And she was like, your talking is waking me up. I'm just going to go to the book corner, okay? Okay. Give me 1 second. Oh, God. All right. Let me grab. my things. Love you so much. Okay. Anyways, not a fan of a. I'm just gonna go right here in the book corner. Not a fan of the third act breakup, but I go into contemporary romance assuming that there will be one, because then if there isn't one, it's like a pleasant surprise than like
Exactly.
an annoyance that there is one.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a weird angle for a second. Sorry.
But this one almost felt like it was like thrown in as like a last second, like, oh wait, we have to add this, so we better like make them break up and then really quickly like just be done with it.
This third act breakup felt. First of all, I don't like a miscommunication trope.
Yeah.
Unless it's. I'm right here, Ari. Do you want me to come back over there? Okay. Lay down. I'm coming. Scoot back over. Do you want me to come back over there, or do you want me to sit down here? Okay, go ahead, drink that, and then you can lay back down, okay? Okay. Just don't pee on my bed, okay? Okay. Anyways, it has a third act breakup for me to be like, it's never a good trope, but for it to be a trope that I can like deal with, it has to be done a specific way.
Yeah.
It has to be done where it makes sense and where I can see where. Sorry, I have a whole case of water I didn't know I had. I thought this box was empty that I set this on, and I tried to move it, and I was like, "Why is it so heavy?" And I was just thinking the other day, I was like, "Oh, I need to order water." Clearly, So this breakup just felt like if people had opened their mouths a little, this would have been avoided. And like, I can't say exactly what happened, but with
it just felt weird, like it didn't need to happen, and it almost felt like, why is this happening? Because it just didn't.
Right. Now, I will give Tessa Bailey that the anxiety rep in this book I thought was really good.
Mm-hmm.
I did think that the anxiety rep in this book was very true to what, like, at least for me, what a panic attack would feel like.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that the events caused that to happen, but like, we can't let someone not explain what's happening and then just disappear for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That doesn't. No. I'm sorry. What's up? You gotta go potty? You wanna sit here? Like, yeah. And I was like, okay. And then, like, nobody really did anything. Like,
I know.
We talked to one person. Well, she talked to the sister. This doesn't really say anything. She talked to the sister at the store.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's it. Everything was fine. No. And I'm not a fan of the miscommunication trope. I think that it's dumb. Because I feel like unless it's like actually a real problem, it's just there to cause conflict. Like, I don't like I was talking to Brittany about this, and I was like, in what people would consider dark romance, which is most of what I read, right? It's darker or taboo or whatever. There, especially in age gap romance, there tends to be a lot of miscommunication. However, that miscommunication is usually followed by something like, I just can't talk about this right now, or you've really hurt me, so I need space to deal with this, and then we can talk about it later, which is not a resolution, but like, it's a real world way to deal with conflict.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, having miscommunication, and then let's just ignore the miscommunication until I'm ready to say,
and then everything's all good.
Right, until I'm ready to be like, until one character's like, I'm so sorry I did this, and the other character's like, I'm so sorry too, and then they like kiss and make up. It's like, that's not no. So you're not going to talk about what you're gonna do in future. No therapy.
Yeah, apparently not.
You know nothing. Oh, okay, great. And then I felt like it just wrapped up too nicely.
It was just like right after that, it was just, okay, we're done.
Because, like, the third act breakup happened. Like, the conflict happened. The third act breakup happened. Dude disappeared for 2 weeks. Figured out he disappeared for 2 weeks. They came back together. And that was it. And I was like, this, no. Like,
yeah, I still liked it, but the ending was
but the ending was not great. Like, I would have, honestly, if she'd given me another, like, chapter, like 50 pages, just of, like, conflict resolution, I probably would have bumped it up. But I know you guys don't do half stars. Like, you guys do full.
Oh, I do half stars. Well, on Goodreads I can't, but like on Insta, I give
Brittany doesn't do half stars. I will do 0.25 stars. Like, even my reading journal is broken up like 4.25, all that.
Okay, I don't go that. Like, I just do 0.5. I don't do 0.25 because I started to think I should, but then I'm like, will it get to like, you know?
So I don't usually use a 0.25 rating unless it's for a very specific reason.
Okay.
But I will use 0.75.
Okay, yeah.
It looks funny to me if I don't have the 2.25. Like, if I go from 4 to 4.5, it looks funny to me. Yeah. And there have been a couple of books last year, because Storygraph allows you to do a quarter rating, that I did give a book like 4.25 because I felt like it was better than 3.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I felt like it was better than 3.75, but not quite a 4.5 for whatever reason. But it's usually for a very, like, it has to be very specific, and it's usually a me problem. Like, it's usually not even like other people are like, really? Like, that's the issue. But I was between 4.5 and 4.75 because for the most part, I enjoyed it. And I'm pretty sure it pulled me out of my slump. So I was like, it's credit there. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
But it was the third act breakup for me that I was like, it's going to have to be a 4.5, Tessa Bailey. I'm so sorry. But I will say, this is my highest rated Tessa Bailey book to date. Now, I've only read 3.
Yeah, so that's good.
I've only read the It Happened One Summer and Hook, Line, and Sinker, but I gave both of those 4 stars each.
Okay, yeah.
This one I gave 4.5, so it's the highest rated.
So that's good.
I did read part of it like with my eyes, and I had fun even reading it just with my eyes. I was just slumpy. So.
Yeah.
Tina did majority of her schoolwork. Wonderful. We have like 2 hours left of this. No, we don't. How long am I going? I'm going for 12 hours. Please ignore me. Thank you.
Yeah, I was like, you're only 5 hours in.
I keep thinking that I have
not there yet.
I keep thinking I have this broken up into 4, and I only have it broken up into 2. What? What? 2 or 3 more things to do. Wonderful. 70%.
Nice.
Yes, this is my channel.
Can I start the next bit?
Sure.
No.
70%. Really hope I can finish this before I pass out tomorrow morning. What are you reading? Remind me.
Did she mention?
Because if I scroll back up, I will never find it. Yeah. So I have a few books. I don't know if you were here when I was talking about it.
I don't know, because I left it on like while I was working, so I don't think I saw that part.
You like popped in for like a minute and then you left because
I had it on. I was just like trying to listen, but I was like, yeah, I can't focus.
Yeah. Okay, so I need to read a couple chapters of this book.
Oh, I have that on my shelf, I think. Yes, I do.
Because this is Reni is also in this community, but somehow I'll light a candle in a minute, okay? Anyways, I'm not starting it. I was stopping the thing. Okay, so Reni's also in this thing. I have somehow last year I volunteered myself to lead a book club. Why did I do that? I don't know.
Because you didn't have a book club going already. So you're like, I have free time.
So the Hustle Sailing BFFs, we do a fiction book club every other month, but it kind of got put on hiatus because there was a little bit of miscommunication as to when the live show was last year. And then I was like, you know what, we'll just start fresh in February. It's not a big deal. So the March book is after I do. Like, we have our March Zoom call or whatever.
Yeah.
And I haven't even cracked this. Like, this is literally on the first page. And I need to, like, just buckle down and read it. But
I've heard this one isn't amazing.
And I'm afraid that it has a cheating trope. I hate a cheating trope.
I
But
think it does.
it's my fault.
Well, I think it's like iffy on it. I feel like I remember hearing that they like kind of broke or took like a break or something.
It says on the back that they do take a break.
So I don't know if it's like a thing where they both agree to see other people or not. Like, I
And then
don't
they
really
can't-
know.
And then they have a rule that they can't contact each other.
That's interesting.
But I'm pretty sure she like explores another relationship. I don't know.
That's what I've heard, yes.
So I have this also on Scribd, so I don't have to read it physically, but I do have, like, in case I need.
Oh my gosh, I didn't think to check Scribd
Yeah,
for it
in
because I
case-
didn't want to really read it either. But
in case I need to mark things, because I do have to lead a book club with this book. I do
yeah,
have a physical copy too, so we're gonna do that. And then Reni and I are gonna start Stolen Air tomorrow. It's just sitting here so that I don't forget to put it in my bag for tomorrow. But we're gonna start that tomorrow. And then I also have Dust, which is like it's part of a series, but it's like a Peter Pan retelling. I think it's a YA Christian Peter Pan retelling. Because I found it on Instagram.
That's a Tinkerbell retelling.
It is. And so I'm gonna try this. I was gonna read the second book in the Dear Martin series, which is called Dear Justice, but I returned it because I don't care about the character that we follow. Like, Jean said hi to you, Ori.
Hi, Jane.
And Reni also said hi, Reni.
Hi, Rain.
Finished schoolwork, yay. Reni's currently packing for her 24-hour play.
Good luck.
Have so much fun. Assassin's Apprentice. Okay.
Brittany.
I love it, but I've been in a slump.
You know
So she's
that's
reading the
Brittany.
Assassin's Apprentice.
Hi, Brittany.
That's not Brittany, that's Hillary. That's Hillary. When Brittany comes back, I'll let you know. She had to go take her son to a class. Audiobook copy.
Why
of,
do I forget?
Yeah, mine.
I was looking for an audio and I can't find it anywhere. So
yeah,
Getting people's names.
that's okay. That's all right. But I return. So, Dear Martin follows Justice. Like in the first book, follows Justice. And he deals with some grappling around like racism and police brutality after he gets arrested for no reason. Like, he literally is trying to like help his drunk girlfriend get home, and he gets arrested because she's white passing. So this cop assumes that he's like trying to take advantage. So this happens. And he's grappling with this. Well, then we meet, like, later on in the story, we are introduced to his best friend's cousin, who ends up in prison or in jail for the murder of the cop that arrested Justice. Now, the two incidences have nothing to do with each other, but that's what happens. So then something happens at the end of the book, and I can't say what because it'll ruin the book if anybody wants to read this. But the whole book is Justice writing letters to Martin Luther King Jr. And basically in like a go get some toilet paper. Go get tissue. Go. Basically in like a what would Martin do type of situation. So this happens, and then he does end up meeting up with this cousin in the jail, and this is who we follow. And he apparently is writing letters to Justice from jail. I just don't care about this character. And I think it's because we don't, in Dear Martin, we don't form a bond with this character. Like, we meet him as he's very much like a side character. Okay, you're not gonna be able to sit over here this whole time. Do you hear me? He's very much a side character, and so it's not like we know really a lot of background about him other than that he's the best friend's cousin. And I just don't care. Like, I understand what she was trying to do. She was, because Justice is, he's a poor black kid who has the opportunity to go to a predominantly white, more upscale school that allows him to go to Yale at the end. Like, he does end up like pursuing his dream of Yale.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand like that's not the typical like black experience when you live in poverty, but I wish you would have picked a different character, because there were a few other characters that I feel like she could have used to tell the same story and I would have cared more. I just don't particularly care about this character, which makes me feel bad, but like, oh well, I guess. Like, I don't like, I would never tell, well, if somebody else, because I know that the reason she wrote the book is because other like teenagers, they felt connected to this character, and like, that's great. Like, I'm glad that I just don't have a particular pull with this.
I hate that when I don't really like care about the main character. It sucks.
Yeah, because I did read the first like 2 chapters and I was like, I just don't care. Like, I just, like, she could have picked like basically any other kid from this specific neighborhood and I probably would have cared more. I just didn't care about this character because we only meet him briefly, and he kind of does Justice dirty, which I think is why I don't care, because like, he kind of puts Justice on a path. I mean, he doesn't take the path that he's put on, but he still kind of encourages a path that's not great. And I'm just like, no. So I grabbed Dust instead and returned the other one because I'm just not feeling like a slump. And if I read that, it'll be slumpy. 60% of Magnolia Parks.
Nice.
I'm so glad that you like this book, because I've definitely seen, this is a book that I've definitely seen mixed reviews on, but I also want to read it. I've even seen mixed reviews on it in like the booktube space. Like, it's not just like Goodreads, like even in like the book community that I roam around in, I've seen Workbook Club without reading it. Got you. Yeah, I couldn't find the audio for this anywhere either, and I even looked on Hoopla.
I don't think there is one.
I don't think that there is.
Which is fine. I'm just gonna read it, but
yeah, I'm just gonna have to grab it from the library.
That's literally what I did, because Indigo is still under their cybersecurity breach or whatever, so you can literally not order anything from Indigo. So I was like, I could order from Amazon, but I'm like, honestly, if it's at the library, I'm just gonna grab it there. So
if you're ready for bed nicely tonight, then I'll read something, okay? What am I doing?
That's where the books are. And also
Matilda. This is where I got my books from, like,
and that's where you, bro.
What?
I saw a book with the little kid on the front.
Yeah, that was the original Matilda. Anyway,
she doesn't look like Matilda.
That's because you've only seen the new Matilda. You haven't seen the old one.
Well, I looked at the. Well, now I do.
What, you're gonna watch the old Matilda? You've only seen Matilda the musical. That's the new one. Who is this book by? Ghosting a Love Story? Absolutely not. I feel like that has a miscommunication trope.
One, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the one with the tea and cookies.
No, I'm looking. Who is This Lovely City by?
Louise Hare. I couldn't find on anything like Scribd, Audible,
There are only two.
Libby. I don't think there is an audiobook, to be honest.
No, I'm just trying to find like the book so I can.
Oh, in general.
I'm
It wasn't on
sure-
Scribd, like even the like actual book wasn't, like the digital copy. I got it off of Libby, I think. And I
Here it
also
is.
have so I have
Yeah,
it
because
digitally. I have it on Libby, and I also have like the
she wrote
physical
a
copy.
well, she wrote a second book or another book. I don't know which book came first, called Miss Aldridge Regrets, and that one has an audiobook. So it's
Oh,
weird to
really?
me
I
that
think this is new though. Like I honestly think it was only released
it
like
says
kinda.
it was released in 2020.
Yeah, so I feel like that's pretty newish still.
The only thing is, I don't want to read it on the Libby app, and I think that's the only way I'm gonna be able to read it.
I got it. Yeah, I have it on the Libby app too because I'm like, then I can read it like at work and stuff on lunch. So I've been kind of like going back and forth, but
So I guess I'll have to read it on my iPad because I hate reading off my phone.
I don't like reading on my phone, but I do it like when I'm at work.
I'm gonna hate that. I'm gonna hate everything about this.
Okay, wait.
But
apparently the ebook's on Scribd.
The ebook is?
Oh, I thought I'm like, oh, the audiobook. That's what I thought. And I was like, oh no, it's the ebook.
I'm gonna hate everything about reading this book.
That's fine.
I have it on the Libby app, so I'm gonna have to just I'm gonna have to just like mess with my. Are you good? Go get a drink or something. Do you want the rest of your fruit? Okay, it's in the fridge. You can just eat the rest of it. Just go put it on a plate and eat the rest of it. Go ahead. Don't make a mess though, okay? I'm gonna have to mess with the Libby app, and I'm gonna have to I don't like reading on my iPad just because like I have a large iPad.
Yeah.
But also I don't like reading on my iPad because I have to like really mess with all the settings in order to not have it break. But I can't find like it doesn't give me an option to download it to my Kindle.
Okay.
And if it's available that way, it will give me the option to do that. And it's not available. Like it like when I scroll down, it's only as a Libby file or an EPUB file. And I know you can put EPUB files on the Kindle, but I don't know how from Libby.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't either.
That's fine, I guess. But it also means that I'm gonna have to like really blow up the text.
Yeah.
Because like even on my Kindle, it's blown up to like a 10.
Okay.
And I think Kindle only goes up to 14. So like even on my Kindle, it's blown up. Hold on, let me find some text to show you. Like it's relatively large.
Okay, yeah. See, I feel like I read so small, like I don't even know what size mine is, but it's very small.
If you like, have you really messed with the settings?
Well, I changed it to smaller because it was like too big for me, I felt like. So I ended up like, I don't know why I'm torturing myself like that, but I like smaller writing. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm used to it.
Yeah.
But like I found the big one. Yeah, like that's too big for me. I don't know why. I feel
like
because I keep having to move my eyes to the next line and I want more on the page. I don't know, but
yeah. So I read a lot in bed.
Yeah.
So like without my glasses on, so I tend to just blow up the text and then just leave it blown up. But I think that might be why now I have trouble with like physical books because I can screw with the text on my Kindle.
True.
Yeah. Otherwise, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't even think I've ever read a book in Libby before.
I think this is my first too. I just got Libby like not long ago, so
Like, just because I don't like, because it's just like the iPad is just humongous. Like, I just don't read on my iPad, but I am gonna have to read this. Like, I think we're doing it. I think next week.
You're gonna do that next week?
Yeah.
I need to read Malibu Rising next week. I need to get on that one.
Publisher's font. Okay.
I'll be back in 1 sec.
Okay. Okay, I'll be right back. I think my groceries are here. Hold on.
Okay.
That's not just groceries. Well, you had it in his hand. There is a little igloo thing and a bean pad inside for the cats. So, take a picture of it and your mom. Okay. I got it now. Okay, sure.
Okay, I'm back.
I was just reading.
Yeah, but I don't know what I'm doing. Let's see. 12% into my book for today.
Wait,
so
which book is this? In the Weeds too?
Yes.
Okay.
Which I'm. Brittany, do you need me to slow down? Like, do you need me to read something else? Because I'm like 50% through or something. I'm 57% through. So let me know.
Okay.
I can get the ebook for This Lovely City on screen.
Okay, I thought you said audiobook, so I was like, oh my god, what? Did I miss it? But
what am I adding to my wish list? This Lovely
wait,
City?
What were we talking about? Which book were we talking about?
We're talking about This Lovely City.
Is that
You
it?
want me to add
Or
it
did
to
we
my
talk
wish
about
list? Like Amazon? Like, girl, let me know what you're talking about because we don't know. Neither one of us seems to know what you're speaking about. So I'll wait for that answer. I'm back and got Taco Bell. Wonderful. We love a good Taco Bell over here. You'll catch up. Okay, great. Then I'll keep going because I'm actually really enjoying this, and I only have like 2.5 hours left. So like I feel like if I finish this,
get that done,
feel
for
like
sure.
real accomplished, and then I can move on to something else and not. Okay, I will add it in the next sprint. I will add it to my wish list. Finally free from work. Still reading We Sold Our Souls, hoping to finish tonight. Wonderful. You are a godsend, ma'am. Because I was just like messing with the settings in Libby. Let me tell you, they're not great. Like, and at some point, I will get a like an iPad Mini. Did you eat all your fruit? Okay. At some point, I'll get an iPad Mini, and then well, I'll let you touch, but you don't need to sit on my lap. You can just sit right here. At some point, I will get. Can you throw it away? I will get an. Yeah, just throw it away. I will get an iPad Mini, and then it won't bother me so badly to read on my
Yeah.
iPad. It's cumbersome because it's so big.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you so much, John. She is something. Okay, yeah, I will add it to my wish list in this next sprint, so that people aren't like watching me try to do that. And then I'll have it for next week so we can start reading that. Okay, do we want to do another sprint?
How long did
I need to get some reading done.
It's started. It'll be
how
ready.
long?
It takes about 15 minutes for it to warm up.
Mommy, no. How much time did you start the oven on?
You mean the temperature?
Yeah.
400. Because that's what
Seriously?
that's what the pizza
400
needs.
is way too big.
No, it's not,
I
buddy.
said way too big. No, way too big. Way too big. I said that once. No, way
The
way,
pizza
way
box
too big.
says 400 degrees for 20 minutes. That's rough for you?
I'm fine. Something
What do
to
you
wear tomorrow.
okay.
Shirt.
You don't have school tomorrow.
I know that.
Oh, okay. Well, are you gonna come start this sprint?
Okay, and I'm looking for pants and underwear.
Kiana says
Because
hi to you.
I couldn't find any underwear, so I had to go to school with no underwear. Because I couldn't find any underwear over
Child.
here.
So why didn't you ask for help?
Because I didn't have much time because I had to eat breakfast.
Did you have time? You had time, ma'am. You ate
Priorities.
breakfast at 6:45 this morning. You had plenty of time before your bus came at 7:15.
I put on my pants on already because I couldn't find any underwear. And I didn't even feel like having help. I just went to school with pants on.
Well, at least you wore pants instead of
Yeah.
Mommy won't.
There's like
Well, I didn't tell them I had no underwear and
Well-
I couldn't use it.
I'm glad that you did not tell the classroom that. I mean, at this point, there's no point in being angry about it because you already done went to school, came back, and at least you had the wherewithal to wear pants instead of dress. Kiana says hi to you.
Hi, Kiana. Mom,
What? You good? Okay. All right. You want to start the sprint? All right. So tell everybody that we say we'll see you in 45 minutes.
See you in 45 minutes.
Click the button. Good job. Please hold. I forgot. There we go. Okay, say happy reading.
Happy reading.
You're getting spam again.
Of course, it would be like, right. Hello, Meredith. Of course, this
Hi.
sprint would end like right in the middle of a smut scene. Of course, it would.
And you're
No.
getting spam again.
Yeah. Brittany grabbed it. I
Oh,
checked
did she?
from.
Perfect.
Yeah, I checked from like like I have like actual YouTube pulled up on
Yeah.
my iPad also, because then I can watch like the chat thing too. Just because in StreamYard when you get bots, like if I block it, but someone's already done it. It tells me that there's like an error and that I can't
Okay.
block the person. So I just went in here and it says that Brittany.
Okay, perfect.
I actually wanted to follow that link, so I actually wanted to go to the adult dating side. So thanks, Brittany.
Sorry, Meredith. Sorry.
That's why I'm here.
Do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Meredith from Reading with Merb. That's pretty much it.
What are you reading?
I don't actually follow dating site links. I have been reading this. So I'll probably just read a bit more of this.
Oh, sweet. Looks like smut. We love
It is.
smut on this.
Yeah,
we love
it basically
smut
is.
on this channel. Truly.
Yeah. So that's it. I might do some baking. I'm not sure. I've pretty much just sort of woken up. So, but I'm here.
It is wonderful to have you. This is for you.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, we're not friends anymore. I'm sorry. You can't deprive me of that.
How did you do, Kels?
I got like 25 pages read, so I'm actually really liking it. So far I don't get the mixed reviews, so we'll see where it goes.
Okay.
But
well, Brittany sent me the book and also sent Ariana Matilda. So those will be here on Monday.
Nice.
Because I had my Libby app open, which is how I had got Matilda for her, and we've been reading it on my Kindle. And she was like, Mom, because it sends you like a thing, it'll say like 2 days until it goes back or whatever. Well, she's figured out where the thing is. It tells you how many days until it goes back. So she started crying about her book was going to go back in 2 days. And I was like, it's okay. I'll order it for you next week. And then Brittany was like, Auntie Brittany will order it for her. And I was like, okay. So I was like, it'll be here on Monday. It'll be fine. I promise you. I made it to 65% and then promptly started the chapter over because the sprint ended like as we were getting into some steam, and like I need the steam. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to start in the middle of a smut section. You know what I mean? But I mean, so far I'm really liking this book. I really like the dynamic between Bennett and whatever this chick's name is, Evie. Or Evie. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I think Evie. Well, how does the audiobook say it?
I don't know. I'm not gonna lie to you. I like at this moment in time, I don't remember. And here's where it throws me off is that the chick's name is Evelyn, right?
Oh,
and
okay.
My friend just had a baby named Evelyn, and they call her Evie for short. So now I'm like confused. Like, is it Evie? And they spell it the same way, Evie. So like, is it Evie? I don't know, and I don't remember what they say in the book. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It's kind of like whether it was Uva or Uve.
Yeah.
Biggest discussion on BookTube ever.
Like it definitely, like in the audiobook, like I'm gonna go with what the audiobook says just because like that's probably been approved by Frederick Bachman.
How is it said then?
Uva.
I'm saying Ove because I already read it in that
is Ove.
mindset. So
I've literally said it both ways every single time that I've said it. Like I literally was just talking to Sam about it last night because he still owes me a movie date, which he's not taking me on, and he saw Wakanda without me, and he saw Black Adam, and it makes me just want to right in the face. So I was like, you owe me a movie, and I was like, and if you don't pick one, I'm gonna make you go see A Man Called Otto, just to be petty. Because I
like that. You don't think he would like it?
Oh, he'll like it, but he doesn't like for people to know this, so because he's not going to watch this back. But I'm going to laugh if he's sitting at D&D right now watching this live stream. pasta thing is like giving away my secrets. He's a crier.
Oh,
Yeah,
Because
that movie will do it.
we were also supposed to go see Super Pets, and I ended up having to just wait till it hit HBO Max because he never took me to go see it. And I've actually seen Super Pets. DC Super Pets. I think I've seen it 3 times because I watched it once by myself because it took him so freaking long to decide he wanted to watch it. Then the second time we watched it, he fell asleep. And then the third time we watched it, he like actually watched it, but he cried harder than I did. And like I cried every time I watched it. I cried pretty hard the first time I watched it, but I knew what was coming after that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But A Man Called Otto, he's not read the book, but it will definitely make him cry. Like, and I was like, I will be petty and make you cry in front of the whole theater and not even feel bad. He just prefers to watch movies like that, like in the privacy of our own home.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
that's fair if you're gonna sob.
Yeah, I think he would like it. I just don't think he would appreciate me making, because as soon as I said it, he's like, okay, I owe you a movie date. I was like, yeah, you better pick the movie, buddy. Because if I pick it, because I was going to have my friend Adam go see it with me because he's read the book and he's the one that gave me the book for Christmas. And I was going to spare Sam the heartache. You know what I'm saying? How many books am I planning to read in this 24 hours? Well, I have 3 technically that I'm going to be 3 that I'm going to be working on through the 24 hours. My goal is to have 1 read, if I'm going to be honest with you. But I'm almost done with where I put my phone. I don't know, but I'm over halfway through In the Weeds. So, and we're not even halfway through the sprinting. So I feel like after I finish In the Weeds, I'll probably read at least part 1 of whatever this book is after I do. I'm just not super excited for this book. I mean, I'm
tell.
Like what I'm hoping like the first part is only 72 pages. I feel like I can read that relatively quickly, and I have the audiobook on
that
script.
should make it easier. Yeah.
So, it's just that I'm anticipating a cheating trope, and I just don't like it. I don't like it.
Yeah.
And I put like this super like cute, upbeat bookmark to this depressing book, like because I know it's depressing.
You're really making me want to read this one.
Depressing,
honestly,
cheating, yes.
To be honest with you, I think because this is on my 20s. Well, this is not technically on 23 for 2023, but I put Malibu Rising on there as a self-destruct book. And I bought this book at the same time that I bought Malibu Rising. So in my head, I keep telling myself, like, you have to read this or it self-destructs at the end of the year. And I would prefer to read the books that are supposed to self-destruct and not just unhaul them without reading them. But this is the one that's on the self-destruct list that I'm like the least excited to read. And it's because I bought it blind and then read reviews like an idiot.
Yeah, I bought it blind too, and I haven't read it yet.
The reviews are very mixed. Like, even people that love TJR did not love this book.
Yeah, and then some people loved that book so much.
Some people that don't like her loved it. Some people that love her loved it. So I'm like sitting here like, I hope. I don't know. I've had a good track record with her thus far, but I've only read 2 books by her. I've only read, right? Yeah, 7 Husbands of Evelyn Hugo and One True Loves are the only 2.
You haven't read Malibu Rising yet for the
no, I'm reading it next week.
Okay.
I'm reading it next week. It's my team book, but I'm reading it next week. Oh, that reminds me, Meredith is on Team Jonas Brothers, if anyone's wondering, because I feel like somebody's going to ask in the comments. What team are you on?
I'm on the losing team, but it's fine.
I'm on NSYNC.
That's what I thought. Yeah, and my friend Kristen, oh shit, I was supposed to tell her that we were back. It's okay. My friend Kristen, she joined like late, but I was like, I don't think it's too late to join. Like, I'm pretty sure you can join through the month, whatever.
Yeah.
And so she's on Team Backstreet Boys, but she was like, am I supposed to be on your team? And I was like, you can be on whatever team you want. Like, I'm not gonna make you be on my team. That would be weird. Like that. Like, no. But yeah, I do have it right here. I just haven't started it because Brittany and I are gonna do like a vlog collab where we read all of the team books in one vlog. So I've been holding out on this.
Nice.
I actually do want to read this book.
Same. I'm gonna read it next week.
It's good. I gave it 5 stars.
Okay.
But my hang up with this one was that I wanted the audio. And when I bought this book, it was so popular audiobook wise that the library was like months out on holds. That's
yeah.
Yes, The Book Thief has terrible parents. Terrible. Like,
I can't really
Have y'all-
remember. I read it so long ago.
y'all ever read The Book Thief? Kelsey, have you read the
Yeah,
book?
I
Oh
read it
no, I
years
have
ago.
not. No, I have not.
Yeah, they're terrible parents. Like 100% what you should not do. Honestly. Absolutely. Hello, Crystal. Yes. Addie bumped her head, apparently. But I did send you the link. I thought that you said you had something going on, which is why I didn't send you the link sooner. So that's my bad. You can yell at me later. But I did send you the link, Crystal. So whenever you want to come, I'll be here for hours. So hello, Leandra. Finished with work, so I think I'll relax and then join you all in video format. Wonderful. I'm pretty sure I sent you the link at like 4 o'clock this morning. If not, let me know and I'll send it again. Oh, that was from before.
The betrayal. It's making me see it twice.
Betrayal. TikTok is great. I encourage TikTok. At some point, I will burn out on reading and I will just watch YouTube for the last like 4 hours of the sprints. So whatever you choose to do. Didn't read, but made and ate dinner, vacuumed and started laundry. Very productive. I have pizza in the oven.
Oh, nice.
So I don't know where I put my phone though. This is like an actual problem. What is my life? Okay, it is too early in these sprints for it to be this chaotic, to be honest with you, but it's okay. 18%, it's okay. You've read 16 books
Literally.
in 16 days, ma'am. Like and she messaged me and was like, she's like, I'm just feeling
I don't know how she's done it.
and I'm like, listen, man, to be honest with you, I dropped the ball on freaking Delilah Green because I don't have the audio for that. So I messaged her last night and I was like, I can't read this book until I have the audio. It is too long for a contemporary romance for me to read this crap with my eyes. Like, it's not going to happen. And she's like, I understand. So if you drop the ball on this book, it's okay. It's fine. Took a nap.
Does she have to read a book every day or can she catch up? Does it
She's caught up, I think, twice. Once or twice.
She has fallen behind, I think, twice and then caught up.
Yeah.
But she has read the equivalent of 16 books in 16 days.
Yeah.
And I know she's doing a lot of them audio, but even so, like, it's still...
That's still amazing, yeah.
Make yourself listen to an audiobook every day. That's still, didn't read Just 8. Wonderful. Yes, I also really love Beckett. I was saying this to Kelsey earlier. Like, there are no characters in this series that I don't like. I don't think. I mean, I've liked all of the characters because, like, the characters that they're following were introduced to in Love Light Farms in some capacity, and I just love all of them, if I'm going to be honest. So, yeah. But the I don't know if it's supposed to be autism or just neurodivergence, but the neurodivergent rep, I'm just going to call it that because I don't know exactly what Beckett is supposed to have, whatever. The neurodivergent rep, though, where he is sensitive to noise, chef's kiss. It's great, honestly. 15 pages and made my first coffee of the night. Wonderful. I need to make another coffee at some point. I don't know if
Which part was that for? Yeah,
I don't know, but
we talk about too much and then don't remember.
I know, right? Daisy Jones and the Six. I'm going to because it's one of the team reads.
Yeah, I'm
so
going
I
to
have to
too.
read it next week anyway. So when it premieres, I think it's on like the 6th that it premieres. I think I am going to watch it.
Yeah, me too.
What's it on?
Amazon, I think.
Oh, I think I have
Please
that.
hold.
We use
It's
my partner's
still going
dad's.
on. Here it is.
I think I'm gonna watch it.
You've read it already, I'm guessing?
Yeah, a few years ago. I probably should
Yeah, I
reread
read it a while ago. I should reread it too. I read it like a year ago, so I kind of forget details, but I'm like, I don't have time to reread it before it comes out. So
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the trailer.
I
think it's
yeah,
gonna be
I
good.
get what you're saying.
I think it's
yeah.
gonna be good.
Yeah.
I think the trailer was all just about like the love triangle, and I'm like, that's more than just that. But I'm sure that the show will be. They're just trying to catch people. I actually liked that there wasn't too much revealed, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
feel
feel
like
like
give away
there's always
everything.
too much with trailers, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel
That
like
was
the
just
trailer,
sort of
I feel like the trailer did what it did to garner attention. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
without
Like,
revealing everything.
you guys want to watch this
That was
type
pretty
thing?
good.
Because I think to people that haven't read the book, you know, because not everyone is like us, where we're like, well, we have to read the book first. It would still make you want to watch it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Send the link. At this point, I just imagine you as a superhuman who doesn't need sleep. I mean, truly, maybe it's just like the mom in me. That's what I feel like, because I feel like, okay, so, my God, why is this TV so loud? I'm sorry. I have to go down and get this pizza. All right, turn the TV down, please.
Pizza is important.
Ma'am, turn the TV down. It's so loud that I tell you to turn it down and you yell, what? A little more. That's good. 80? No, baby, that's 18. I was going to say, it better not be at no 80. Oh, God. I don't even know if this goes that loud. Okay, so, like, I just assume that, like, I haven't had any actual sleep for the last... How old am I? 31? So 11 years, okay? Because like my oldest child is 11. But also like I just have Ari here because her brothers were adopted. But like an open adoption, right? So I just assume that I've gotten no actual sleep in like 11 years. You know? And at this point
we're high scene for others who want to have
this point, we're just riding the wave. You know what I mean? Finish cutting your hair. Wonderful. How did you cut it? Like into like a like how did you cut it? Like a trim or like a true cut? Everyone's saying hello. Yes, Kiana said earlier that she took a sick day because she was not feeling well. She did say that at the beginning of the sprints. Okay. Yeah.
He is so out of luck.
What?
I'm saying something. It's way out of luck because he's not giving him a chance.
I want pizza now.
Yeah.
I don't have pizza, but I want it.
It's not like great pizza, you know what I mean? It's like
also the morning here, so I probably shouldn't.
It's like the one in the freezer section, the boxed pizza.
Yeah.
Those are good.
Good pizza.
It's like the Red Baron pizza that's like as close to like takeout pizza as you can get. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I always add a bit extra cheese though. So I do love
Yeah,
cheese.
I find they slack on the toppings for sure a little bit.
Yeah.
Which are you?
They're so cheap too. Easy meal. Wish I had some now. I'm going out for lunch, but I don't know where.
What are you going to do? You're upstairs.
I'm gonna do sprints like I've been.
Hamburgers and hot dogs sounds really good. No, I want hamburgers and hot dogs.
I did have a hamburger for lunch, so
maybe we'll get burgers for lunch. I'm going out with my mom.
It's hot, so go sit down.
Because I'm going to a music thing with her tonight because she didn't want to go on her own. So I said I'd go with her so she could go.
What time is it there
Yeah, hold on.
for you?
It's nearly 11 a.m. here.
Oh, okay.
I have to head off around 12, so I won't be here super long, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm morally supporting my mom today. She's like, I'm not going to go on my own. I'm like, I'll go with you.
Yeah.
I have no interest in this thing. It's like, goes for hours. It's going to be hot.
When this movie is over, you need to come up and get your pajamas on. Do you hear me? Thank you.
I feel like I need to go put mine on. I'm like, okay, I'll go put my pajamas on.
And finish your movie. You need to come put your pajamas on. Thank you. Okay, sorry. Had to get the child, fed. Because that's, she thinks she needs to eat 3 times a day, apparently.
Who has breakfast? Like, come on.
Is Anthony coming over?
Yeah.
Okay. 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 Sorry, talking to the other kid, making sure he's, breathing because
That's important.
well, he went to the hospital like earlier in the week.
Oh, okay.
Which is why we no longer have animals in the house because he is allergic to the animals.
Oh, that sucks.
And he's got like pockets of fluid and air in his neck and stuff, so not great. So we have to. So he's like wheezy, but we have to like keep making sure that he's like. I'm like, are you good, buddy?
Yeah.
And then we like check on him when he sleeps to make sure that he's like breathing, which sounds like dramatic, but like literally.
Yeah.
Kiana needed sleep and ibuprofen. Sometimes it's just what we need. You know what I'm saying? Cut off 6 inches. I'm trying to get the shape right. I have to now go into a full-on wash day to see the results. Yeah. So I don't cut my hair. I won't lie to you. Like I have my friend, when she braids it, every time she braids it, she trims it if there's like split ends. But otherwise, like my hair is actually pretty long. You can't tell because it's not straightened. But like my hair actually comes to like here. My natural hair.
Nice.
It just takes so freaking long to straighten it that I just don't. Hamburgers and hot dogs. Oh, that's why y'all were talking about that. Add extra cheese. Yeah, I don't, only because I have to share them with Ari, and she's very particular about her freaking pizza, which like is fine, but like also
it's
how
good.
do you like?
I mean, I'm only like 1/3 of the way in, so far so good.
I mean,
I've done it twice.
I won't do it again because Sam does not like it when I do it. Because when
My
I chop,
I don't like the short hair on me as much, but my boyfriend's like, cut it again. He keeps like trying to get me to cut it again. I'm like, no.
Sam actually prefers for my hair to be like long, like he's okay with it with the length that it is right now, but he's not really a fan of short hair on anybody, to be honest with you. I don't love short hair because I don't know how to style it, but when I do a big chop, like it is short, like teeny weeny afro short, like, and he's like I don't like it, and I was like, I know you don't, so that's fine. Because I'll make a comment, I'll be like, I need to either go get my hair done or I'm chopping it off, and he's like, well, we'll figure out how to get it done. Yeah, he's getting better now. Like he's home. He did have to take off, so he went into the hospital on Tuesday. Was it Tuesday? Yeah. He went into the hospital Tuesday morning. He was home Wednesday afternoon. And then he didn't go to school yesterday or today. And then they're off school Monday, Tuesday for President's Day. And then there's some like teacher in-service thing. So I think he goes back to school on Wednesday. But he hasn't been able to do like soccer or anything else. So he's fine. He's stubborn as hell and doesn't listen when we tell him not to do things. But other than that. And I knew that he was going to be fine when he texted me and was like, hey, did my shoes come in the mail? Yes. Okay. But also, like, you're in the hospital, so lay down and
the shoes.
And Sam had told me, he was like, there's like going to be shoes coming. And I was like, okay, cool. So, like, they came and I set them on the table. And then at like 9:30 that night, I'm at work, and Austin's like, "Hey, did my shoes come?" And I was like, "Yes, they're on the kitchen table. Don't worry, your shoes are safe, buddy. Your shoes are safe." Okay, back and ready to read. Welcome back, Jessica. Oh yeah, and we had a whole conversation with Sam because Austin came home and wanted to just do everything because he has like a weight limit, so he's not supposed to be like lifting things, but he insisted on doing his own laundry. And Sam was like, "You're supposed to be laying down, blah blah blah," and he was like, "You can't be doing laundry with the wet clothes." So Austin was like, "I can do it if I do one piece of clothing at a time." So he stood at the washer and took out one piece of clothing and put it in the dryer at a time, with Sam standing there watching him. And then Sam looked at me and he was like, "Is this how you guys feel when I'm sick?" And I'm like, "Yeah, because you're a stubborn ass when you're sick." Because Sam doesn't like to be sick. So he'll be like, "No, I'm fine." And he'll like try to get up and like do housework. And I'm like, "You're about to fall out and you're out. What are you doing?" Like when he got COVID, he was down for 24 hours.
Only?
Yeah.
Only 24 hours.
24 hours. He was down for 24 hours. I mean, he was still contagious, but he slept the whole day. And then the next morning he was up with a mask on, cooking, cleaning. I was like, "What the hell are you doing?" I need to move my body. And I was like, "Sir, you literally..."
He's one of those people that are bored of like sitting down and doing nothing, I feel.
And I was like, "You literally have COVID. Like, I'm going to need you to go lay down." What are you? "I'm fine. I can do this. I'm fine." And I was like, "Yeah, okay. Well, you literally have COVID. So, no." For preventing pneumonia, they are great exercise for lungs in general. Yeah, he's been doing some, I don't know if he got them from YouTube, but the doctor I know gave him some breathing stuff he's supposed to be doing. So goodbye, Tina. Thank you for hanging out. So wonderful to have you as usual. Yeah, the men in this house are just... I'm sorry. Like, if I'm sick, I'm like, "Hi, I'm sick. Leave me alone. Don't look at me. Don't touch me."
Yeah.
Ari will be like, "Why can't you tuck me in?" And I'm like stumbling around the house because when I'm sick, I also have migraines. So like I'm stumbling around in the dark because if you turn the light on, like I'm literally going to die. And then he'll be like, "I know you didn't make your mom get up when she doesn't feel well." A better selection for subscription. So here's the thing. I feel like, and anybody can disagree with me, but I feel like comparing Scribd and Kindle Unlimited is like comparing apples to oranges.
In a way, yeah, because it's just different stuff on each.
On what you're trying to do. I have both. Because I get all of like my smut and stuff from Kindle Unlimited. And Scribd is where I go, like the first place I go to find audiobooks. But I only use Scribd personally for audio. I don't use it for anything else. And Kindle Unlimited, some of the books do come with audio option. I think it's just going to depend on what I would do with Kindle Unlimited is because you can browse the books that are on Kindle Unlimited without having a subscription. I would browse the books and see if there's like any on there that you want to read before subscribing. I just subscribed to Kindle Unlimited because I knew that there was like romance books on there, so I was like, "Oh, okay, I can read smut and not actually like buy the smut." You know what I'm saying? Because most of it I'm not going to reread ever. Like I want to read it for the time. You know what I mean? But if you're not trying to read, I don't know. Like they only have really certain books, and you have to dig for anything that's not romance. Like if you want like fantasy and stuff, like my algorithm now for Kindle Unlimited has a lot of fantasy in it, but that's because I literally watched video upon YouTube video of people that use Kindle Unlimited solely for fantasy. And so now it suggests it to me because I've downloaded fantasy to my Kindle Unlimited. So it really depends on what you're trying to use it for. If you're just trying to use it as another way to find audiobooks, I would just use Scribd.
Yeah.
Honestly. Yeah. And it's like not even about being lazy. It's just like about my body can't move. Like my body is like,
yeah,
well,
like I literally can't, even if I wanted to.
Like,
Yeah.
Like, like the last few times I've been sick, I couldn't even read because my head hurt so bad.
My concentration was so bad. Yeah.
Like even reading on my Kindle was a no, and then trying to listen to an audiobook, absolutely not.
Yeah.
It was not happening. Yeah. So I mean, I would just decide if there's anything on Kindle Unlimited that you really want to read. Because I'm gonna be honest, a lot of the I know people that were like, well, I got Kindle Unlimited because I wanted to read. I think there's like 3 or 4 Colleen Hoover books on KU. Yeah. They have more of a selection audiobook wise on Scribd, if I'm gonna be honest. So like, you can read the same ones that are on Kindle Unlimited on Scribd, plus a few more. It just kind of depends.
Do they have free trials?
Yes.
For Scribd, you get
free
30
trial.
days.
Yeah, for
free
Scribd,
trial,
I think you get 1 month, and then Kindle, I think you can get 3 months for like $10 or something around there. So
you could free do that and just see which one you use more. Scribd though locks you out. Have you noticed that after a while you can only access certain things?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a bit annoying.
Like right now,
they don't actually say that up front.
Yeah.
Yeah, they make it look unlimited. And like right now,
yeah, they're like, we're unlimited, and it's like, then why can I not access any of these books?
Yeah. What's the limit? Like around 10 or something, right? Like you can get 10, listen to 10, I think, a month.
It's like 5 or 10 books that you can save and or listen to, and then what it does is it says like
available.
This book will be available on blah 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 day.
Yeah.
And the day that it's
when your
available
subscription
is when your subscription renews.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's about like what rights they have to certain books and publishers and stuff too. So it depends what you're reading. Because I know like when I get locked out of a lot, there's still a lot of indie romances I can listen to. Yeah.
Yeah. And they won't lock you out of everything. It just seems to be like the more popular titles is what they lock you out of.
Yeah, it's very confusing. But yeah, they're not upfront about it like at all.
Yeah.
When you start, you're like, oh, what is happening?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas KU, you can just go crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Kindle Unlimited, you can have up to like 20 books out at a time, and you can swap them in and out.
We have 10 here.
I mean, once it's taken off of Kindle Unlimited, if you still have it in your library, then you still have access to it. But when you return it, you won't have access anymore if it's not on KU. But I feel like KU has such a good selection if you know what to look for. You know what I mean? So it just depends. Like if you're going to read a lot. Yeah. Like if you're like, I read a lot on my Kindle, so Kindle Unlimited works for me, but so does Scribd. So I have both.
Yeah, I also have both. And I have Audible.
Yeah, I have Audible also. I just haven't really been using it. Like I've been using the catalog thing, the bonus catalog that you get where you can listen with no credit. I've been using that, but I haven't really been like using my credits. You know what I mean? I've been just like over here just hoarding credits for no reason.
I mainly use it to get the audio for the KU books. You can add them for like $3 AU. That would be cheaper for you guys. So
that's what.
Well, it's kind of cheating the system, but it's there. So
I mean, here's the thing: if they didn't want me to be able to buy the audiobook cheaper, if I download the book from Kindle Unlimited first, you wouldn't give me that option. Okay?
Yeah, I do it all the time.
That's how I got the second Zodiac Academy book. I only had 1 credit, so I was like, okay, I'll get the first one, and then I liked the first one, so I had the second one downloaded, so I bought it for like $8. The second audiobook. And then I just returned the Kindle Unlimited ebook.
Yeah. And you own the audiobook.
but I'm like, I'm not gonna pay $22.
Yeah.
Why are the audiobooks $22? Like, I just do not understand. Like, that's what we would pay for an entire set of like CDs.
Yeah.
Like, to have a
Mm.
physical copy of an audio, like a physical thing for the audiobook. Why am I paying that same amount for
It's
a download?
crazy.
Yeah.
No. Unbelievable, truthfully. Which I think is why they give you like the option, because it's like that's how they get you, because it's cheaper to do the $15 a month for one credit. It's
Yeah.
cheaper to do that than it is to just buy the
Yeah,
audio.
true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
100%.
Okay. Do we want to do a sprint?
Yeah.
I'll probably have to hop off during it because I had to leave a bit earlier because we're looking at a house.
No problem.
So if I disappear, that's why.
Everyone is welcome to come and go as they please. There's like no structure to these at all, to be honest. Like, you just pop in, pop out. If I see you pop in, I add you in. You know what I mean? That's how this
Yep.
works. That's how it goes. Got to page 300 of Batman. The last few sprints. Wonderful. I can't justify to do Audible and pay for
Yeah, me neither.
this audio. Yeah. I honestly, I use, like I said, I use the Audible like the I don't know what it's called, but like the bonus catalog thing that they have, because you can read a lot of books with and not have to use a credit. So
Yeah.
I will use that, especially if I need like a last minute like romance book or something. They have a lot of romance books on there that you can read with no credit.
So your subscription to that costs the same as a book there? Because books here are really expensive, so it is actually
like
cheaper here.
It's like $14.95.
Yeah,
It comes to
because
like,
our books here are crazy.
After tax, it comes to like 16 something to do the subscription with one credit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cheaper here to do that than buy a book physically because they're very expensive here.
Yeah, and it really does depend too, because sometimes it's cheaper to do the Audible than it is to buy the book. Especially if like the book only comes out in hardcover.
Yeah.
But sometimes like I need to, like, for like the Crescent City books, I have both Audible, like both books from Audible, because I was like, I'm not gonna read these 800-page books with just my eyeball. Like, it's not gonna happen. So like,
Yeah.
so it's like a toss up as to whether you're paying more or less, whatever. So
Yeah.
all right, we will do another sprinty sprint. If you disappear on us, Meredith, thank you for hanging out, buddy.
Thank you for having me. Sorry, I can't stay longer.
That's okay.
One time it'll fall on a weekend when I'm free. It'll happen one day.
Right. Eventually. All right. We will see everyone in 45 minutes. Hello.
Hello.
I don't know what happened. My computer, like, I don't know. It, like, froze. And, like, I looked up because I was like, well, how much time do we have left? And it was just, like, sitting at, like, 21 minutes. And I was like, that's not... I was like, why is my shit frozen?
Yeah, I passed by because I read in a different room. So I passed by. I was like, wait, why does it just have mine, like, massive on there? I was like, oh, yeah, you'll probably figure that out.
Yeah, and then I was like in the middle of trying to do it, and Hillary was like, "We lost Neva," and I was like, "Yeah, apparently."
And then I was like, "Wait, the timer's not up." And then I was like, "I think it was around like 15 minutes." So I was like, "I don't know though. I'm not sure."
Hello. Yeah, I don't know what happened,
Hello.
but it wigged. I don't know. Listen, it seems like something happens with my computer every time I do 24-hour sprints. Like the very first time I had people on 24-hour sprints, there were 7 of us on the sprint. It was back when, like, I had, like, Michelle and Lexi, Brittany, like, when Sarah, like, all of them showed up all at once.
Mm-hmm.
And my computer froze and it kicked me out of the stream. And so they were, oh, no, my internet went out. That's what it was. My internet glitched because there was a storm. And, like, I was watching it on my phone. And they all, like, kind of just sat there for a minute. And then Michelle was like, well, she'll probably be back, so we'll just talk amongst ourselves. So they were just, like, talking, like, answering comments, but not clicking on them because they couldn't. I feel like, I became a whole ghost. Like, I could click the comments, but I couldn't actually do anything.
Yeah, that happened another time where you, like, could click them, but your camera was completely off. Yeah.
The camera was off. It told me that they couldn't find a camera and it couldn't find the mic. So I was just like, I literally could see everything that was happening on the screen, but you guys just couldn't see me.
Yeah.
And then as soon as we left, like, as soon as we ended the broadcast, because I was like, okay, everybody say bye. Like, I typed it, like, in the comments. Because Brittany was like, okay, tell us when to say bye. So I was like, okay, love you guys all so much. Okay, everybody say bye in the comments. They were like, bye. And I ended the broadcast, and as soon as I ended the broadcast, it brought me back. And I was like, oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
How are you?
I am well. I've enjoyed watching from the comments for a while, so it's very nice to finally come and actually prioritize reading, because I feel like when you're not on screen, I kind of do other things, and I'm like, no, okay, people are watching. I'm going to be actually getting some things done. Yeah. So I'm very excited to finally actually be productive. But one thing I will say is I love how when someone is lost in the camera, immediately in the comments, they're like, we've lost so-and-so. It's this like big thing. It's my favorite part.
Yes. Yeah, because Hillary was like, we've lost Neva. And I was like, yes, I'm here. I'm trying to fix it. I don't know what happened. But, like, I looked up and it was just frozen at, like, 21 minutes and 56 seconds. And I was like...
And then it's just, like, me on the screen. I was like, oh, you'll figure it out, I'm sure.
Well, and then then what I did was I pulled it up because I was like, is it frozen? Like, I was trying to figure out, like, what was going on. So I pulled it up on my iPad, like, the stream on my iPad. And all I see is Kelsey's box. So I was like, okay, clearly this thing froze.
Something's wrong, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How did you do, Kels?
Well, I have an issue going on. So our heater or furnace, like, isn't working now all of a sudden. So, and in Canada it's cold. So, that is fun. So I'm dealing with that. So I only got like 20 pages read, but I am liking it, what I'm reading. But next sprint may be dealing with that and like getting on the phone with like someone to come fix it. So we'll see. So I have like my little blanket here. So it's a little cold.
I got to 78%. It says I have about an hour and 10 minutes left.
You'll finish that for sure. Like 2 sprints. Yeah.
We're gonna get it done. We're gonna get it done. Okay, so that'll be like more books in the last 2 days, and I've read an entire week. I'm just saying. It's fine. I'm not mad about it, really, but like also it's a little annoying just because like I take my Kindle with me everywhere I go. So like there's really no reason for me not to read, other than that I was clearly slumpy until I finished Secretly Yours, which just pulled me right out. So I will finish this and then I'm gonna go ahead and start after I do, because I really need to read like at least part 1 today. You know,
when do you have to be done that one?
The Zoom call is on March 8th at 6 p.m.
Okay, so you have time.
Just like a Wednesday, so like I have time, but if I know
if you don't
me.
start
Like,
now, you won't. Yeah.
If I do not start, like if I do not tell myself like, girl, you need to read one, like the first part of this, like right now, I will read it the night before. Like I will like binge listen to it on Tuesday night at work, and then not be able to mark anything because I'll be at work, and then I'll have nothing to talk about in the discussion that I'm supposed to be leading, because I thought it would be a 2022 Geneva thought it would be a cute idea to be like, sure, I'll do fiction book club. I don't know anything that I'm doing, but that's fine. Brittany got 2 certificates. How did you do? Did you read it all?
18, so that's good.
Did you read it all, Leandra?
Yeah, so I'm still reading Ink by Elizabeth Hunter, but I also have decided to do some research, and there's 3 other books in the series, which I'm so excited about. What's also interesting is, so these 2 characters are just like white characters, but every other character, it seems like the author has decided to ensure that there's either a BIPOC author or some other thing. Like the second book has like a plus size like woman protagonist, so I'm just like really excited about the like diversity and just the inclusion. So while this one starts off with just 2 kind of like regular people, it just like, you know, spreads it out and ensures that it's not like the typical, like, I feel like sometimes romance series end up just like being really whitewashed, unfortunately. But I'm really excited that this author has taken in, you know, in consideration that there's other people, and I'm already loving this one. So yeah, I've already read a little bit, and I think that in these sprints, I'm probably going to finish the book because I have less than 100 pages to go.
Wonderful. I need to read this. This one's on Kindle Unlimited, right?
Yes, yeah, I think Brittany said that it's also on Kindle Unlimited, which I didn't realize. So I have the physical book, but yeah, for those who have Kindle Unlimited, definitely check it out.
I might do Kindle Unlimited.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Brittany is making progress, because I know what was she at, like 18% last time?
Yeah, so pretty good.
I didn't read but finished Laundry and Cleaning. Very productive. 63% of the 5th Paint It All Red. Oh, my book series. Yeah, I've almost read 20% of the book during sprints, plus took accidental nap. Listen, I may or may not have taken a nap after Ari got home. Like, I mean, I heard the timer off, but I may or may not have fallen asleep, so it's really fine. Oh, and up here, E. Harris said that they finished Pen Pal, which is like the smut one, not the horror one.
I was thinking the horror one. Okay.
Yeah, well, and I asked earlier when they said they were reading Pen Pal, and they said it was the smut one. So, because there's 2. So, like...
yeah, very different vibes.
It seems like ridiculous to be like, is it the horror Pen Pal or the smut Pen Pal? But, like, if you... Like, when I type in Pen Pal into Amazon, the first one I get is the smut one.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's on Kindle Unlimited.
There you go.
What did you think, E. Harris? What did you rate it? Because this is actually on my TBR, but like there's just so much dark romance, so little time. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just trying to read it all, and I cannot do what I did last month and read an entire series in 6 days. I cannot. I cannot do that again, because then nothing else gets read. Okay, all right.
Mm-hmm.
And then I made everyone else read it too. And
yeah, I was just gonna say, don't find another one, because then we'll all get hooked.
I will need some recommendations though, because I've just gotten into romance. So you guys are gonna have to give me some recommendations as I move forward.
Do you have any triggers?
Not that I can think of. So okay. I think I'm all right. So to your discretion, I am in your hands.
I'm gonna tell you to read the
like I'm ready.
Do you have Kindle Unlimited?
I don't have, but I have Kindle, like I've got Prime, which also does unlock some books, but it certainly doesn't unlock as many as Kindle Unlimited does. Okay. So if anyone has Prime, they do have some ebooks available, but obviously Unlimited is the one to really get them.
even if you have to buy these books, because I'm buying them. I'm just saying they're like sitting in
Let
my
me guess what
Put your
series
money
you're gonna
down.
recommend.
Witsec. I need you to read this series. Now I need you to know two things that I did not tell people before, and people were not very happy with me. First of all,
Okay.
it is a slow burn. Okay,
Mhm.
I need you to know that first and foremost, because Crystal was not happy with me because she was like, "Girl, why is it so slow?" And I was like, "It was a slow burn." She was like, "You did not tell me that. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's a slow burn romance." Okay.
Okay.
Also, you need to also know that the fourth book does not come out until August 31st.
Okay. Good to know.
And
So if I get hooked, I've got to be okay with waiting. I've got another slow burn to be prepared for.
They all end in to be continued. They all just end on a cliffhanger, but
The second one's not the worst. The second one was like, okay, I could wait, but the third one, yeah.
Okay.
And now we have to wait
to read this series. And if anyone's mad at me because you read this and then got hooked, I just need you to know that I only heard about this series because of Brittany of Gigi and Bo, which the bookmarks. She makes bookmarks. But I follow like her bookstagram too, where she posts like what she's reading. And she read this series. So I was like, oh, this looks cute. Because like the covers are very misleading. They're like flowered covers. Like they almost look like YA, but they're not. I promise you. And I was like, oh, these are cute. She was like, you have to read it, blah, blah, blah. And then my entire TBR for January abandoned because I read all 3 books in like 6 days. And that was
and
around
you got
working.
influenced because literally you got like 5 other people to read it. So
and then Brittany was like, hey, I'm gonna be doing this Kindle Unlimited vlog. And I was like, Witsec. So then she read the whole series. And then Crystal read it. Reni read it, I think. Kelsey read it. Everyone just read it. Because I was like, everyone just read this. Just read it. Okay?
Yeah,
just
like, please.
But I can give you other recommendations too. Because I really delved into the dark romance in 2022 because I'm really not like you would think I'm lying because I do have an entire shelf, like half of a shelf that's contemporary romance. Why do I have this? I don't know. Because I'm not really like a contemporary romance girly. Also I need to buy the special editions of It Ends With Us, It Starts With Us because this uneven sizes driving me nuts. Anyway, but I didn't really want like fluff. You know what I mean? Like I wanted like possession and like dark things. So like I delved into that, and then like halfway through last year, I hit like when rom-comathon first started, I was like, okay, I'll give it a chance. And then like I did find that I do like some contemporary romance, but some of it's just no. Also, I just need every contemporary romance person to just stop it with the miscommunication tropes and the third act breakup. Unless it's like for
the third act breakup, yeah, I'm just over it.
I
mean, expect it, and it's never really like I don't know. It just doesn't seem rational. It's always like this weird made up dramatic thing. And I'm like, just talk to each other. I'm like, just sit and really
have to push something weird in. Yeah.
What's crazy is like we also get third act. You do get third act breakups in like dark or taboo romance too. It's just done so much differently, and I find that it's usually really done in age gap romance. So it seems more plausible because we're looking at like in Praise, which I just read. When did I read that? Last month? Like in Praise, she's like 21 and he's like 40. So like there's a big like a larger age gap. Like I don't care about age gap, but like there's an age gap there, right? So the miscommunication that they have is like he is like afraid to get involved with her because she's so young, so he doesn't want to like corrupt her. You know, because the Salacious Players Club is all about like this group of people that runs a sex club. So like that's what that's about, and he doesn't like want to corrupt her, even though she wants what she wants. and he's like, I know that you want this, but also, are you sure? Type thing. So like to me, it's not like so much miscommunication as like they're trying to figure out where everything fits. So like there is technically a third act breakup in that book, but the breakup makes sense. Like the splitting of the ways, it like makes sense. Unlike Tessa Bailey. Tessa Bailey never makes any sense as to why
Okay,
she has her.
but really, Neva, you can't, because that book was nothing like some of her other ones. Like she has done good third act breakups where it's not like out of the blue,
I mean,
you know.
Yeah, that one just felt.
That one was just a whole like I do not.
Which one are we talking about?
Secretly Yours by Tessa Bailey.
Oh, okay, the one you just finished.
Yeah, it just felt.
That's not a good representation of most of her
like
books.
it
I'll
just
say that.
felt. It just
As
felt
a Tessa Bailey stan here.
Because I don't remember if there was a third act breakup in.
It happened one summer.
Yeah.
There is, but it felt like it fit more with the story. It wasn't just like pushed in there for the sake of like.
And it was definitely miscommunication in the fact where they like couldn't contact each other. So like each there was assumptions made. So that's
there was miscommunication a little, but I felt like it just like worked better with the storyline. Yeah,
it made sense.
Yeah. Secretly Yours felt like pushed in. Yeah.
Because like another one that annoyed me, which I gave this book 5 stars. I just need to open with that. But like the Unhoneymooners also had a third act breakup, and I was like,
I want to read that.
What? For what? Like, what was the point? Which like I understand
just for drama.
I understand that like the Unhoneymooners is supposed to be like enemies to lovers, which maybe I'm a little jaded because I read dark romance. So like enemies to lovers in contemporary romance is never true.
It's not enemies to lovers.
Yeah.
No.
It's like career rivals, or they're just like
like the hating game.
Sunshine.
It's like you annoy me a little bit, so I dislike you to lovers.
Yeah.
It's not true enemies to lovers, but like the Unhoneymooners, like it was cute. Like I thought that it was funny, but when it came to the third act breakup, I was like,
I'm surprised you still gave it a 5 after that.
Listen, I gave it a 5 because the rest of it was just so. It just made me like laugh out loud. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was the first contemporary romance other than like Book Lovers, which I don't even count as contemporary romance personally, but that's my opinion. Where it just made me feel like I was truly invested in that relationship. Okay, like I was invested in the relationship from the moment that they pretended to be married, even though I knew that they were not married. Honestly.
Yeah.
That sucks. I hate cleaning the cat boxes, which like I don't have to do now because the cats are not here. But like even so. I recommend it if you're interested in Batman, especially after the big screen 2025. Wonderful. I love that you are loving it. Put it on my Kindle. I think she's talking about Ink.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I think it should have had another title. What did you think? Oh, they must be talking about Pen Pal. Third act such a lazy thing to do. Yeah. Here's the thing. I don't necessarily. I think to say that I hate a third act breakup in contemporary romance because I think that third act breakups can be done well in dark or taboo romance because usually there's an actual genuine reason, and then when it happens, it's usually because someone is like, I know that we have a problem, but I also don't want to talk about the problem right now. Like in Praise, there's a third act breakup, and then he like tries to apologize to her. I can't really go into a lot of detail or in the book, but like he tries to apologize to her in the way that he knows how, and she literally like lets him do what he does and then is like, if you thought that was good enough, you were wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like in like actual reality, the way that it plays out, it makes sense. So I was like, okay, cool, like y'all are gonna end up together at the end. But like,
because I find with like contemporary romance, it's like huge issue that like didn't even make sense, and then they're all like, okay, we're back together and happy forever, and then it ends. Like it's just very like typical. There's
no like chat about like, hey, I know that this hurt your feelings, maybe we could do this in the future. It's just like, Well, we broke up, but in 2 weeks we'll be back together and everything will be fine.
And do you
Yeah,
find their
perfect in
communication
love.
is usually like completely fine right before the breakup? Like good communication, great, and then all of a
Yeah.
sudden
Everything's
bad
awful.
communication and like
Everything's
They've all
going
forgotten how
great.
to be in a relationship. They've
Yes.
completely forgotten.
Yeah.
And that's the
Yeah.
problem. It's like everything is going well.
Great. Yeah.
9 times out of 10, you get
Mhm.
like this glorious sex scene,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's
Yeah,
like
that's
the
a
next
must.
day
And then,
Then
yeah,
drama.
they just
Yep.
yep.
it just falls apart overnight
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
due to nothing. Okay, like
Yeah.
because it's like y'all were just in the bed, like y'all were just screwing each other all over the house, and now all of a sudden you hate each other. That
Suddenly they
make
can't
it
cope.
Yep.
It's too good to be true.
math
Yeah.
ain't nothing.
I think this is a wit sack.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think.
Everyone
Me
should.
too.
I just will say this. I always ask people what their triggers are, just because I know some people consider trigger warnings to be spoilers. But as a person that actually has triggers that are hard for me to read,
Well,
Mhm.
yeah, that one definitely has. If you're like the type
Like,
to have triggers, or not the
or
type, but if you have triggers, definitely look it up.
none.
Like-
Well,
Because there's a few in there.
I'm trying to think. In the first book, there are no trigger warnings that are related to sex.
Mm.
Yeah,
as
there's
the
a
books-
whole other storyline that I would
Mhm.
say like
you're-
that's the big
'cause you
trigger
are
warning. Yeah.
Technically following two storylines, because there are flashbacks to something that happened that made our main character be in Whitsick. So
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
so you have to have that background. But there is a good chunk, I think, of book 2, and I know in book 3, where a lot of the flashbacks that she has are very violent. Like
Mhm.
the first book, there are some violent ones, but they're not as quite as graphic as the second and third books, which is why I asked if you have triggers. But like the first book is relatively tame. But also like it is a reverse harem. So she's sleeping with 4, like the relationship with her, it's her and 4 brothers that live next door to her. It's like a neighbor romance. But there's no like the brothers, there are group scenes, but the brothers don't like
Like she has a
Yeah.
relationship with each one, basically. Yeah.
she's in a relationship with each one, and there's a few scenes where she hooks up with more than one brother at a time, but there's
Mhm.
no incest.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm
See,
saying?
I went into it not knowing, and I was like, what's Neva getting me into here? And I was like,
I remember
that's
this
what I thought, and I was like, okay, I'm pleasantly surprised.
because it was a
that's-
conversation that was had in the group chat by Kelsey, because Kelsey was like, she hooks up with both the twins. I'm like, yes, but there's no incest. There's no
was
no
like,
The triangle is not complete. Like
there's no
it is.
crossing of swords or
Yeah.
anything.
Because I'm like, that's a little too far for me. Like, I'm not.
No, I
that's
would've
not my
never-
like book.
Like,
Mhm.
because I cannot do incest. Like
Yeah.
I can do what would be considered like pseudo incest. Like I can do like step siblings. Sometimes I can do like step parents, but my caveat to that is that you cannot be raised from a young age with these people thinking
Mhm.
that they're your family.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's my problem with Credence. It's why I probably will never read it, because Credence by Penelope Douglas, she's raised since she was like 5
Mhm.
to believe that that the people because she hooks up with like her uncle and her step uncle and her step cousin, I
Mhm.
think it is, but she's known them almost her entire life as her uncle and her cousin. Like it
Yeah.
does say on the back of the book that like these are like the uncle is the step sibling of her stepdad.
Mhm.
But I'm still sitting here like, but if you've been raised your whole life to believe that these people are your family, what makes you want to sleep with them?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's there's layers to the various types of kinks that you can be okay with, and that's
I
like
mean,
an added
if
layer
you-
among
I
many.
mean, if you meet your stepbrother when you're when you're 16 and he's 18, and then when you turn 18, y'all hook up. Cool. Fine. Like, you're basically grown up by then. But if you and your stepbrother have been siblings since you were 5 years old, and nope,
Yeah.
you've lost me. You've lost me. But I definitely can't do like actual incest. No, that's a hard no.
Yeah.
Pen Pal was good. I had a love-hate relationship with the narrator, as she was quirky but had a rambling inner dialogue. It sort of dragged on at the end, though. 3 stars for me.
Okay. Quirky is a hard adjective for a narrator. It can either be great or it can be overdone. Like, it's really specific. When you want to say quirky, I don't know. It makes me nervous because it either works or it doesn't.
Yeah, because there's no like because like I consider myself quirky, but like also I know I'm not for everyone. So like, see, Brittany loved it. Brittany loved the Wit Sex series.
Okay.
You see, I give good recommendations. It's just that my recommendations are gonna make, like, unfortunately, when I discovered the world of Kindle Unlimited, I discovered series. So like I discovered things that are in whole series. And so I tell people, like, a lot of them, like the Sophie Lark books, so like these are technically standalones, but within a series. So like you could read them in any order, but there are characters that show up. Like, so there are characters, like, this is the second book. The first book is Brutal Prince. So there are characters from Brutal Prince that show up in Stolen Heir, and so on and so forth. There's 6 books. But you could read these as standalone. So, like, if you read the back of one and you were like, oh, this one sounds great, like, this one is a Beauty and the Beast retelling, then you want to read that one. You could read it without having the context of the other books. But then you have books like the Wit Sex series where you need to read them in order because, like, otherwise they're not going to make it because they are like a true series.
Yeah, things overlap.
Yeah, at happy hour still. Hope to read later. I hope you're having so much fun. Honestly, I'm not at happy hour. I am at my house, which pretty much the happiest hour. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I can give you Kindle Unlimited recommendations. I just, I try to be, like, cognizant of the fact that, like, not everyone is going to do what I did. Like, I just jumped off the deep end. I was like, you know, once when I was 16, I read The Claiming of Sleeping Beauty, and that was, I should not have read that at 16. I should not have. Like, I took it off my mom's shelf, and then she, like, found out later that I had read it, and she was like, where did you get this book? And I was like, off your shelf. And she was like,
oh, okay.
Great. And then she was like, do you have any questions? And I was like, not really. Like, what do you want me to ask you? Like, get away from me. So I just sort of, like, jumped off the deep end. Like, I just was like, let's try it out. I mean, I've definitely had books. There was one book, I don't even remember what it was called, to be honest. I tried to read it for Smudathon, and then there was pew pew play. There was gunplay in that, and I could not. I could not. I didn't even know that was a thing that I could not deal with until I read it. And then I was like, okay, like, it happened in the first, like, chapter and a half, I think.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, okay, cool. I was like, moving on. And then it happened again, like, 2 chapters later, and I was like, I can't handle this. Nope. There's just something about a weapon that is like,
yeah,
like, with that particular weapon, you don't have control over that, in my opinion. Like, if something happens and it goes off, that's it. Like, you're just, I mean, not that they would do that in a book, you know what I'm saying? But it's just in my brain that I'm just, like, waiting for it. Because, like, I can deal with, like, sharp objects, like knives and stuff. Like, I can deal with that. But you have, like, more control over that. There's nothing to, like, go off and just, like...
yeah. When you said sharp objects, I was thinking of the book title by Gillian Flynn. And I was like, whoa, okay.
No, like, I can deal, like, in, like, Taboo or Dark Romance, like, I can deal with, like, like knife play is a thing that happens a lot, I can deal with that because for the most part, like you have control.
Yeah. Well, it's like different because there's not like a mechanism that you don't have. Like, you know, things are happening that you aren't involved in. Yeah.
Right. I cannot. And the thing with the gunplay was it wasn't like he was like threatening her with it. He was using it as an implement. And I was like, what? And like the whole time I'm reading this, I'm like, what if this thing goes
Oh
off?
my god. I could not.
Okay, now I have a picture. Okay. Yeah, no.
And I was
already not on board.
But
That's
not what I was picturing.
Yes,
No.
because he says that, like he put the safety on, so I'm expecting him to be like holding her at gunpoint. Like that's what I'm expecting.
Yeah, which I mean, I
Yeah,
wouldn't read
yeah.
anything, but like now it's
in the
even
book,
worse.
Yeah, exactly. I already had a bad picture in my mind.
Like
No.
in the book, he's an assassin. Like he's an assassin. So I'm like,
I
okay,
guess
cool.
that's fitting. Yeah.
I was like, I can deal with it if he's an assassin. So like I'm like in my head, I'm like, okay, cool. And then like he does what he does with the gun, and I was like, not cool.
No
not
way.
cool.
Oh my
no,
god.
No.
Yeah.
Like, the whole
That
premise
would give me so much anxiety reading that.
Yeah, the whole premise of it is like they're in a school, like these boys are in, well, they're men. It's like a college, but they're
Okay,
like
I was like,
Okay,
I was like,
what is
it gets worse.
they're supposed to be like they're supposed to be like 19, I think.
Okay.
But basically they're not allowed to have sex until they're seniors at this college. So they're part of the college, but a secret society inside the college of assassins.
Oh, okay.
You get it? So like they're in like a regular college. It like kind of reminded me of like Catherine House, except that Catherine House, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it was like a regular college with a secret society of assassins. This guy is part of the secret society of assassins. So him and the rest of the assassins are not allowed to have sex until they are in their senior year. Like that, because basically it's to keep their minds clear or whatever like that. I don't know. There's some kind of philosophy behind it. But he is in love with this girl. He's been in love with her for like years and years and years or whatever. And he is like hired to kill her dad. And she catches him or whatever, but he has like a mask on because he's an assassin, okay? But he knows her and she knows him, but she doesn't know she knows him.
Oh, okay.
So but he also like I don't understand why we couldn't use, I don't know, our hand or something. Like why do we need to use
Yeah.
Because I was like, I understand that like they can't have intercourse. Like I get that. But like there were so many other options here. And you chose that one. And I was like, and like the first time I read it, I was like, okay, if it doesn't come up again,
If it's coming up within the first chapter, it's coming up again.
Like 2 chapters later, he broke into her house and did it again. And she was like, and like, I think what got me is that when he broke into her house that time, she was waiting for it. Like she was anticipating it. And I was like, nope. Because y'all are both demented. Like, I don't understand. Because you're the one doing it, and she's the one that's like looking out her window, waiting for you to come back. No.
Yeah, and as you said, like even though obviously this is fiction and we know that the author wouldn't, make the thing happen, but it's like it doesn't matter. Like anxiety, it wouldn't, like the fear would be in me as a reader anyway.
It was really like the anxiety of, because like he talks about like, I double checked the safety was on. Okay, like
yeah.
But this could have been so much better if you had just removed your glove and just done it that way. Just use your hand, sir.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand why you needed to go.
I don't think anyone needs that mental picture, when they're reading that book. Like, what happens if it goes off? Like, no one needs to be thinking that.
I really wanted to write to the author and be like, I'm just wondering, are you okay? Like, are you good? Because like, there's a lot of things like kink-wise. Like, I would never shame anyone's kink. I might be like, not for me, but like I wouldn't shame anyone's kink. And there's a lot of kink wise that like people would be like, are you serious? Like if they knew me and they knew about them, they would be like, for real? So like I get it, but like I just feel like there should be like a line. You know,
and that's like a scary, like, I feel like
using
that, yeah,
things-
there's kink, and then there's like, I don't know, something that
Yeah.
would genuinely be like
that's like
cause people
genuine.
bodily harm, and yeah, like, you know, to the point where it's like it's not reversible or something, like something would heal out. You know what I mean? Like there's layers to kinks, and that's something that
That's
I've never heard of before. And
Yeah.
that is
yeah.
just
Same. I can say that I've never heard
Well,
of this
and
before.
I asked Mr. Reading when he was, because I was like, is this a real thing? Because like I know that gunplay is a real thing.
Yeah.
First of all, usually it's with prop guns, so like they look real, but there's no way to like put ammo in them.
Yeah.
So like first of all, it's usually with prop guns, and he says that sometimes they can be used as implements, but again, they're usually prop guns. They're not actual things that
Yeah.
will go off.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
So he's like,
that's
is
the
it
big, well, there's a few issues, but that's one of them.
like, this is a kink, but he's like, but I feel like it's very irresponsible to write this into a book with an actual gun, like an actual thing. He's like, it would be one thing if you were reading like something that had like a BDSM element to it, and they were talking about doing this like in a controlled environment. He was like, but that just seems like not a good idea. He's like, because somebody's gonna go out and be like, oh, this is hot, we should try it.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't do it. Hello, Nell. I feel like you came in at probably
a great time.
Yeah, perfect timing.
Nell's probably
what
like,
are they talking about?
No, but but that's why I ask people, because I don't want to give somebody a book that would be too much. Because like I have a friend that actually has trouble even reading contemporary romance because she doesn't like reading sex scenes, which more power to you. But like she would prefer to read, like she prefers like Closed Door.
Yeah.
She doesn't, or Fade to Black. Like it's okay for it to be like implied, but like she doesn't want to read it. Like Verity, she liked Verity except the sex scenes. Like she skipped all of the sex scenes. So like if you've read Verity, like the sex in that is relatively explicit, really for no reason. Like I feel like there's only like 2 sex scenes in that entire book that were actually relevant to the story.
Yeah.
Like the rest of them, I feel like were just in there for, because like I don't know about anyone else, but like it didn't, the sex scenes in Verity really did nothing for me at all. Like they just seemed,
I don't even remember them. That's how
irrelevant
to that. I love that book is a 5-star, but I don't remember the sex scenes whatsoever.
Just seemed like irrelevant to me, like to the point that my sister,
I just didn't care.
My sister borrowed my copy of Verity, and well, I have 2 copies, but she borrowed like my original copy, and like I tabbed it. Like all the tabs that are in here are sex scenes. There's a couple in here I think that are actual like quotes that I wanted to remember. Yeah, the green ones are quotes I wanted to remember, but all of these orange ones are where the sex happens, because my sister has sex aversion, so she doesn't want to read it, she doesn't want to know about it, like it's like gross to her, like, which is fine. But then I like tabbed it, so like I would tab it like at the beginning of the sex scene and at the end, so she could just skip over that part, because I was like, it's not relevant to the story. Like there's no relevance to them having sex, as much as, I mean, that's like a lot of sex to be having in this book. But like she didn't, but like she asked me for recommendations, and I was like, I don't know what to give you, because even the few contemporary romance that I have on my shelves, like The Unhoneymooners, People We Meet on Vacation, neither of those is Fade to Black. Like, you know what they're doing. So I was like, I think you would like them, but you would literally have to skip the sex scenes, because like it's very, I don't want to say explicit, because I read dark romance, so like my level of explicit is,
but for her level it probably is, for sure.
But like for her, like she doesn't want to know about what they're doing at all. Like she prefers, you know, and then I felt ecstasy, and then like the chapter ends and you go like to the next day where they're waking up or something. Like, she wants true Fade to Black. And I was like, you might want to just stick with like YA romance, because I don't, it's harder, especially now, like with newer books, it's harder to find contemporary romance, like adult contemporary romance that has no sex in it.
Mm-hmm. Because it's weird. It's like content warnings are usually for things that may be like tough subjects or really serious things, or like trigger warnings. But with romance, like we don't really get that, just because it's like not viewed in the same sentiment. So I don't know, like for instance, even those who are on like maybe the A spectrum, like some are totally fine with reading it. They just wouldn't want to experience it. But others, you can't. It's like you don't know. So if you want to enter reading romance, you have to almost go in blind.
And
or
the
spoil
covers
yourself.
are like this, so like they're misleading because this book has sex in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like
you wouldn't think,
this book, I picked this book up. I mean, I had already read Book Lovers, which does have a few steamy scenes in it, but I was like, okay, it's like pretty tame. And then I got this book, and I was like, there's legit sex in this book. Like, I don't care. Like, I don't
but it's like these like pastel colors, these and more are going towards that, so that more people feel comfortable probably buying physical copies and reading them in public. But it's like it messes with people if they don't really know what they're going to be getting.
And it never like says like on the back either. Like it's
it sounds like a cute little romance.
It just sounds like a cute love story or whatever. Like, and so I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's fine. So then I have to try to. I mean, for me personally, it doesn't really matter how little or how. I mean, it only really annoys me with sex scenes when they like build up the anticipation and then fade to black. Like, if you're going to fade to black, just don't build it up. You know what I mean? Just like imply that they're gonna have sex, but like I don't need like this sexual tension, and then you be like, just kidding, it's behind a closed door. That annoys me personally. But I also feel like this friend is she's pretty religious, which I think is why she doesn't like having like reading about other people's sexual experiences. Which is like perfectly fine, because like I asked her once, I was like, you have children. I was like, so is it that you don't like are you repulsed by sex? Because like that's a thing, a real thing.
Yeah.
And she was like, no, but like also I don't want to know about other people's things. Like I don't like I obviously like I know what I do behind closed doors, but like I wouldn't go around telling people about it. And I was like, I understand like where you're coming from. I mean, I'm nosy, so I just don't care. Like I'll read about people's sexual experience. That's fine.
Yeah. But like actually, so I'm originally from Rochester, New York, which is actually like the place of where the LDS faith started, so Mormonism. And I'm not Mormon, but I had friends, who were. And so it's the same thing where like they, certain friends really loved romance, but they were really strict about what they actually enjoyed and what they didn't. And it's like, it's understandable. It makes sense. But like I could totally see how it would be really hard navigating and being like, okay, I'm going to pick up this book, and then you might have to DNF a few more books than you want to, especially if you don't know what to expect.
Right. And because there's like not any way to know, like, because they're not gonna, in a romance book, they're not gonna be like trigger warning explicit. Well, if it's explicit, sometimes they will. Kelsey will be right back. She went somewhere.
Okay.
If it's explicit, like, where it could cross a line for somebody, sometimes you'll get that warning, but you're not going to get a warning about like, I don't want to vanilla is about the only word I can think of, but you're not going to get a trigger warning about vanilla sex. Like, you're not going to get a trigger warning that someone gets bent over in the kitchen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to be like trigger warning some sex. Like, they're going to assume that you assume that there's sex because it's a romance book. That's not why.
Yeah.
Yes,
there's just no good way of doing it.
Yeah, Michelle from Michelle's Library does have a video on closed door.
Nice.
Because I did watch it when it came out, and I like actually sent it to my sister because she really does like romance. Like, she read, what did she read? The Love Hypothesis, I think. And she liked Love Hypothesis. I did not like that book, but she liked it. But she did say that she skipped over anything that was like that felt too explicit for her, because she even has trouble with like TV shows. Like, she and I watched You together, and there's sex in You. Like, and it's not closed door. Like, you see the thing happen. And she would be like, "Can you just tell me when it's over?" And then like close her eyes or like walk away from the computer, and then I'd be like, "Okay, it's over." You know what I mean? Because I was like, there is sex in the show, and I was like, I don't know how comfy you're gonna be, like. And she's like, and like you could see it, like she was uncomfortable, but she just like wasn't looking. And then I was like, okay, it's done. And she was like, okay, you know what I mean? Like, because she would even like mute her computer so she didn't have to hear.
Oh yeah, that makes because it's also like visual and audio are completely different. Like it's far more visceral than like reading it on the page.
Yeah, because she's like, I don't want to hear it. She was like, at least in a book, like I have the option to skip it. She's like, but in a show or in a movie, I don't know how long the scene is gonna last. So I don't want to miss something that's important.
Right. You know? Yeah. And so with I'm not like that with romance, obviously, but like I can fully connect that with like horror. Like I like scary things reading, but I have to be really specific about what I'm willing to watch because it's just the graphic effects and everything's just far more graphic for me, like visually. So I could see that being translated for those in the romance kind of idea too.
Yeah, I'm like that too. Cause like last year, like my favorite horror thriller book of the year was Hidden Pictures.
Oh, okay, sure.
I liked the pictures that were in it, but like if that was adapted into a movie, I would watch it with all the lights on at noon. like just because like it was creepy enough. Like it was creepy enough listening to the audiobook and then because I listened to the audio because the audio describe the pictures for you.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
The book in front of you, but I also was gifted the book because it was on my wish list. So I was like, well, I'll just do both because people were saying like it's a better experience if you do both because then you're getting like the pictures and you can see it. And Sam walked in here, my boyfriend walked in here while I was reading it on 24-hour sprints. So all of the lights were out. All I had on was this little ring light that I have that's attached to my computer. And so my whole room was dark. Please hold on. I'm sorry. My sister. Hello. Give me a second because I'm on the live stream, bro.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
Okay, give me a second.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, my sister. So when I read Hidden Pictures, I saw in the dark my door open because my door is right here. So like I have a dresser and my TV, and then my door is like behind the dresser. So like sitting here, depending on how I'm sitting, I can't necessarily see the door, and so I can't see who's on the other side. So all I saw was the door open when I knew that I had closed it all the way. That's what creeped me out because all I saw was it just opened slowly, and I was like, my heart started pounding, and I was like, what is gonna come in? And then in comes my partner, and I was like, oh my God. And he was like, what happened? And I was like, you scared the shit.
You're like, I'm gonna kill you. That's what's gonna happen.
Middle of October, reading Hidden Pictures with like my big chunky noise canceling headphones, and you just waltz in here, creepy as hell. What's wrong? And he starts like laughing, and I was like, "It's not funny." Like
you're like, my heart is racing.
And he laughs like a Disney villain. Like when he actually laughs, like you can ask everyone here in the comments, they've all heard it, and like you can't help but laugh with him. But I was like, I am so mad at you right now that you would do this. And he starts like laughing. He was like, "I'm sorry, I forgot you were reading that." Blah blah blah. And I was like, "Get out, just get out."
Yeah. What's done is done. I'm done. Yeah.
I was like, and I was so angry. I was like, I cannot believe that you would do this. And he was like, I'm sorry. And I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
But watching things, I mean, I watch horror movies, but it's usually like in the middle of the day. Like somebody will be like, well, what are you watching? And I'm like, Silence of the Lambs. And they'll be like, it's 2 p.m. And I'm like, yeah.
That's the perfect time to watch.
I'm not going to watch it at 2 a.m. I'm not going to do that. No. No, thank you.
Yeah, no, not for me.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think Kelsey went to go deal with her boiler.
Oh yeah.
Her furnace or whatever the hell. Because she did put in the private chat that she would be back in a few minutes. But I think if we start a sprint, she'll be okay.
That sounds good.
because she took her headphones out, which means she had to like actually move from her computer.
Yeah, and like
So
she's talked to other people.
So she's probably talking to her boyfriend. Yeah, I think he's her boyfriend. I don't know, her partner. I'm sure she's probably talking to her partner and is like trying to figure out how to make her house
warm.
It's much too cold in Canada to not have heat.
Oh, speaking of, she
Okay,
has
sorry. Yeah, we're getting someone over to fix replace our furnace probably. So yeah, sorry about that.
No, that's why we were literally just talking about you because I was like, I don't know how long she's gonna be gone.
I mean, my internet's fine. Like, so I'll be here like till probably 11, 12. But
I was like,
I might have to pop back in and out. So
in and out, yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, we were just talking about horror things.
Yeah,
how we can
read it. I missed it because horror. Well, I'm glad I missed it because horror is not my thing. So
yeah, well, we were talking about how it's easier for us to read it than to like watch it on TV.
Oh, I'm the opposite. I hate reading it, but I don't love watching it, but I'd rather watch it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about it in conjunction, like because my sister has sex aversion. So like watch like you, because there's a lot of sex in that. She has to go as far as like muting her computer.
Oh wow.
Because she also can't stand to hear it.
Okay.
Like we were like when she came to visit us, we were super conscientious of the fact that she has sex aversion. So we purposely did not have sex while she was here, just because we didn't want her to like accidentally hear something, because it will like actually gross her out. And I was like, I'm not really trying to make you feel uncomfortable when you're trying to go like visit my house. You know what I mean? Like I can be nice about it. Like it's not a big deal. But we were talking about that, and we were talking about how sometimes like the auditory or like the visual of it can make it worse.
Yeah, it's like more explicit and more visceral and just like
you actually see the picture.
It's like in front of you. You can't just like kind of like pretend not to imagine it. It's like there's no imagination. You are watching it. Yeah.
It's kind of like when, and so we were talking about when Sam walked in on me reading Hidden Pictures during the 24-hour sprints in October.
Oh, and scared you. Yes. Yeah.
Basically killed me. Okay. I almost died that day because seeing that door open, that's what just tripped me out because I was like, do I take my headphones off? You know what I mean? But like, I didn't want to be that bitch in the horror movie that's like, hello. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, obviously there's something in the house. You know what I mean? I did not
let the killer know I'm here.
I did not want to be that person. And then he pushed the door open and then stood outside the door. So I couldn't see him, and then came in, and I was like, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, did I scare you? And I was like, no, I just thought I would jump for the fun of it.
Yeah.
That's the worst. The one thing that bothers me about horror films always is they always leave the lights off. Like even if the power's not out, they have the whole house like dark besides like one light. And I'm like, I literally, if I'm home alone, all the lights are getting turned on. Like if I walk in a room, that light's getting turned on. Like I'm not just like walking around in the dark. I don't understand it.
Yeah, if I'm here like by myself, or it's like just me and Ari, like the downstairs, like I leave the downstairs lights on.
Yeah, like a couple lights. It's not like pitch dark. Like I just don't get that part.
My whole life, I was like not my whole life, but for about half my life, I lived in Minneapolis or St. Paul, both in Minnesota. So those are big cities. Like those are big cities. So my grandma and my mom would always be like, leave the lights on in the house because you're less likely to get robbed. If they think that people aren't in the house, they're less likely to like break in.
But now I heard it's the opposite. If you leave like a certain light on, like as like a safety light, like your main light in like right at the foyer, people will think then like you're just leaving on because you're
that's
not
a safety
home.
light. Yeah, now it's like reverse psychology.
So like what's the right thing to do?
Yes. Why are you glad that she's dead?
No.
How are you glad?
No one is glad. No one is glad.
A long time ago, I heard you say that you are glad that you're
No, listen. I need you to listen. Are you talking about when we were talking about the book, I'm Glad My Mom Died? That's a book, baby. That's not. No. That's a book that we read. That's not a thing that I said. I promise. It's a book that
Well,
me
I
and
thought
Brittany
you
read.
said that you were glad that your real, actually, mom died like Nana.
No, that's a book.
How did Nana die again?
She had a heart attack. I know, but no, that's not. When you are no, you see, this is why you should not be nosy, because then you don't be understanding. But that's a book. It's a book that was written. You understand? You understand? Did you finish your movie? You did? Did you clean up your pizza?
I didn't want to watch the rest of Monsters Inc., so I turned on Toy Story 4. I didn't really do them in order. I didn't put on the first one because I already watched the first one.
Okay.
So I put it on the fourth one.
The fourth one. Okay.
And then there was still some of it, but there was a lot left, so I laid down on the couch for a little bit, and there was only a little bit left, but I didn't want it to be past my bedtime. Okay. So I decided to turn it off, and I'm going to finish it tomorrow.
Okay, so why don't you get your pajamas on then? Okay?
Mom, are you going to let me watch TV tomorrow? Because I really need...
Leander's grabbing her tea.
And Monsters Inc. I need to finish those.
Sure, tomorrow you can probably, yeah. Okay. But get your pajamas on.
Mommy, I don't want this one. I want this one because I like these colors.
Okay. Pajamas, please. There should be pajamas in the bucket.
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow what?
I said tomorrow.
Oh, put those on your... Then put them on your dresser, okay?
Well, these are pajama pants. And when is it going to be pajama day again soon?
I have no idea.
Well,
you can ask your teacher when you go back to school.
It's going to be a long time before I even go back.
Yeah, you go back next Wednesday.
Seriously?
Well, sorry, it's President's Day. What do you want me to do?
She loves school.
President's Day tomorrow.
On Monday, it's President's Day on Monday, and then there's like a teacher day on Tuesday, so you guys don't have school on Monday or Tuesday. I know, it's just heartbreaking.
It's honestly nice that she loves school, though. Usually it's the opposite. Like,
go to school.
Yeah.
On Tuesday.
Yes, you usually go to school on Tuesday, but this Tuesday there is no school. I'm sorry. What do you want me to do? You want me to go sue them because they won't let you go to school?
I wanted to get on video chat.
With who?
With all my friends and things, but we didn't bring our iPads or headphones.
That's
and now
because
I can't do video chat.
Well, that's because it's not an e-learning day. You just don't have school. You just
I still want to see my friends.
I know, and you'll see your friends again on Wednesday. All your friends will be at home too on Monday and Tuesday.
Well, how am I going to see them if they're at their houses? They don't live with us. They only live with their moms.
I know.
Their moms are not persons that say, I know.
You'll see all of your friends. You'll see all your friends again on Wednesday, I promise. You're just going to have 2 extra days at home with your mom.
2 extra days?
That sucks.
Yeah.
And I don't even know why I always have to get up at 7 o'clock if I want breakfast at home.
Well, this week you don't. Well, for the next 4 days, you can sleep in if you want. Okay? I know it's rough having 2 extra days with your mom, isn't it?
Mom,
yes.
You said 2 extra days and then I go back to school.
Right. So you have no school tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. I know.
You said 2 extra.
Yes.
2
So
days.
you. Okay. So you don't ever have school on Saturday and Sunday, right?
I wanted them to allow us at school on Saturday.
I know, but
they
your
don't
teacher, because your teacher needs a break, buddy.
Yeah.
She gets well with me.
I know she does well with you, but
she doesn't get well with. She gets well with me, Lonnie, Ethan Mackay, and.
Well, she needs a break. I know
who she does not get get well with. Jordan. I'm sorry, Makai.
Hopefully, none of their parents are watching this.
Yeah.
Right. She does have some.
Lachlan.
Okay.
And
Wow,
Elijah.
we just calling out all the children.
Those are all the 4
Same, Courtney. Same.
Those are all the 4 people that she does not get well with. The only persons that she gets well with is Lonnie, me, Amelia, and Zee.
You're just spilling all the kindergarten.
She's literally like throwing everyone under the bus.
Yeah,
Yes, I
she's
know.
spilling some tea right now.
Yes, okay, I understand, but your teacher needs a break. Yes, your teacher though.
How do you know Ensley's
Because she
name?
was in the office with you that one day. Now listen to me. Your teacher needs a break from all of you. All of you. Okay? I know that
She
you're
doesn't need a break with me.
I know that you don't think so, because I know that you're all friends and everything.
Yeah, but Elijah Lachlan. Makai's my friend, but Elijah Lachlan.
Mm-hmm. Yes?
Who else did I say?
I have no idea. You named like 15 children, so I'm not.
No, I named 4 children.
Oh, okay. Well, however many. I don't remember who you named.
So Makai is my friend.
Okay.
And Elijah and Lachlan are not my friends.
Okay.
Because they always ignore me. They always like bother me.
Oh, annoy you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And bother me.
And bother you. Oh, okay.
And I don't like when they bother me.
I see.
Because every time they bother me, I feel like that they need to go to the police officer's spot.
You mean the principal?
Yeah. And then the principal's office.
The principal's office,
Yeah.
not the police officer's office.
Did you know today Elijah poked me in the arm with his pencil?
Well, that was not very nice. Did you tell your teacher?
Well, I'm sitting in a chair and it said Elijah, but it was Miss Rimmert's chair.
Okay.
And then I said to him that it doesn't matter which chair you're in. And then he literally was pulling the chair, and then he scratched me with the pencil. Then he poked me in the leg with the pencil, and then he poked me in the arm with the pencil.
Yeah. Okay.
And then he left this scrape.
He left a scrape. Did you tell your teacher?
He left a scrape.
Let's not tell your dad all that, because your dad already has feelings about Elijah. Isn't Elijah the one that hit you at school?
Oh my god.
And Sam was gonna go.
bad
He was gonna go to the school because, like, her teacher sent me a message and was like, "I just want you to know that Ari got hit by one of the students." Blah blah blah. So I had to come in and tell Sam, and he got up like out of the bed, and he's like, "I'm gonna go down there," and I was like, "They've already handled it.
I'm gonna handle this 10-year or 5-year-old."
I was like, "Do not go down there and snatch up a 5-year-old."
Oh my god.
I mean, you can.
Is he gonna go down there?
He might.
Is he gonna bring me with him?
He might go down there and have some words. Your dad does not really
he
deal.
Might bring me and you with me.
He might,
with him.
because your dad does not deal very well with children not being nice.
With me, though.
Yeah, but you aren't, like, he doesn't deal very well with children being mean just to be mean.
Well, I don't be mean, bro. I never be mean.
Well, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about children in general. Y'all are really gonna have your dad down there by the end of the school year. He's just gonna be down there one day and be like, "Hello, how you doing? Are you good though? Can you get your pajamas on for me now?"
Mommy,
Yeah.
do you want to give me one of these?
Do you need
medicines?
Tylenol for some reason?
Do you want to give me some?
No, I don't want to give you some. Do you need some,
Mom,
Ari?
don't you give me some Tylenol before I go to bed? Remember that day when you gave me white Tylenol?
Yeah, that was because you were sick, my dude.
Well, I hate white. I hate Tylenol, and I hate the color white.
Okay.
And that's white.
If you're needing something, do you need some melatonin? Do you need your night medicine?
Well, this is melatonin.
That is Motrin.
It's orange.
Yes, that's
What's
Motrin.
this called?
Tylenol.
This is Tylenol.
Neither of those things help you
And
sleep.
It tastes like strawberries.
Yes, but
when I drink this, it doesn't really taste like strawberries well.
oh, okay.
Because it doesn't have the stem. Why doesn't it?
It's strawberry flavored, bro. It's
Why?
not like it's not an actual strawberry.
Why doesn't it have a? I know what they did.
What did they do?
They mashed up the strawberry, and then
Uh-huh.
they put in a medicine smell in here,
Okay.
and then they melted it after they mushed it up,
Mm-hmm.
and then they decided to pour it in here, and then put it in the microwave so it can heat up.
Okay.
And then they took it out of the microwave, but it was hot, so they left it on the counter
To cool down.
cool down.
Okay.
And then they grabbed it, and then they put it in storage so people can buy it. And I know what they did with these two.
So that's how they make medicine? Is that what you're telling me? Oh, okay.
That's how they made this medicine.
Oh, okay.
But do you know how
Makes
they
sense to me.
made
Right.
these medicines?
How?
They made this one cherry flavored.
Mm-hmm.
Because this one
Mm-hmm.
is
We're just getting a whole
sugar as
education
this
over here.
one.
I'm ready.
Thank you so much.
Or like this one is taller than this one.
Okay.
And this one, and they decided to do with this one, they
Mhm.
decided to get the medicine flavor in the medicine, and then they put a cherry flavor in it. And then they decided to put they decided to mush up the cherries and then put them in the microwave instead of put the cup in the microwave.
Okay.
And then they decided to put it inside, and then they put the cup in the microwave, and then got out, and then it was hot, so they put it on the counter to cool down, and then it was all cooled down, so they put it in storage also.
Oh.
And do you know what
That's
they
elaborate.
did with this one too? This one?
What did they do that one?
They decided to get the medicine
Mm-hmm.
and not get it, but they did also get the medicine flavor, and then they put in an orange flavor, but they mashed
it up.
the orange up on the, what's it called?
I don't know. Mash the orange up?
No, the board that you put
A cutting board?
a cutting board.
Okay.
And they used the cutting board, and they were cutting the pieces
Mm-hmm.
of oranges, and they were cutting them.
On the cutting board.
Yes.
Okay.
And then they also decided that they wanted to throw the medicine away, the first one that they made away, because it wasn't really good, because they dropped oranges inside. So they threw the first one away, and then they started all over. So they opened, what's it called? The cup.
I'm trying to figure out what are we supposed to
Like,
do
what have I
here?
missed?
On the counter.
She's telling us how medicine gets made.
And
Yes.
Okay.
in great detail, and I very much appreciate it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Medicine flavor first,
Okay, medicine flavor first, okay.
and then put in the orange flavor.
And then the orange flavoring, okay.
And then they put them back in the fridge. And that's it.
Okay. That's funny? You?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that it?
Nope.
Oh.
And then they decided to get the medicine, screw the lid back on,
Right.
and then put it in the microwave.
Put it in the microwave, okay.
And then started the microwave, boop, and then ding, and then it was done.
Mm.
And then they took it out, and then it was hot, and then they put it on the counter to cool down.
Cool down, okay.
And then it cooled down. Then they also put that in storage.
Is that all?
Nope. I mean, yes.
Can you get pajamas on now, please?
Mommy,
What?
is there any more medicines?
No, that's it.
What? You have the white medicine.
I think we used all of that white medicine. Are you needing something to help you sleep? Because neither of those things are going to help you sleep. I have your night medicine.
Are these going to help me sleep?
No, those are for pain relief. My dude.
So if I'm sick and I have an ear infection or something, I can have one of these or the white?
Yes.
Well, I don't think... Mommy?
What?
Can you give me the white medicine and see if there's no more? If there's still more, I'm going to tell you about
It just doesn't have any dye in it, Ari. That's why it's white.
Mommy?
I'm pretty sure that one is cherry flavored. It just isn't red because there's no dye in it.
It is cherry flavored, Mommy.
Yeah.
But I have to tell you about this one, and then I'm going to make James on.
Okay, go ahead.
I promise. And
we're getting a whole education, y'all. So.
Yes.
Welcome to 24-hour sprints, Leandra.
Mother.
Yes.
Yeah, not much reading gets done on these. Fair warning.
Wait.
Yes. Okay, go ahead. Do not step on me.
Do you know what the medicine guys did with this medicine?
What?
Go ahead, tell us.
They decided... I'm not going to say decided, okay?
Oh, okay. Sure.
Okay. So...
Go ahead. Here. There you go.
So they did...
Go ahead.
They got the flavoring first.
What's the flavoring in this one? This one's cherry flavored.
All of them.
They got all the flavors? Okay. It's funny to you?
Cherry, strawberry, and orange.
Okay.
Well, 4.
That's 3.
This is 4.
Well, okay, so you're counting all of them or just these ones?
Just these ones.
That's 3.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay.
And then they put it cherry flavor first. Don't. I'm only laughing because it's funny to me. Okay?
Okay. Go ahead.
And then they put in the strawberry flavor. Don't.
Go ahead. Strawberry flavor. Okay.
Don't. I promise you, don't. Don't.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish your demonstration so you can get ready for bed, buddy.
And then they put in the orange flavoring.
Okay, the orange flavoring, and then what?
And then they put it all the 3 flavorings. It's a dishwasher.
She's like in the mood where if I'm overtired, I like just find everything funny.
That's
Yeah,
what I was gonna say.
Dishwasher.
And that's exactly what this is because it's 9.
Yep.
It's like
and then they put it the flavoring in the dishwasher.
because she's an hour past bedtime. So
Yeah, it's like us at one time. I don't
Come on.
remember what we found so funny, but it was like 12:30, and we just like found the funniest thing funny on 24-hour sprints. And like, I don't know why we just couldn't stop laughing. I don't even remember what it was, but literally just dying.
The flavorings
inside
refrigerator.
Okay.
And then they decided to get a little sugar.
What? Put my nail down, bro. My nail popped off. Give me that, because I don't want it lost. Thanks.
So they decided to put a little tiny sugar inside of the medicine so it can taste better. Zoom. Sugar. Don't.
Ow.
Don't. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry, big
Hurry up with
leg.
your demonstration, because you need to get ready for bed, bro.
And then they put the lid back on. And then they put it in the microwave.
And that's it?
And then turned it on. And then it dinged. And then he took it out. And then he put it in the same thing. Like I said, with the other ones.
Okay.
And then he put it on the counter.
And that's it?
Actually, no. On the chopping board. On the chalkboard.
The cutting board.
On the cutting board.
Okay.
And then it cooled down. And then he put it right behind the store.
Okay.
So, behind in the store. So, people couldn't see it. But then people saw it. And then they decided to grab it. Actually, no. They decided to grab the cherry flavored, but this one. This kind of cherry.
Okay.
And then they went home. And then they put it on their counter because it was still a little hot.
And then that's it?
And then people got the strawberry flavored. And then they decided to... And then they put it on their counter so it could cool down because it was still a little hot. And
so they put all the medicine on the counter because it was hot.
And then they got this one because it was hot and they put it on the counter. And then they found the special one, which is this one. They found the special one, which is this. And then they walked home tiptoeing so the store person couldn't know that they had this cherry flavoring.
Okay. And now it's time for Ari to get ready for bed. Come on. Thank you for your medicine demonstration.
Give me my medicine.
Thank you so much.
My medicine.
Okay. Pajamas. Pajamas, ma'am. Okay. So that was our medicinal education. Hopefully we all learned a lot.
I know I did.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. Pajamas. Pajamas or no TV tomorrow. Right now.
Do I need to drink this?
No. You don't need Tylenol or Motrin.
All the medicine.
Tylenol or Motrin tomorrow. Where are those for? Just tell me.
You don't have school tomorrow, Ari.
Bro, I do.
You don't.
Bro, I do.
Sorry, but you don't. Okay, pajamas now.
Sorry, but I do.
Pajamas or no TV tomorrow. I'm not going to say it again. Let's go. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. So welcome to 24 Hours Friends. Okay. This
Yeah, I feel like it's like an official inauguration. Like I have been welcomed.
In the evening.
And like
after 8 p.m. it's chaos.
Right. But I would say it's probably the most chaotic while she's awake because she just pops in and just.
But then we get tired, and then
But then we get tired.
get crazy. Well, not like really crazy. It's just like we just
Everything
find
is
stupid
like
things funny, and yeah.
right, like everything's funny to us. Then you know what I mean. It's just the genuine like tiredness of it all.
Mhm.
That's well, go to the bathroom then. Go to the bathroom and then come get your jammies on. Go. Anyone want a 5-year-old?
No.
Shipping her
After the group chat and everything, I'm like, yeah, I'm glad I don't have kids. After hearing you, Brittany, and Reni, just like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder.
You know what? They're a blessing. Okay? A blessing.
Are they? No, I'm kidding.
A blessing and a curse. And anyone that tells you that like their kid is not an asshole sometimes, they're lying to you. They're trying to make themselves look like better people than they probably are, and don't believe them. Because I was always like, I will never let her watch TV. I will never do screen time. I will never give her processed foods. But you know what? And then she was here, and I was like, you know what? Chicken nuggets is fine for 4 days. It's really fine. I mean, congratulations to the Pinterest moms. That's just not who I am. Okay, not at all. All right. So, do we want to read though? Like, I'm just wondering.
Yes, let's get reading. Actually, I'm not going to read. I'm just going to deal with this issue, but I have to. It's perfect.
But at least,
I have to pop
yeah,
off
at least
anyway,
then
so.
you can go.
Yes, deal with that.
Yeah, warmth is more important. Like,
are you like
first, then books?
Are you like leaving, or are you just?
Oh no, I'm staying in the house. They're coming to fix it or possibly give a new one. So I just have to be available. Well, my boyfriend's handling most of it, but I feel bad letting him do it all. So I'm like, I'm gonna assist, aka so supervise.
Is 45 minutes enough time for you?
Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, if you want to do an hour, that works too. But 45 is fine.
You can start this right, yeah, and then you need to go to bed. And then go to bed. Okay. Yeah, I'm aware. Okay, so do we want to do 45 or do we want to do an hour? Someone
Let's do an hour. Good. Let's make up some reading time if possible.
Let's do it.
I was hoping to finish this tonight. I'm like, why did I think that? I never get any reading done in 24-hour sprints. Well, not much. So I'm like, why did I plan that?
Neither do I. So it is what it is. Like 24-hour sprints, I just always assume. Here's the thing. I just assume that I'm going to get all of my reading done on Brittany's sprints on Tuesdays, and then Thursdays and 24-hour sprints. It's like a freaking free-for-all because I do them at night.
Yeah. It's also just like a marathon, you know what I mean? Like I think it's a different mentality when it's 24 hours versus, knowing you only have 3 or 4 hours. So
yeah. And like also like my Thursday night sprints are like 8 p.m. And so like and like nighttime sprints are a whole other vibe. Yeah. Like there's All right, Ari, you want to come start this timer? Okay, so I have it set for an hour. That gives Kelsey plenty of time to do what she needs to do and possibly get some reading done as well. All right, Ari, are you going to start the sprint?
Yes.
Oh God. Okay.
My mother.
Wow. Ow. Okay. I know. All right. Come down here. Say we'll see you in 1 hour.
We'll see you in 1 hour.
Okay. Click it. Click the button.
Mom.
Click the button, dude.
No, I didn't see happy reading.
Well, click the button first.
Happy reading.
Okay.
Mom, they
Hello.
How did we do?
I have about 50 pages left, and it's really good. I think that honestly, this is perfect for fans of Tessa Bailey because I have read a couple of her books, and I was like, this is totally giving me, especially like, because I read It Happened One Summer, and then I also have read The Hook, Line, and Sinker. So those are the two things I'm basing it off of, and I'm like, yeah, this is definitely.
Okay, I'm gonna add it to my KE right now.
For sure.
I think I'm gonna grab it too. Honestly, like right now.
It is super fun.
We love a fun read. How did you do, Kels? Did you read it all?
I mean, no, not really, to be honest with you. They're not coming till 6 a.m. tomorrow, so it's gonna be a cold night.
Oh no.
So I don't know how much longer I'll stay because I'm already freezing and I just want to like curl up in bed. So we'll see. But good news is I'll probably join you at like 6:30 a.m. tomorrow because I'll be up. So yeah, no, I didn't read anything really. I watched a little bit of You, the Netflix show, and then just kind of figured that out. So yeah.
Well, I'll be here if you need.
I will pop in. Now you have someone for the morning if you didn't. Did you have someone for the morning?
No.
Okay,
not
good.
that I know.
Perfect.
It works out.
I don't know if Crystal is gonna be on or not. Addie had like a little fall and hit her head.
Yeah.
So she's been dealing with that, and Addie, she's taking a nap now, but she messaged me and said she wasn't sure if she's gonna be able to be on camera, and I was like, a baby comes first, like.
Yeah.
So I have whoever I have until they all leave me. Also, all of these books, like this whole series, is on KU.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think is it 4? I think that's what I thought it was.
Yeah. So there's 3 books, and then the 4th book is a novella.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I thought the 4th book is like almost like a couple who are together that in the first book, but it's like telling their story for when they originally met. Like it goes back in time, I guess. But yeah.
So
I have that one downloaded.
I'm probably gonna disappear for like a week. So bye.
I support that. Yes.
Because I just downloaded the first book.
See, I'm being smart and not starting it until I finish the next 3 books the rest of the month, and then I'll give it a go. Because if I get derailed by another series, Neva.
I'm not gonna start it yet, but like it's gonna be sitting there just like staring at my face, and I'm gonna be like, okay. Oh, I am at 87%. I have 30 minutes.
You're almost done.
You're so close.
I had to call my sister back because she is a moron and did something really dumb. So she was calling me to be like, in case you see something, just know that I'm aware of it. And I was like, cool, don't want to see it, but it's fine. 19-year-old or 20-year-old, am I right? Anyway, only in my family though, like not like in general. She's just stupid. Like she's just really. But yeah, I have 30 minutes left. We're at the 3rd act breakup.
Yeah.
Okay, now here's the thing though. I will say this. BK Borison, I don't know if this is a man or a woman, so I'm just gonna say they. Okay, I don't know what their pronouns are, but BK Borison, I'm going to say this because there was a 3rd act breakup in Love Light Farms 2. My problem with Love Light Farms was I just didn't believe that these 2 people in this book had never hooked up a day in their life. And had known
Don't get me started on that one again.
For 10 years. I just didn't believe that. But I liked the book. I gave it 4
Me
stars.
too. Yeah.
This one actually feels closer to a 4.5 for me.
Okay.
Because I really am loving like the relationship between Beckett and Evie, which I did pay attention to how her name is said in the book. They do pronounce it Evie. So I was kind of between, because like I said, I have a friend who has a newborn whose name is also Evelyn, but they call her Evie, not Evie. So I wasn't sure. But it is Evie in this book. I understand the 3rd act breakup in this book. I'm still
so it's like reasonable, like it makes sense.
I'm still annoyed by it, but because of the past that these two characters have, the reason that the main male character jumps to the conclusion that he does is because of stuff that's happened twice between them in the past. So I can't even wow, you're not communicating, you're really overreacting, because while she feels like he's overreacting, as a reader,
you're like, no, I get it.
And why he's upset. So that's why it's not a perfect book, so I'm not going to give it 5 stars.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely leaning closer to a 4.5 just because I was like, I could feel the third act breakup coming, and I was like, if this happens any way than how I need it to happen, it's going to be like 3.5 stars. Like it's gonna get knocked down. But I actually think I brought it up because of the way that B.K. Morrison wrote this third act breakup.
Yeah, it's all about like how they do it, because if I can come up with more rational like arguments for reasons than the author did, then yeah, I'll get frustrated being like, you've made this dramatic or it's not realistic. Or if I can think of a better argument, it doesn't make sense.
And the reason that he's so upset is because of something that she's done before.
Yeah.
He thinks that she's doing the same thing again. And the way that the events play out on his side, it looks like she's doing the same thing again. So like I can understand, like it's like a past actions thing, like you did this to me before and now I feel like you're doing it to me again. So I'm not like, I want to be mad about it, but like I can't rationally.
Yeah. And it's like more believable. Like people probably have experienced that in like a relationship that might not have been the healthiest, but like they've experienced it and whatever. Yeah.
Right. And like, yes, he could have checked to make sure that she was, but he was also like, I didn't want to check and then find out that I was right. So like, I get it. Like the rationale for me is there. I just hate a third act.
It kills you. You're like, I hate that I have to understand this.
I'm like, I hate when I'm like, I understand the third act breakup, because then I'm like, I want to be mad that you put this in here, but also I can't because it makes sense. So great. But I really am like this book. Thank God. I think this slump is over. Thank you, Jesus. It did not, because I was really scared that this was going to be a slump like I had in October, where it lasted from like the end of October all through December, and I was prepared for that at the beginning of 2023. Okay, at the end of the year when I've like hit my goals and I've like done the stuff, cool. But like the second month of the year is not the time for a 3-month slump. Hello, Crystal. Baby is asleep. What are you reading or playing on Xbox? Because that's going to determine which one I tell you to do. If I'm going to be real. Like, so let us know. 80 pages left. Yeah, on this sprint, I think I'm going, because I only have 30 minutes left, I think I'm going to go load the dishwasher while I finish this book, because I feel like the tears are coming on, and if I'm doing something else while listening, I won't cry.
Yeah.
So I think I do need to load the dishwasher. So I think I'm going to load the dishwasher and then make a coffee, because I have many hours to go.
Yeah.
I'm at 69% of We Sold Our Souls. I hope that you're liking this, because I'm actually excited to read this book. But I also love a Grady Hendrix. So there's that.
I've been meaning to read. I've had it out of the library for so long, and it's like someone else is waiting on it, which is, I'm feeling the pressure. But it's How to Sell a Haunted House. I've been meaning to, but that'll be my first experience with him. I don't know if it should be. Like, I don't know if I should read some of his earlier stuff.
Here's what I'm going to tell you, because I also have this book. So I ordered the book. I pre-ordered it. So I was supposed to get it on release day, but Amazon hates me. Okay? So I don't ever get anything on release day. You can ask Kelsey, because at this point she's been around for 3 different releases. I did finally get Finley Dawn 4 days after release.
I got that one early, so
and then I got whatever it is, the new Darby Kane book that came like 2 days after. They never give
What's
it to me.
that called? The Last Invitation.
That, and then I did with this, but it was like 2 or 3 days late. So I did start this. I started it last month, and I'm only. Oh, there's my other smut bookmark that I couldn't find. Anyway, I'm only 32 pages in, which I think is chapter 4.
Okay,
Yeah.
I read like the first 5 pages, and it does look good. Like it's.
This is grief horror.
Oh.
So go into it knowing, like, did you read the synopsis at all, or did you just go in?
Like I did, but I'm one of those people who reads the synopsis, and I swear I probably only read every other word because I'm always more surprised than I think I should be in more books than I admit. So something's wrong with me when I think I know what's going to happen.
I did read the synopsis. I have temporarily shelved this book. I'm not DNFing it. I'm not even calling it like a soft DNF because I'm not doing that. I've temporarily shelved this book because grief is hard for me in February. So I probably will pick this up again in March, I think, or try to pick it up again in March. But I did find that I could only read a little bit at a time because her parents die like at the beginning of the book.
Yeah, like I knew that was going to happen, and then I know she has a child, and I didn't know if that was involved with.
And
I don't know.
From the little bit of this that I've read, her and her brother are like estranged. And he kind of just like wants to sell everything, and she's like, "That's not what I want to do." Whatever. It's grief horror, which I knew going into it, but grief horror always be hitting me different depending on what it is.
Right.
And I haven't actually read any grief horror since my mom died in 2020. Unless you count Grey's Anatomy as grief horror, which,
well, I mean,
people might,
many would. Yeah.
It's rough. Like, it's a rough book.
That makes sense.
Because you're following her character. Like, I'm not gonna tell you to like not read it. I don't know that I'm the best person to ask like where a good starting point with Grady Hendrix is, because the first book I ever read by Grady Hendrix was the Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires, and that's gory. Like, it was just it was just like gore. Like, that's all. I mean, it was good. Like, I enjoyed it. I gave it 5 stars. But a lot of people don't like that book.
Right, yeah.
I don't know how gory it is. But I also read My Best Friend's Exorcism. Like, after that, I read it last year in October, I think. I gave that 4.5 stars. Like, it was fine, but it read kind of YA to me, and I'm not a huge YA horror person usually. I do like YA fantasy, but when it comes to horror, like, just give me the grit and the gore, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I don't know that there's necessarily like a bad place to start.
But it does sound like every book is different, which is important to know with certain authors. Yeah.
And I know that My Best Friend's Exorcism and the Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires are within the same universe. I think they're a few years apart, but they're supposed to be like in the same town or something like that. Like, they do intersect with each other somehow, but everything else seems to be different, because he did like, what was that, Final Girl Support Group? That's like a totally different book than like How to Sell a Haunted House.
Yeah.
I feel like all of his books, and then this one, We Sold Our Souls, is about like a rock band or something. It's like music themed.
Yeah, everything's different. Yeah. And I've been like thinking about reading it, but I like, because I haven't been, really eager to, I think I might just like, when it's just not the time in general, whether it's like by choice or if you're not gravitating like to a read, like, you probably shouldn't force it, because if you do, then it's an even higher likelihood you won't like it. And it's like, what are you doing?
And maybe like if someone's waiting for it, just like let it go back.
Yeah.
Put it on hold, like maybe put it on hold again, or like think about it and see if maybe like you would rather just like buy the audiobook or something, you know what I mean? Because like,
or wait to get like Libby or something. Yeah, like the audiobook on there.
And I'm actually waiting for a Libby hold for the audio for this, because I think that I will do better with this if I also do it with audio. It's relatively easy to read, but like, even the sections are broken up into like stages of grief. So like you get denial, like after the first, like it's the first part. Hold on, sorry. You get like the first like chapter. I think it might be a prologue. No, it is chapter 1. So you get chapter 1, and then it's broken up like into like denial, and the next section is anger. So like it's broken up into, I think, only 5 stages of grief.
Right.
Yeah, bargaining, and then depression, and then acceptance. So it's broken up into 5 of the 7 stages of grief, because there's like some other ones in there too, but like I think these are like the major ones. So like it definitely is grief horror. So I would just maybe just go into it knowing that.
Yeah, no, that actually is really good, because I mean, so last year I tried to like challenge myself and read different things. Like I was never really a romance person, and now I'm getting into that thanks to last year. And then I've read a couple horrors, but like I read Manhunt by Gretchen Felker Martin, and that's like gory dystopian. And then I read, what was it called? Oh, why can't I remember it? It's a Dracula retelling from like one of the like wives' perspectives of his harem.
Oh, Dowry of Blood?
Yes. Yeah, and that was definitely more classic kind of gothic horror. So I'm like realizing that every genre has a million subgenres. And so you just gotta find which ones you're into. Yeah.
Yeah. So have you ever read Pet Sematary?
No, but I know exactly what you're talking about. I kind of want to read it, but what are you about to say about it?
Pet Sematary is also grief horror.
Okay.
Like I've actually thought about rereading Pet Sematary. Since my mom passed away unexpectedly, but I just haven't done it. Like I read it in high school. I had like a big Stephen King era in high school.
Yeah.
But like Pet Sematary, like if you know anything about that, that is a grief horror too.
Okay.
So it just depends on. I would say before reading How to Sell a Haunted House, I would make sure to be in a headspace to read it, because I was like, well, I can read it in January, and then I'll be okay come February, and then I started reading it on 24-hour sprints in January. Kelsey was on the sprints when I was reading it, I think. And I was like, I am going to have to put this down, because like this is just too close to like death date, birth date stuff going on that no. So I'm going to like, I'm just shelving it for now. Like it will get read. I'm not going to like unhaul it or anything like that. Because I do want to read it, and I like Grady Hendrix. I like his covers, so like I do want like the rest of his books on my shelf, so like I'm not gonna get rid of it. But I'm just gonna give myself time to be in a headspace where I want to read it. So if at some point you want to read it and you want to like buddy read it,
sure,
because like maybe that would be easier.
Yeah, I think buddy reading, it kind of also allows for a space to be like, okay, I've got people I can talk to about it too, depending on what's happening. If you're like, hey, I need to really talk through this scene, then it's like nice to know someone else is reading it with you. So yeah,
because like I would ask Kelsey, but Kelsey's not a horror.
She's
like, no,
absolutely not, ma'am. Not me.
I mean, I'm reading Hidden Pictures for you. With Brittany in like the fall time, so
and I will be rereading that with
NK
Book Club, because like I'm so excited, because I feel like Hidden Pictures is going to be one of those books that I pick up every year. Like I only have certain books that I reread every year, and Hidden Pictures has made the list, because I just feel like there's going to be things that I pick up on every time I read it that I didn't notice the first time. And honestly, the fact that you're going to read Hidden Pictures as a book club book, I'm just like, if you never read another horror ever again, that will be good enough. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, good. Yeah, I got it on sale. It was on sale on Kindle Unlimited for like $1.99, and I told Brittany, I was like, get it now.
Yeah.
I'm like, I didn't want to buy the actual copy in case I don't really like care for it. If I like it, I'll buy it.
And you'll be able to see, because you guys have the Kindle Paperwhite, so like you'll be able to see the pictures well enough. And if you listen to the audio with it, The audio describes the pictures.
Okay. Is it on Scribd?
It was on Any Play. I don't know if it's on Scribd. When I listened to it, I used Any Play to listen. Please wait, and I'll see if it's on Scribd.
I guess I should check because Canadian Scribd is sometimes different.
That's no, that's not what I wanted. That's also true.
Yeah, it's on here. Oh no, wait, it's available March 5th, 2023. So I mean,
that's because it's available because
it's doing that stupid annoying thing.
Right, because on mine it says March 3rd,
and I've used too many. Yeah.
But yes, hidden pictures. It looks like it is on here. It's on mine too, which is great because I saved it so that I don't forget that it's on there. Because I used Any Play because when I first got the book from who sent it to me, Jessica, I think sent it to me. Because it showed up and it didn't have a note in it, and then she came on and was like, "I'm the one that sent it, but I didn't know how to include a note." And I was like, "Oh, thank you so much." It was like one of the first books I ever got after starting BookTube, and I literally cried. I literally cried. But yeah, if you listen to it with the audio, I think personally that it enhances the experience just because it does describe the pictures. Plus, if you need to walk away from it, you don't have to worry about missing everything. And the girl's voice is pretty enjoyable. It's not her voice isn't she definitely sounds like she's 23 years old because I think that's how old the main character is, but it's not an annoying. You know how sometimes when they Pretty Little Liars audiobooks trash. That girl, I know she's supposed to sound 17, but her voice is just I feel like she's using a fake voice. I feel like she's purposely pitched her voice higher, and it just no, absolutely not.
Yeah, oppositely, I tend to actually my main genre is mystery, so I usually also read Golden Age detective fiction, and because that's nearly 100 years old, for whatever reason, I swear, I think that audiobook creators are kind of being ageist because usually if it's 1920s, the narrator is read by someone who's in their 50s or 60s, which is fine, but if the characters are in their 20s or 30s, it's why are you having this old woman read this when it's it'd be like having a 20-year-old read for a 60-year-old.
Exactly.
That doesn't make any sense.
That was my problem with The House Across the Lake, which by the way was the first Riley Sager I ever read, and I gave it 5 stars. I know that's not very popular, and that's okay. A lot of people did not like that. And it's
I'm fine with that.
I also read that on 24-hour sprints. I finished it on 24-hour sprints. And I'm thinking about, I'm actually going to do a vlog where I reread some of my 5-star books from last year that I don't know if they actually would have been 5 stars.
Yeah.
Because in 2022, I was like Oprah. I was like, you get a 5-star, you get a 5-star.
You were given the 5 stars,
I
was actually doing the same thing.
I literally did not make a best books of 2023 or 2022 video because I didn't know how to do it. Because it would have been every book was the best except for 3 books.
You know what I did? Because I realized I gave a lot of books 5 stars last year, and I just didn't trust myself, especially in the second half. I felt like every month I got more lenient, and I'm like, what's wrong with me? But I ended up doing a video where it was my favorite book of every genre that I read, because then that allowed you to kind of narrow down the field. So if this happens to you again in 2023, maybe consider doing that.
I remember saying to Kelsey, Brittany, and Reni, we did our little call, it's off camera, but it's just us on video chat, and we all did it to set up for 2023. And I was I can't make a best books. I can barely make a worst books because I think I only gave 3 or 4 books below a 4-star rating. And I was last year I wasn't giving 1 or 2 stars. The lowest I was giving was a 3.
Yeah, I always felt guilty to give a book. I think the lowest I did is 2.
So thinking back on it, I would have given The Love Hypothesis 2 stars. Unfollow me if you want, because I definitely lost subscribers when I talked about this before, and I only had 50 subscribers the first time I talked about this. But I gave The Love Hypothesis 3 stars. Detest that book.
I give it 3.5, which is crazy.
Thinking back on it, I would have if I read it this year, I would have given it a 2. It was not good. In my opinion. I understand if you love it. My brother loves that book. my 21-year-old or 22-year-old brother, he was like, I love that book. And I was like, I'm so happy for you.
Yeah.
I did not, but like
Exactly.
I'm glad that you did. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Great for you. But The House Across the Lake is narrated by a woman that sounds like she is 65 years old. The
Yeah, it
gamer
just doesn't fit.
is 35 years old, or 30, like 32.
Yeah.
Get it.
And I was, and so when I started listening to it, I was like, I cannot do this. And then I ended up listening to the last half of it at like 2 a.m. on sprints, because I was like, I cannot concentrate with my eyeballs. Like I can't.
Mhm.
And by then I was far enough into it that like I understood that she was 35, 32, whatever she was. So I could kind of get around the fact that this
Yeah.
like 60-year-old woman was narrating, but I was like,
It would be jarring if you started with that. Like
and that's what I tried to do. I bought it off of Libro FM. And I was like, well, I'll just start it now because I didn't have the physical book yet. And that was gifted to me by someone too. So I was like, well, I'll just start it. And then I started listening to it and I was like, no. And then the amount of times they say bourbon in that book is just amazing. Chapter 11 of Africa Risen. Is this nonfiction? Because it sounds wonderful. I hope you're loving it. Welcome home, E. Harris. Hello, Reni, if you're still here. Our reading is going great, I think. I'm about to finish this book. I'm going to finish it on this sprint, and then will I read anything else on 24-hour sprints? Who knows? You know what I'm saying? Like, your guess is as good as mine. Because I am the queen of, like, being like, yeah, I finished a book on sprints, and then watching YouTube the entire rest of the time.
I mean, you still finished one,
but I
so.
still read a book. You know what I'm saying? But I really cannot get off these 24-hour sprints without reading the first section of this book. Like, I really, like, I will just listen to it. I probably won't follow in the book, to be honest, because I'll probably be still, like, downstairs, like, doing dishes.
Yeah.
But I'll at least read the first part. Because it's only
Did you say that you were kind of like not feeling it? Like, I think I was here like in the comments and you said something that you weren't feeling it right now.
Yeah, so I haven't been feeling it for the whole year that's been sitting on my shelf.
Good. Perfect.
But when I gave people the option for what book we were going to read for this book club that I volunteered myself, that 2022 me volunteered myself for, during a Bible study, in fact, people were like, we should also do a fiction book club in this community. And they were like, does anyone want to do one? And I had like just started BookTube at the time. So I was like, I'll do it. I don't know who the hell was speaking for me. It wasn't myself.
You had free time back then. Now it's like, yeah.
So I had to pick. So I was like, okay, I need like 3 books for these people to vote on. So I picked this one, I think The Unhoneymooners, which I felt like no one was going to pick because it's summertime vibes, you know what I mean? And then Red, White, and Royal Blue. Why I thought, again, if anyone from this community other than Reni is watching this, know that I love all of you and this has nothing to do with your religion. This is my stupidity. Why I thought a bunch of people who are, a lot of them are of the Christian faith. I mean, me too. I love Jesus, but I also love all things gay. Would pick a gay book. I don't know why I thought that. I don't even know why I thought that I would give this as an option. No one voted for Red, White, and Royal Blue. Like, there were some people that did vote for The Unhoneymooners, but ultimately, after I do, won out.
Yeah. And you're not speaking in generalizations, you know, like obviously people have different, you don't have to be like people who aren't religious. Some of them also have issues with the gay community and it's not a religious thing. They just have, you know, so it's like, there's various things, but it is kind of like,
I did not read the room when I asked Red, White. I literally looked at my shelves and was like, oh, I haven't read this one or this one. But I have read The Unhoneymooners, but I was like, but I would reread The Unhoneymooners. You know what I'm saying? So let me put these 3 on here. I don't know why I did that.
Because and it's also quite steamy, like Red, White, and Blue, like, you know, Royal Blue. If they weren't comfortable with that, like with like a gay, you know, pairing, it's quite steamy for that to be the thing. So I guess like that's not really a great like first step into like reading gay romance. Maybe I'm not sure.
I'm not feeling this book because I bought it blind. So I bought it because it was Taylor Jenkins Reid, because I had read Evelyn Hugo by that point, and I had also read I had also read One True Loves by that point. So I was like, let me try this book. I did not know anything about this, and then I read the synopsis one day feel like there's a cheating trope in this book, and I understand
I'm pretty positive that there is.
I understand that they take like a year break from their marriage, and their one rule for this year break is that they have no contact with each other. But I also just feel like if I'm told we're taking a year break, I'm not just going to be out here trying to like pursue another relationship, because like how is that working on your marriage?
Yeah.
And like I am polyamorous, okay?
Clear definitions, you know, like how are we defining this? If it's clear, okay.
Right. Like I live in a house with my partner, my boyfriend, and his wife. Okay. So like I'm not like gonna be like, oh my god, disgusting. Because like honestly, I wanted One True Loves to just become a poly romance. It didn't. Okay. But I wanted it to, because like it would have just stopped so much heartbreak in that book. But like I understand why she didn't do it that way. But like that's not what this is. This is not like she meets a dude and then goes to her husband and is like, I'm also in love with this guy, maybe we should try poly. Like I don't feel like that's how this is gonna happen. I feel like she's gonna fall
not that I know of. Yeah,
I feel like she's gonna fall in love with someone else, and then when this year sabbatical from her marriage is up, she's gonna be like, so sorry, we're getting divorced, and then I'm gonna be mad at the end. So I'm hoping that this book even with the cheating trope, because I feel like I don't know how she would have written this without it. I don't like, even if it's not like a physical cheat.
I was gonna say that too. Yeah, like there are multiple levels of cheating. Like, is it emotional cheating or is it? Yeah.
And I don't like cheating tropes at all. Yeah. Like whether it's emotional, whether it's physical, like it's just not a thing for me. It's not a vibe. So I just feel like I don't feel like she can write this book without some kind of cheating trope in it. But if she does it well, it might get a good score. But I'm going into this thinking this is going to be like a 3-star read. But I also did break my own rule before I had this rule, which is I don't typically anymore read reviews before reading a book.
Oh.
Because sometimes that can sway how I go into a book.
Oh,
and
definitely.
When I bought this a year ago, I didn't have that rule. So I'm going in knowing that there are very mixed reviews on this book, even from people that love Taylor Jenkins Reid. Some of them did not love this book. So I'm going in expecting it to be like a 3-star read. But if it's better than that, then great. And if not, then that's great too, I guess. I'm not a cheating trope girly. You know what I mean? Like I don't like it in movies either. Like I just find it, like I find the cheating trope to be unnecessary. Like what's the point?
Yeah, we're on the same page for that. Like it just
that's it. That's like all it's for. Like
I agree.
Because cheating in real life is horrible. So like why?
So hurtful. Yeah.
Why? You know? Okay, so we could do one more sprint on this thing. We could do a 45-minute, and then by then it would be time to, because I have to break this into 2 parts, because otherwise YouTube will not save it. And then you put all this effort in, and then they don't save it. You know what I mean?
Wow,
like unbelievable. Like because like the ones that I did like before, I think at least 2 of them are not on my channel, because like they're there, but they're literally just saying like to this day that they're processing, because they won't, like YouTube won't take it. So I'd have to go into StreamYard and cut it in half. And like who has the time for that? I hardly like editing as it is. I'm definitely not going to try to edit a freaking 24-hour long sprint. I'm not going to do that. So we could do one more on this sprint and then switch over. Whoever's going to switch over, I don't know.
I'm going to leave this sprint because I'm tired, but I'll be up at 6 a.m. So I'll join you shortly after that. So
great, I will be here.
So now you have something
I'll stay for one more here, and then I'll join you for one more in the next one, and then I'll probably go to bed too because I have to work in the morning.
Totally understood. Okay, so we'll do 45 minutes, right? Yeah, we should have time for that, right? Yeah. So we'll do a 45-minute sprint here, and then we'll switch over Like, because we could do 45 minutes and then do like a talkie thing and then switch over and then be like, hello again on sprint number 2 and then start another sprint.
Yeah, and say goodnight to Kelsey.
Yes.
Yes.
Africa Risen is an anthology. It makes up a lot of things, but it has a lot of sci-fi. Okay, well, adding this to my TBR.
Kate, I thought it was
That's cool.
nonfiction, actually.
Yeah, I did too. But I don't really do I don't really do anthologies, but like this anthology, like I kind of want to do.
Yeah, that's really cool.
That sounds intriguing because I definitely thought with a name like Africa Risen that this would be nonfiction, but you're saying sci-fi.
Yeah,
and that sounds amazing. Okay, Kelsey, I'm gonna need you to like put on some warm pajamas. Okay, get under like a warm blanket.
Yes, I will.
Make your
I have my blanket, but I'm literally like gonna hop in bed when I jump off now. So
like, cuddle up with you. You know what I'm saying? And be like, listen, sir, this is what we're doing.
The thing is, he I don't know why, but he has the coldest hands ever. That like they're like icicles 24/7, and I'm like, why are your hands so cold?
Does he have poor circulation?
I think so.
Because like my feet are
iron.
Yeah, probably. Honestly,
my feet are like that. Because Sam will be like, "Will you go? Like it'll be warm in the house," and he'll be like, "Can you go put on some socks?" Because my feet will be like purple, and I'm like, "My feet are fine," and he's like, "It's gonna fall off, bro." So I always just have like thick socks on, so I don't like freak him out.
Yeah,
I don't have socks on, and they act like they're cold, even if they're not.
Yeah, that happens with me too. I like always wear socks, but like my hands don't really get cold. But yeah, his hands are like actual icicles. I'm like, do you like run them under cold water and then try to touch me? Because I'm like, literally, why are they this cold? I'm like, they're so freezing. I don't get it.
Well, now your whole house is freezing, so maybe maybe his hands will now feel warm.
Probably. Yeah.
All right, Kelsey, I will see you probably sometime tomorrow. I will
in the morning.
I'll put the second link.
Yeah.
I cannot think in the besties chat so that you can find it easily.
Okay, perfect.
Because I don't think Reni or Brittany are getting on in the morning.
I don't think so.
Because Reni, you know, she in the midst of.
You never know though. Reni will pop in and out sometimes.
Dude, Reni popped in earlier.
Yeah.
Like, and I was like, "Oh, Reni's
randomly,
here."
Yeah.
And she's like, "Hey," and I was like, "Are you in a closet, bro?" Because it looks like, and she's like, "Yeah, this is my closet office," and then they have like a door that shuts.
Yeah, so it's like a garage door. Yeah,
a garage. I was like, "What are you doing?" She's like, "This is my life, bro." And I was like, "Oh, okay." But she was here for like a little bit, and then she like left me. Okay. Well, good night, Kelsey.
Okay. Good night. Bye.
Bye. It was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you.
Okay, so we are going to do a 45-minute sprint, and I can finish this book. Thank you, God.
Yes, I believe in you.
And then, yeah, so we'll do a 45-minute. We'll come back. We'll talk for like a little bit, and then we'll go to the second half. We'll just do it that way. That way, we get like,
kind of like a nice kind of break, and then a beginning again. Yeah.
Okay, so we will see everybody in 45 minutes.
Hello.
I finished my book.
Yay! Congrats. What are the final thoughts? What's your final verdict?
I'm giving it 4.5.
Okay.
So okay, so the third act breakup, it happened, like it's a thing that's in this book.
Mhm.
But the way that it happened, like I can't really be mad about it. Like I want to be mad, but like I understand why it had to happen that way, you know.
Yeah, I can feel that.
And the communication at the end, like when everything happened and then like she went back and blah blah blah, like the communication that they had at the end is really what got me to give this book 4.5 stars instead of like a 4-star, just
Yeah.
because like the communication that they had around the event. I mean, I didn't really love that he like made a TikTok video and that's how he like apologized.
I'm sorry, I was not expecting that.
But like it's 2023, so you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like she kind of, I mean, and he like did it because he knew that she would see it because her job like is in social media. But like,
Okay.
so like he was like, "There's no way she didn't see this." You know what I mean? So like, sure. You know what I'm saying? But like I was like, okay, like it made me kind of like laugh that he like did it through like a TikTok video, but like that's fine. But then like the communication that they had around what happened was more than just like, I'm sorry too. You know? And then we get like an epilogue from like a year in the future. Which like, can we just do that in like every contemporary, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, can we
Yeah,
like,
honestly, I do like that.
like give us like good communication at the end around the third act breakup, and then give us like a future thing. Like that doesn't even have to be like a perfect future, you know what I mean? But like, just like, I mean, I'm all for like a happy ever after, happy for now type of ending, but like, I just need the communication to be better. But like in this book, the communication was good after the fact of what happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like I get the reason that it happened. So I'm not like angry at that, even though I do hate a third act.
Yeah, I love how you're like I can't be mad at it as I eye roll.
It's like I don't like the trope at all, but like in this book it was done well. Like it was done in a way that didn't just grate my nerves.
Yeah, especially if it seems like their communication was like better at the end and like in the epilogue. If it looks like they've grown since then in the epilogue, then you're like, okay, they were moving towards like a healthier kind of communication style. Then it's like, all right, like this makes sense.
Right. So I mean, all in all, I'm giving it 4.5. So that's higher actually than the first book. Yeah. The first book I gave 4 stars. But again, like my biggest issue with it is that it's supposed to be Love Light Farms is friends to lovers.
Oh yeah. Is that like a trope you're just kind of like about?
I like friends to lovers, but I need to the problem. So In the Weeds is like second chance romance. Like essentially like the two main characters like hooked up before and then but they weren't like dating. They were like benefits, and then she just like disappears into the night one day. Like that's basically what happened. It's like a 2-night stand type thing.
Okay.
So I would coin that as like second chance. Love Light Farms is supposed to be childhood friends to lovers. So like they're supposed to have like known each other, I think since they were like 14. That's childhood to me. But the main characters have been in love with each other for 10 years, and we're supposed to, and like the whole town knows that they're in love with each other. And like the way that they like, we're supposed to believe that they've never hooked up, they've never kissed each other, they've never like expressed their feelings, like said like, hey dude, I have a crush on you, and one was like, ooh, no thank you, or nothing. Like we're supposed to, they've just gone through this whole 10 years just never communicating this to each other. But the the touchiness between these two people. Like, I have guy friends, okay? I also have female friends, and like, I'm not a straight person, so like, but like, I'm not going to cuddle with my platonic friends.
Right.
I cuddle with my partner, and they cuddle with each other like they are not platonic friends. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's like, that just isn't consistent. You know, it doesn't really make sense.
And then I'm like, we're supposed to believe though that they never hooked up. And that seemed to be like the consensus of all of us, because me, Kelsey, Reni, and I think Crystal read it with us too. And then Brittany, we all read it as a buddy read. And they were kind of saying the same thing that I was, which was just basically like, it's just not believable that these two people, like, we're supposed to believe that they did it, but that was like the problem I have with like the love hypothesis. Is like, it's supposed to be fake dating, but like, if you're gonna have fake dating, you need the people around you to believe that you're dating, and I felt like no one in that book
believed it.
Like, I didn't believe it either.
Yeah.
I was like, you people aren't, like, until like the end of the love hypothesis, like, and by then they're actually dating, and I was like, I did not believe for 1 second that y'all were dating. Weird to me, but that's okay.
Like, there are parameters for like a trope. Like, you can't just like slap it on being like, okay, this is going to be this trope, and then like not follow the guidelines that like kind of would make sense in real life. Like, if it doesn't make sense in real life, then it probably won't make sense in the book to follow that trope.
Right. So. And like, I understand that like in some aspects, when you are reading fiction or watching fiction, so like if you're reading a book or watching a movie or a show, there's some degree of like suspended belief system. Like, there's some stuff that you, like, plot holes or whatever, that you have to kind of be like, okay, yeah, this wouldn't necessarily happen in real life, but since it's fictionalized, it could work. But like, that's all. But there's like a line between it's fictionalized and can work fictionally. And this is so unbelievable that I just am not following it. But like, I was invested in Evie and Beckett's relationship, and I think that's what saved the book. Is like, I was actually invested in what they were trying to do. So I was like rooting for them. Because like, if I wasn't rooting for them, I would have given up. I would have been like, no. But I was like really rooting for them.
No, that I feel like that makes it worth it sometimes, when you're like, okay, there are some things I can forgive as long as the main points like are what's worth it for me. And even so, like, as you said, like, suspension of belief, like, I think that you can do that with like storylines of like coincidence, like plot points, but behavior between people, like the actual development of behavior and mannerisms, that's harder, I think, to suspend our belief when we like have so many relationships that we juggle in our own lives, that it's just, you can tell if it's like awkward or just it doesn't seem realistic. So yeah, but I'm glad you liked it.
And I know some people are like, because I've gotten this comment before, that like, I read dark romance, and dark romance is not always realistic, but dark romance, in my opinion, tends to follow things more realistically sometimes than contemporary romance. I mean, there are definitely, I mean, I don't suggest that anyone like dates a person, man, woman, they, them, regardless who they are, what their gender is, that has like serious, like, I'm an asshole to anyone but her energy. Like, that's toxic and weird. And like, I wouldn't be like, yes, go date this dude who is like, I mean, the touch her and you die energy in real life usually looks more like if I went to my partner and I said, something happened, this person did whatever to me. Here's an example. Okay, so last week at work, someone threw their food at me. We're not going to talk about it, but they threw their food at me.
Oh my God, people.
I told my partner about it after the fact because I knew that if I called him like while I was at
In
work,
the moment.
like
Mhm.
with the person there, he would have come to the store.
Mhm.
So when I told him about it, he was like, "You need to get the footage of this, blah 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 blah." He was like, "We need to press charges." Like to me, like that's realistic. Like touch
Mhm.
her and you die energy, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
Obviously, in like dark romance, like in this book that I have here, which is Under the Night Sky, I highly suggest everyone reads this. It's on Kindle Unlimited. Okay, it's so
Mhm.
good. You will have to forgive the fact that these people in this book are 18 and 19 years old, so they're like
Mm.
seniors in high school. But I find that that's not like a huge plot
Okay.
point.
Yeah.
Like there are some
Mhm.
scenes in the high school, but like as you can see, I've tabbed like a lot.
Mhm.
And also, J.L. Kenna is an indie author, so if you want to support an indie author, go
Love
ahead.
that. Yeah.
But again, it's on KU. But in this book, like he has touch her and you die energy. But it's literally like he's beating people up for her.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. It's a different level.
like
Yeah.
obviously we exaggerate it in books, but like
Mm.
I can say like, okay, my boyfriend might have the same reaction, but like he probably wouldn't like actually put hands on anybody. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So in dark romance, we also have to suspend our belief, but a lot of it is so like the certain energies are like so over the top, but also like I would never tell somebody like yes, we have like book boyfriends, right?
Mhm.
But like I would never tell someone like go date this dude that's actually an asshole to everyone,
Right.
including you, until he figures out that he's in love with you, and then he's not an asshole to you, just to everyone else. Like, no, I wouldn't tell you to actually do that in real life. But like, can we like have a book boyfriend that's like that? Sure. My problem with contemporary romance is that contemporary romance tries to be realistic and then it comes off not realistic at all.
Mhm. Yeah.
We
No,
know
I
dark
agree.
romance is not realistic. All right, let us read these comments and then we will switch over. Now back to sprinting, read 12 pages. Wonderful.
Woohoo.
Back. 48% in a Kingdom of Flesh and Fire. Welcome back. Is this part of a series?
I'm gonna look at that.
I feel like it is. And I feel like it's a series that I need to read, but also I have 86.
Oh my, yeah. Okay, Jennifer L. Armentrout is the author.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's what I thought this was.
That's cool.
So this is is this the Blood and Bone?
Yeah, it's the one with like Shadow in the Ember. Where's the Crown of Gilded Bones? Yeah, I've read her Elementals series, which and that's the only one I've read. But I've been meaning to read more of her because I do like her a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Hello. How are you? We're about to switch over to the second half. So I did make a playlist this time. It says like February sprints or